Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and a warm welcome to the NDTV World Summit 2025. As we begin this journey of ideas and conversations, may we request you to kindly keep your phones on silent mode. And now, please welcome the Managing Editor of NDTV 24/7, Shivaru, for the welcome address.
Good morning and a very warm welcome to you all. May I say what an absolute joy it is to see this hall come so incredibly alive. I wish all of you a warm welcome today because this is a day of felicitation, a day of celebration for all of us, and a day to come together to welcome some of the most incredible speakers, change makers who've crossed continents to be with us here today. So my warmest felicitations to all of you, and I thank you once again for being here. On this stage today, it is my greatest pride and honor to tell you that I cannot think of another event, certainly not in recent memory, where we've had not one but two national leaders, serving national leaders who are going to be on stage on the same day at the same event. And it makes me so proud to tell you that's going to be happening here on the NDTV World Summit stage. Now remember, events happen all the time. Thought conclaves happen all the time. But the NDTV World Summit is a little different. And I don't want to spoil it for you because there are surprises that we've planned, we've curated throughout. It's not just about the speakers. It's not just about this stage. It's about the incredible experience that I want all of you to take away with you today. What better place for this summit to happen really than in India? A country that is ancient in its wisdom, a country that is ancient in its culture, and a country, let's face it, that is no longer just part of the international order. This is an incredible nation that the world is looking to for advice, for solutions, and for leadership. And that's the reason why, from Prime Minister Narendra Modi at the end of the day today, to the sitting Prime Minister of Sri Lanka, Harini Amarasurya, it is going to be one of the most incredible events. And I promise you that every word you hear, every person you speak as you walk among us, between the change makers here at the NDTV Summit, this is going to be something I guarantee you personally, you will never, ever forget. The NDTV World Summit has been planned in such a way that as you walk around, as you meet the people we've lined up for you in this incredible event, you will take away with you not just ideas, not just exchange, not just the opportunity to network, but also to think about what that next going to be about. So once again, as I conclude, I want to tell all of you that I'm not going to be revealing everything just yet from this stage because the day is going to be full of surprises, and that is a guarantee. I myself am brand new at NDTV, and remember, NDTV is a brand and a network and a platform that has run parallel with India's incredible history. From the days of grainy broadcasts, all of us remember those, to AI-driven digital broadcasts, NDTV has been at the forefront of every landmark milestone in the news business. And that's something we take very, very seriously. And you will see it unfold in every single aspect of what we have prepared for you. I hope you enjoy your time here. I hope you enjoy NDTV's hospitality. We take this very seriously. You are our honored guests, and it is our great privilege and my personal privilege to welcome you all to the NDTV World Summit. Thank you and welcome.
Thank you, Shiv. Ladies and gentlemen, could you put your hands together for Managing Editor Shiv Arur? Good morning to everyone. Thank you for being here. It's a lovely morning out there. I'm Vedika.
And I'm Ayush Alavadi, and we have an action-packed evening and day lined up for you. But before we start and delve into the NDTV World Summit, Vedika, I think it's best to mention our partners right at the start.
Absolutely.
All right. We wouldn't have been able to pull this off if it wasn't for our partners, presented by Charge Zone, co-presented by Raymond, state partner, Government of Punjab, co-powered by GE Aerospace, co-powered by Pernod Ricard, India, payment partner, MasterCard, and of course, we also have a gold investment partner, the World Gold Council, healthcare partner, Intas Pharmaceuticals, insurance partner, Axis Max Life Insurance, e-mobility partner, Billion E, outbound partner, BLS International, banking partner, State Bank of India, associate partner, M3M Foundation, associate partner, Adani Group. The list goes on. Of course, we also have state partner, Government of Uttarakhand. A huge thank you to our transformation partner, REC Limited, international education partner, Deakin University, gifting partner, Manav Gangwani, coffee partner, Billy Hu, and our outdoor partner, Vedika, Graphysats.
And we still have to introduce someone who's on stage here. Not a human, but a robot. In a moment from now, we're going to introduce you to the world of artificial intelligence, and we're going to get someone on stage. Ayush, you're going to do the honors of introducing the person who's waiting to get on stage and floor everyone with a performance.
I am turning green already because this is what I would love to do. So I'm going to be rooting from you from the front seats, and all of us should welcome the next guest with a huge round of applause after I've finished a very august introduction. Now, someone out there, I believe, Vedika, is going to have, well, first, a little bit of song and dance, and then more importantly, we're going to get a demo of this as well.
Absolutely. It's going to be absolutely mind-blowing. There's no other word. I don't think any of you have seen Dr. Merritt come out on stage and perform with a robot. And what's really interesting here is she's coded it herself.
At the end of the day, we are combining quantum physics with the movements of a ballerina. Dr. Merritt Moore, I'll give you a little bit of an introduction, and then the proof is in the pudding. You're going to see something absolutely magnificent, mind-boggling stuff. But Merritt graduated with an undergraduate degree in physics from Harvard and with a PhD in atomic and laser physics from the University of Oxford. Her performance with a robot she coded herself showcases the beauty of quantum-inspired movement. Let's welcome on stage Dr. Moore and the robot. And of course, she'll be joined in conversation by my lovely colleague, Vedika Sood.
Welcome to India, Dr. Merritt Moore, and welcome to the NDTV World Summit.
Thank you so much. It's such an honor to be here.
Are you all set?
I'm all set.
All right, so let's just get the first question out of the way. And that question on everyone's mind out here is quantum physics and professional ballet. How did the two worlds meet in your world?
Well, confession is I always try to just do one. I've been trying to retire from ballet for about
You cannot
nearly 20
retire.
years. I can't retire. It's my oxygen. And I found that when I stopped dancing, my grades would go down, and I realized that actually, as humans, it should be possible to hope and dream and to actually actively explore the technology and the artistic side of our brains.
You know, Dr. Moore, it'll be a bit rude if we don't introduce the third, or rather the only robot on stage right now. Does the robot have a name?
Today, the name is Botany Spears. We're open to other suggestions.
And what are the other names you've had for this robot?
Oh, Botany Spears, some days it's Fred AI Stare, Botman Robin. We've got Robot De Niro. We've got a couple.
So does it face an identity crisis of any sort on a particular day?
Yes.
So let's talk about that. You've coded this robot.
Yes.
Are there days when the robot just doesn't want to listen to you?
Oh, goodness. Last night, it
Really?
really did not want to listen to me. Yeah.
We don't want our viewers to know about that. We'll talk about that backstage.
But it's now behaving.
All right.
It's decided. It was like, it had stage fright.
So it's that partner that you always have to have around and keep happy in so many ways that when you have performances as big as this, it just behaves.
Yes.
All right, but tell us more about the inspiration. Like I said, these are two different worlds, coming together. How did you get inspired, Dr. Moore?
Well, after my PhD, I was dancing, but then there was this pandemic, you guys might have heard of, and then I couldn't dance with humans. And dance is a form of communication, and we need other humans to express ourselves. And because I didn't have that in isolation, I thought, well, robots don't get COVID. Maybe I'll start programming a robot. And I would just, from 7 a.m. till midnight, stay in a deserted theater all day long, just programming the robot. And it became this bizarre companion. I mean, bizarre in the concept of it, but it was my companion from 7 a.m. to midnight throughout the pandemic. It definitely hung out with me more than any human. And now it's grown, and it's so special to share this because some of my most personal and vulnerable performances are with the robot, because I get to explore my own memories and I get to have conversations with people who may have passed away. It would be very hard to explore that with another human, because I see you, I feel you, I'm dancing with you. It's hard to explore my own personal memories, but with the robot, I can go there. And so that's why it's so special to share this with all of you.
That's great. Now, you know, it's two different disciplines we're talking about, and it needs so much of focus. Has there been a time when you wanted to give one up for the other?
Oh yes, so many times. And particularly, yes, a lot of times. And I just realized life, my joy, I lose joy. If I just focus on dance, I miss that active aspect of my brain thinking about quantum physics or robots. And I need that to really thrive in the dance studio. And same, when I'm just thinking about physics, I need that outlet of dance in order to help me be more creative in the physics lab.
And what does it teach you about focus, the discipline of it all? Focus, perseverance, the coming together, like I said, of two different worlds. It needs so much discipline. What has it taught you over the years?
It's taught me that this small whisper of a question, why not, is actually now even more powerful and strong in my brain. So in the beginning, I was told I had to choose. And there was a little question that was like, but why not?
And by whom? That you had to choose.
Yeah, that I had to choose. And now it's louder. It's like, why not? Like, why can't we do both?
All right, so we're breaking out of stereotypes here, ladies and gentlemen. This is when code meets creativity, when art meets science. We're going to leave the floor to you, Dr. Moore. Over to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
That's a brilliant performance, ladies and gentlemen. Put your hands together for Dr. Moore. Dr. Moore, I'm absolutely spellbound by that performance, and we will be asking you to perform again because I've seen everyone in the audience love every second of it. But before that, what's the message that you want to convey to the people out here and beyond through your performance today?
That one should always try to find those weird, quirky passions that we have. And when I started dancing with the robot, I got so much pushback. They're like, oh, that's weird. Like, why are you dancing with a robot? And I think that there's so much power in keeping one's, like, I call it submarine mode. And when one finds a passion, to just explore it no matter what people say. And you never know where it takes you. And who kind of cares? You know, it's like you're doing something that you love.
And you know, earlier you've also spoken about the harmony between science and art. But it's difficult really to have people break stereotypes like you just spoke of and do what they really want to do, follow passions. So to the women out there today, what's your message?
I would say it's take whatever time you need. I think there's a lot of pressure to show brilliance overnight. And often, and so like a lot of people get dissuaded. They're like, oh, like overnight I wasn't perfect or amazing. And so, especially for women, I think it's like do it in your own time, in your own way.
Very true. Yeah, and take your time with it.
Take your time.
You know, we talk about artificial intelligence. We're going to have so many experts here today and tomorrow, Dr. Moore talking about it. But when does that kind of impede on human creativity? When is enough being enough with artificial intelligence when it comes to human creativity?
I would say we can't become complacent, and it's amazing what it can do, but I think we're entering a future where previously it was survival of the fittest, and now it's going to be survival of the most creative. Like if one isn't stimulating one's brain and thinking about how to use AI and robots and technology in a creative way, we will be replaced because robots and AI can do all of the boring, routine jobs.
Right. I also want to ask you, you know, you have that light in your hand
Yes.
while dancing, and the robot, of course, has
Yes.
that light there as well. It kind of represented to me the in sync, you know, the kind of camaraderie that you have with the robot, but it also talks about, like we just mentioned, the balance you need to maintain. So when is it about the human emotion, and when is it about it just being science to you?
Well, for me, it's always human emotion. Even the science, the reason I am so passionate about quantum physics is because emotionally it excites me. It's so bizarre and curious and mysterious, and I'm fascinated every single day that I learn more about it. And so for me, I'm very drawn from an emotional place. I mean, of course, we need to be rational and methodical, and that has helped me in my dancing, being an experimentalist and being like, where should the center of mass be? Let's try different positions of a turn. And
do you do that while you're researching? Do you go ahead with your steps while you're researching, thinking about ballet?
They're so used to me. I sit on a ball. I study in the splits. I fall asleep in the splits. I do my feet exercises and abs. Yes, my lab mates are very used to me just always moving.
But there's another aspect to Dr. Moore that I want to introduce you to. She's not happy just dancing on Earth, ladies and gentlemen. She's now aiming for space, if I'm not mistaken. Tell us more about that.
So I got to be part of this incredible program called Astronauts Do You Have What It Takes on BBC. And that was so phenomenal because one, it opened my eyes to a possibility where you could combine the physical aspect and the mental aspect of my passions into one job. I was like, whoa, this is great. But also it made me think about questions of what does it look like in the future? What does dance look like in the future? What does the world look like in the future? And that's kind of led me to the robots. And then I was one of the final 16 for the Dear Moon project to go on SpaceX Starship to go around the moon. The whole program got canceled, but We're getting there. One day, if someone wants to take me to space. I'm
One day,
ready.
zero gravity will be reality for you. My last question before we go back to this. You're spending time in Abu Dhabi, but you're also spending time in France, I believe.
Yes.
How do you balance all of it, Dr. Moore?
Passion. So in Nice, I'm a ballet dancer with the Ballet d'Opera de Nice. So I'm there, and then I'm also a professor, adjunct professor at NYU Abu Dhabi, teaching a creative robotics and tech class.
Wow.
So full-time professions on different continents.
So,
Life gets busy.
Before I let you go, of course, to perform again for us, what's your day like? What time do you start? What time do you end, given that there's research? She's a professional ballet performer as well, and she's also teaching. I mean, it's like 3 humans in one, Dr. Moore.
Oh gosh, every day is very different, that's for sure. I would say I split my time, I split my intensity. So right now I have a performance, I'm really focused on the performance.
Right.
Then I'll have an opening with Nice next week, and I'll be focused on the ballet, and the next week I'll be focused on my students. So it is a mix of, but I love what I do. So I guess I'm working very long days, but it never feels like work, except my emails. Emails feel like work, but everything else feels great.
So that's when art and technology really come in sync. You get that focus that we were just discussing. I'm going to leave you to it. I'm going to take that mic from you. We're going to have your performance. Once more, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Dr. Moore. Dr. Moore, thank you so much for performing once again for us. I know you're tired, but very quickly, can we do a quick rapid fire round with you before you leave stage?
Yes.
All right, let's get started. Humans or robots?
Sorry.
Humans.
Oh, humans or robots? Oh, humans.
All right, you still have faith in humans. That's good to hear.
I love them.
Quantum physics or ballet?
Oh, it's whichever one I'm not doing. I like more.
That's a good answer. Logic or emotion?
Emotion.
Lovely. AI or instinct?
Sorry, the last.
Artificial intelligence or instinct?
Oh, instinct.
Ah, nice. I see that the robot hasn't influenced you enough
No.
yet.
But I think the robots can have more humanity to them.
I have a feeling that's how it's
Yes.
going to work out, yes. Coding or choreography?
Coding.
Oh,
Yeah.
nice. Perfection or improvisation?
Improvisation.
All right. 3 a.m. experiments or 3 a.m. ballet?
Experiments.
All right. I thought you'd say, no, I want to sleep. Dancing
here
on
with the-
Earth or dancing in space?
Oh, in space.
All right. That's still the dream. And the last one, if you could program your robot to have one human element, Dr. Moore, what would that be?
A uniqueness.
Uh-huh.
And because I think if we strive for perfectionism, that's replaceable. But being unique and different is irreplaceable.
Fantastic. That's all I have. Thank you so much, Dr. Moore. This is when creativity, ladies and gentlemen, meets with code. Thank you so much.
Thank
all
you.
the best for your next week's performance as well.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Dr. Moore, if you could just stay here for a moment,
sorry.
because we have a small gift for you, which is on its way here. So if you could just wait for a minute. Thank you. It's from NDTV to you.
Oh my gosh,
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I'll take the mic. It's beautiful. Those are-
What a performance. Guys, one thing I can tell you about studying and researching on AI for such a long time is that AI is always listening. And there's a great that AI has conveyed to me, not through these multiple earpieces on my head, which is that wasn't a standing ovation. So at least let's turn up the volume a little bit, because AI can hear us at the back. A huge round of applause, please, for Dr. Merritt Moore. Now, since we are talking about AI, I want to know what you be a part of this audience and also ensure that you guys know that I am not AI, right? This is me for real. But there's a concern because this narrative is very fear-based when it comes to AI. Will AI steal my job? Will it augment the existing workforce? And the real question is, should it be hope-based or should it be fear-based? There's so many questions about AI that I want someone who is an absolute expert. Maybe we should bring on probably one of the best AI experts from around the world. Maybe we should also add the fact that this is a best-selling author that we will be having on stage. Can we please put our hands together yet again? And remember, AI is listening for Mr. Nitin Mittal.
Thank you.
Great to see you, Nitin. And just so that we can ensure that everyone knows that you are also not AI, I will leave you to the stage for the next few minutes, and then I'll join you in a bit. A huge round of applause, please, for our next speaker.
Well, thank you, Ayush, for the warm welcome. And this is Nitin Mittal. We just saw a beautiful symphony of art and science. And I'm certainly not going to claim myself to be a ballet dancer by any means, but I'll try to draw out my own symphony as it relates to the world that we live in and the age of AI. What is happening, how to think of it, what is critical, and yes, let's absolutely talk about jobs, impact, implications. So, what are we seeing in the world? Second, sovereign, and third, physical AI. And we actually kind of saw some part of physical AI with Dr. Moore. What is agentic? Agentic simply is sophisticated AI programs and models that have agency. What does it mean to have agency? The ability of these sophisticated programs and models to mimic and replicate human cognitive-like functions. Ability to think, ability to reason, ability to judge, and ability to act. Simple fact of intelligence, which has been the prerogative of the Homo sapien race, is now actually transcending into these sophisticated programs, models, and intelligent machines. That's what it means to have agency, and consequently, the advent of agentic AI that is absolutely propelling us into the world of more and more autonomous execution. Sovereign AI. Why is that critical? In my role as the global AI leader for Deloitte, I get the privilege of spending a lot of time with different government officials in various countries, enterprises, CEOs, board members. And a topic that has become absolutely pertinent in today's fragmented geopolitics is the topic of sovereignty. But it's not necessarily, it's absolutely not necessarily just about data. It's about sovereignty in chips, infrastructure, hardware, models, and applications. Essentially, the entire stack, all the way from chips to data centers, to models, to software, to applications of it. Why is that critical? Many countries, and enterprises for that means, are actually looking to having their own setup in their own jurisdiction and being more and more self-reliant. And it's not just reliance on the infrastructure. Frankly, it's also reliance on sovereign models. Most of the models today are from the Western world, and yes, with a lot of progress in China. If you think of a country like India, multilingual, diverse, multitude of languages. If India does not have its own sovereign models, we lose the ability to preserve culture. We lose the ability to preserve language. And we lose the ability to serve the citizens and consumers in the language that they are aware of and resonates with them. That's why sovereignty is important, not just about data, but also about the models. And physical AI. This is absolutely expected to be a trend that plays out over the next decade. It is a trend that is showing up in factory floors, warehouses, logistical centers, transportation. It's not just about humanoid robots, those robots that are bipedal in nature. We have just created them because they are an image of ourselves. This is actually about robots that fly, robots that are undersea, robots that drive, robots that are quadruped and are mobile. It is all forms of essentially autonomous mobile devices that are showing up in our physical environment. Those three are the trends that define the age of AI today. But there are implications. And yes, let's talk about one of those implications. Implications on jobs. Agentic AI, in particular, and in the near future, physical AI will have implications on jobs. And frankly, it could be two sides of the coin. Are there some jobs that are going to be impacted? Sure. Software engineering, customer support, coding, call center, some of those jobs are going to be impacted. If intelligence is transcending the Homo sapien race and intelligent machines are developing agency, it is inevitable that certain jobs are going to get impacted. But I have not yet come across a single job that has been lost to AI. Almost all jobs are impacted by another human being who's figured out how to be proficient with AI and applies it. Coding is a perfect example. The jobs that get impacted are the ones by another human being who uses something called wipe coding and has learned it and is proficient in it and uses it. That's what we end up seeing. But it doesn't necessarily kind of stop there. Here is what I would actually kind of provoke this group and challenge all of us. Is it the last job as we know it, or is it the birth of a new AI economy with jobs that we may not have imagined, jobs that we can imagine, jobs that can be reshaped, and jobs that require reskilling? Let's talk about what it means to be in the new AI economy. Let's take one aspect of it. For all agentic AI is capable of, and the fact that it is starting to create an abundant digital workforce that can provide more and more and more leverage to the human workforce, it requires an awful lot of computing. Where does that come from? AI data centers. Countries around the world are racing, building gigawatt data centers. There's almost 1.7 trillion in committed capex by national governments, enterprises, private equity funds, venture capital, as well as all other forms of money that is actually kind of entering this space. What happens when you set up AI data centers? Construction jobs. Jobs as it relates to managing the AI data center. Jobs as it relates to standing up that AI data center. It gives impetus to the local manufacturing ecosystem. Why? You have to supply the data center, chips, hardware, infrastructure, cables, coolant, plumbing and piping. All of that essentially has to be manufactured. More jobs. What powers the AI data centers? Energy. Investments in energy generation. Investments in energy transmission. Investments in energy consumption. More jobs. Take every node in that value chain, you have a multiplier effect in terms of the jobs that created. You take all the nodes in totality across the entirety of the value chain, and over time, those multipliers compound. And the compounding effect has the potential to create hundreds of millions of jobs, not displace just a couple of 10, 20, 30 million jobs. That's how we have to think of the new AI economy. The government of India has a number of programs that many of you are aware of that provide the basic structure and scaffolding for society. But the onus is on society to take it forward, to capitalize on it. Example, in the automotive sector, where India could be setting up 5G and early 6G smart corridors, as well as smart cities, for the purposes of testing, planning, simulating, testing autonomous vehicles, autonomous transportation, smart cities, smart grids. Pharmaceutical industry, you can set up biotech farms. You no longer require white lab coat scientists. What you do require is new jobs where software engineers can use vibe coding to simulate protein synthesis, can simulate DNA, can simulate cellular binding, all done in front of a computer screen. New jobs created in biotech. We can keep going on, but the key is the onus is on us to capitalize. And if I were to leave this group with one challenge, collectively for all of us, that challenge is, instead of being concerned about the impact on jobs, instead of thinking about the last job, let's actually be cognizant and let's be thoughtful about how can we be investors in AI, how can we be creators of AI, and how can we be consumers of AI. That would help the country essentially gain momentum and accelerate us towards the new AI economy. Thank you.
Like I said, AI was listening. Ayush was listening as well. Nitin, should I go louder with the clapping, or are you guys going to do it for me?
Thank you.
What an absolutely fascinating chat. Now I am here to test you on AI. No, I cannot do that. I do not have the locus standi to do that. But what I want to do is understand the million-dollar question, or the billion-dollar question, or should I say the companies that you've been consulting. Some of them have multi-trillion-dollar valuations. So the multi-trillion-dollar question, is AI taking our jobs away? Is it taking my job away today?
Well, we tend to focus on basically our friends, our family, our co-workers, and our colleagues. Can some of those jobs be impacted? Yes, but that's in our consciousness. What we don't focus on is what I was kind of articulating. Everything that happens where jobs are being created in the new AI economy. Let's focus on that.
From Bangalore all the way to Cerebral Valley in San Francisco, the conversation with VCs, founders, AI experts like you has really been a polarized conversation. On one side, you have, like I said, a hope-based narrative. Then there is a fear-based perspective. It's a fine line to balance these out when it comes to AI, because like you said during your presentation, and I was taking notes, is the fact that actually an AI economy would lead to probably 500 million more jobs here in India, because we're sitting here in New Delhi at Bharat Mandapam at the NDTV World Summit. It could actually be beneficial for all of us sitting in this room. That's something I want to get out of the way right at the start.
Absolutely. And in fact, I'll be provocative over here. What could be impacted? If we perform our jobs, go home, and spend time on Instagram Reels. Yeah, we'll get impacted at some point of time. Rather, if we perform our jobs, go home, have the curiosity, and learn vibe coding, or learn how to essentially use agents, or for that matter, build agents and become creators in the new economy, we are not going to get impacted.
Since this masterclass is also becoming a little bit of a myth buster, the conversation in the tech world has always been about AGI. Sam Altman says something, Elon Musk says something else, and then Jensen comes to India, and then he's also talking about artificial superintelligence. AGI was the first level. Now we're talking about ASI, when some of these machines that you saw on the stage actually become more competent at some of these intelligence things that he was talking about than humans themselves. Now, this is not a fear anymore. The reason I want to ask you this, Nitin, is AGI, ASI, if the right sort of controls, privacy, security, right, some of the biases are not eliminated, is it a worrisome future for all of us? Because things are moving at a lightning pace.
Well, even the steam engine was worrisome 250 years back. Yet, the steam engine, which was criticized in those times, and the criticism was, you know, and I'll kind of use the analogy of those times. If a man, and the concept in those times was kind of a man, so I will apologize to the women in the room, but the criticism was that if a man can't essentially earn his wages or whatever they earned through a hard day's labor and through sweat and tears, what value is of that man? That was the criticism of a steam engine, because it was seen as taking away the value of a person, the job that they performed, the labor that they undertook. But it was mechanical. It was human labor. AI is no different, except that it is cognitive. It's not mechanical. We have a fear anytime there is something new, anytime we have to change, anytime we have to adapt, anytime when the future could be uncertain. But if we embrace the uncertainty, if we design the future, not just basically fall into it through hapstance, and if we are thoughtful about what that new economy could be, fear changes into hope. And the constraints that we imagine become opportunities. And impact on jobs creates new sectors, new avenues, and new basically kind of vistas for all of us to undertake in the economic miracle that is yet to come.
You know, I appreciate that, because at the NDTV World Summit, we are discussing some of the world's most pressing problems, but we're also trying, via these conversations, to come up with some solutions. Maybe not panaceas, but solutions nevertheless. Coming back to that, now let's come to one solution out there, Nitin, because what I understand is that I should not be as worried about AI taking my job, but I should be worried about someone who understands AI or who embraces AI who might take my job away.
Yes. That is an important topic. More than basically worrying about AI, it's actually worrying about our fellow co-workers, those who may be adapting, those who may be accelerating their learning, and those who are displaying the curiosity to actually continuously improve. That is where we are going to essentially see people who don't adapt, people who are sitting back, people who may not necessarily kind of demonstrate the necessary curiosity or take the leap forward in reskilling. They could likely get displaced. No different, by the way, than any other technological revolution that took place. With the advent of the PC, who got impacted? Typists. If they had not adapted and learned a word processor, they would have been out of jobs.
You spoke of a technology revolution. The AI revolution is what we've been talking about on all our shows here across the NDTV network. And what I want to understand from you there, Nitin, is that if we zoom into India, right over here, one concern was, and I've discussed this before when Jensen was here on his India trip as well, that India sort of, in the previous tech revolutions, took a sort of a back office-like approach.
Yeah.
How do we ensure in India that we do not become the back office of the AI revolution? We augment it, we participate, we engage, and we are enriched in the process.
So I'll maybe respond to that from the vantage point of actually spending a lot of time in different regions, countries, continents, and with and probably more Fortune 500 companies than I can remember, to be honest. Here's what I'm saying. India has natural advantages. It has natural advantages as it relates to scale of talent. It has natural advantages as it relates to thirst, entrepreneurship, dynamism that leads to innovation. It also has natural advantages in application. Application of technology, including AI, because of the services industry that we actually have. But the question is, how do you take advantage of those natural advantages and go to the next level? Next level may actually require large-scale reskilling, investment in R&D. Just applying frontier models, as an example, may not be sufficient. Building sovereign frontier models may also be required. And it is very likely also going to challenge us to be creators and producers of AI products, not just applying products of others.
Since we are streaming this live across all our channels and on the NDTV network, I'm going to request you to come a little bit closer to me so that we don't have to use AI lighting in post-production. But what I will tell you, Nitin, is that when you talk about sovereign AI, these are fancy terms that the tech world uses, and we have it across big tech and big AI now. But tell me, when we talk about sovereign AI, there have been attempts over here in India to come up with certain solutions. Do you think that we need a far more nuanced, robust approach? Maybe more involvement from the public sector? Where are we lacking? Is it a lack of leadership? Is it a lack of intent? Is it a lack of scale or talent?
I'm not necessarily sure that it's just about the public sector. At the end of the day, it may be the collaboration between public and private sector. And I think we have to sort of be cognizant of that. No one party, doesn't matter kind of how much money the government may even put in, is going to be able to solve this by itself. It has to be done in partnership. There are many advantages that the government kind of brings. Yes, it can essentially kind of access semiconductor chips. It can set up, like what India is doing, semiconductor fabrication units. It can focus on R&D. It can democratize compute. It can invite entrepreneurs to actually partake in that compute and become creators and producers of AI. But then, private sector also has to kind of step up in terms of the facilities that are created, in terms of extending the government's job skilling program, and making it available to not only their workers, but society and community at large. It also kind of requires essentially thoughtfulness in terms of what products are being designed, what products are being developed, how are you scaling those products, and where is the money kind of going? Should the money kind of be going for last mile delivery of food? Or should VCs actually be investing in physical AI, autonomous systems, next-gen transportation, or even essentially kind of how enterprises could be revolutionized through the abundance of a digital workforce and agentic products that could actually come out of India?
I just hope and that in India we have some level of ADAS, level 2 coming in some of our vehicles, but every engineer that I speak to in the Bay Area, even if they are of Indian origin, really smile at the challenge of working out autonomous systems, Waymos and robo-taxis here in Delhi and Mumbai traffic, but I'll take your word on that. Another thing I did want to ask you was, when sovereign AI platforms and ecosystems are being built, there is a concern that it needs to be a bottom-up approach here, fresh, with a clean slate from India. And I'll tell you why. Because when the big tech companies, the Googles, the Microsofts, and the Apples, the Samsungs of the world, have largely been building or manufacturing intelligence, it's been from the prism of the West. Yeah. Here in India, with the breadth, the width, the scale, the diversity here in India, don't you think we need to genuinely look at this with all the nuances involved?
Well, let's take one example to explore that, okay? Waymo. If anyone has been in San Francisco, and I just took a 17-and-a-half-hour flight directly from San Francisco, but if anyone has been in San Francisco, you can request in Waymo. You can sit on the Waymo. It'll navigate through certain kind of roads, maybe not the entirety of the city. Eventually, it will be there. And you can, in the comfort of a driverless autonomous vehicle, get to your destination. Does anyone actually believe that Waymo will actually work on Indian roads? Probably not.
There's one very brave person in the last row, but that's not a paid actor. It's a very adventurous tech enthusiast sitting, and I laud you for that.
Test it out. But here's what I would say. Why should we talk about would BioMo be applicable on Indian roads? Shouldn't we be talking about what we should be making in India, designing in India, building in India, testing in India as part of these smart corridors or smart parks that could be set up for all kinds of testing of autonomous transportation, autonomous vehicles, autonomous systems, and autonomous, basically, even traffic management in smart cities. Testing it in these smart corridors and smart parks before it is rolled out at scale in India. Think in India, design in India, make in India, test in India, deploy in India. Why we should be talking about BioMo?
Absolutely. We have a brilliant workforce here. We have a brilliant set of Indians around the world building some of these systems. With what's happening around the world, Nitin, and you travel a lot with tariffs and trade wars, there is a certain reverse brain drain that's taking place as well. How much do you think that? How much do you think India would benefit from that reverse brain drain, giving some of these autonomous systems that you're talking about are actually, well, designed by fellow Indians around the world?
Well, I'm not sure we'll have enough time to get into tariff and trade, and it may not even be appropriate to get into a conversation of this nature. So we'll leave that for many others through the course of the day today. But here's what I would actually kind of say. My personal belief is that a brain drain from one region to the other is not necessarily going to happen just because of trade and tariffs. Yeah, I mean, the geopolitics of today is kind of fragmented, but cycles change. Politics changes, and geopolitics will kind of also evolve. So that's difficult to kind of predict. What is actually more important for a country like India? Setting up the systems. Setting up the systems for ease of business, ease of entrepreneurship, ease of venture capital funding, ease of actually designing, making, and deploying in India. At the end of the day, we got to look at ourselves as a country, what we can do, what we can enable, how to make it easier, how to enable it, how to accelerate it. That would actually kind of bring in a lot many of, let's say, the qualified talent that is very much kind of requisite beyond just what we have in India. That's what I would focus on.
You mentioned reskilling and upskilling being imperative to the AI revolution, especially here in India. But that requires the reluctant types to unlearn and then learn again, because that really is a change of our rote learning education system, Nitin. I must say this, because what you essentially need to know now is not the answers, but how to ask the right questions. Am I right?
That's correct. Yes. Just seeking an answer is no longer that critical. Asking the question is more. You can actually seek an answer very easily through ChatGPT, Gemini, Perplexity AI, whatever your favorite tool is. You can spend 15 seconds and get whatever answer you're looking for. Asking the right question, being curious, being thoughtful, and instead of just looking at an instantaneous response, actually evaluating it, reasoning it, rationalizing it, and expanding the aperture of an answer that's been provided by AI. If AI is replicating us, we should not be replicating AI. If AI is providing an answer, we should be asking the question. If AI is articulating a thought or an insight, we should be expanding it into what can be done with it, what ought to be done with it, how to take it forward. And if AI is giving you essentially a blueprint of something that one can act on, which is very, very possible now with agentic AI, we should be designing the systems to make that blueprint a reality. Don't replicate AI. Take a leap forward.
How do we ensure that some of these LLMs, and you mentioned some of these very popular platforms like ChatGPT, or what Perplexity is doing, or what Gemini is doing, especially now with video generation, a lot of my production team, it'll pique their interest and also worry them a little bit, given what Sora 2's come up with right now, given what Gemini is doing as well. But how do we ensure, as citizens of the world, that we can hold these tech platforms and companies to account, right? And ensure that they aren't using some of the publicly available data that we have sort of without our consent put out over there to generate these images, to generate these videos. I mean, there's no real laws out there. There's no real control. So how do we ensure that this structure, this is put in place?
Yeah. I mean, this is exactly kind of where governments can play a pivotal role, specifically as it relates to regulations, guidelines, and also kind of the norms that are established. The key is this. Do we need to progress on regulations for accountability? Yes.
Okay.
But the regulations should be balanced so that they don't throttle accelerated innovation. As long as regulations are not throttling accelerated innovation, but rather focused on accountability across the entire value chain in a society, it would actually help and spur us getting towards and literally accelerating towards the new AI economy that I was mentioning.
You've also written a fabulous book, All In on AI. Congratulations on that release.
Thank you.
And just going through it, I wanted to understand some of these top corporations that have gone all in on AI with a sense of urgency, with a sense of alacrity, have they benefited? I'll give you two examples. Microsoft under Satya Nadella went all in, got the OpenAI partnership going, whereas an Apple or a Google had a wait and watch approach, right, in different stages and versions. Is that sense of urgency, that sense of alacrity needed in the world of AI from these corporations? Is that something that you allude to in the book as well?
Yeah. No, I spend a lot of time with senior executives and board members, and here's what I would say. Does everyone have that same sense of urgency? Not really. But is there actually more awareness to actually be thoughtful, awareness to act, awareness to figure out how and where to proceed? Absolutely, yes. And what we actually kind of tend to see in these enterprises, there are very, very few, if any, that are talking about this is not relevant to us. What they're talking about is how to make it relevant, how to get the necessary return. How could it actually not only help from an efficiency and a productivity perspective, but from growth opportunities that actually exist, and where could we actually accelerate innovation? Those conversations are happening. Those conversations were not taking place 2 years back. And that is where the beauty is. If the conversations are happening, conversations result in action. Action will result in progress. And progress will help societies, enterprises, and countries finally kind of crack the code and open up all kinds of new sectors and new economic opportunities in the new age of AI.
We have a couple of minutes to go. I just want to understand as well, and I'm asking this as a conduit for the audience, if we have not embraced AI yet, and it does worry some of us, or we do think that our privacy is at risk, a very elementary question. I'm guessing all enterprises and big founders started with this question at the beginning as well. What are one or two practical steps that we can adopt to maybe, well, get in on this AI wave revolution, so to speak, and generally not get wiped away by AI?
Maybe three things I'll kind of articulate. First, stop experimenting. Literally, stop experimenting. There's enough experimentation, proof of concepts, and all kinds of basically kind of prototypes that have been built. Rather, pick an area, pick a function, pick a process, go all in. Go all in where, how, and when can you apply AI. Not to the existing process, the existing workflow, or the existing function, but by reimagining it. That's the first thing I would do. Second, strive towards scale. The benefit of AI is not going to come by just taking a proof of concept and applying it. The benefit of AI is ultimately going to come from scale. Scale and ubiquitous application of it in all kinds of reimagined processes, reimagined functions, and reimagined workflows. And the third thing, absolutely focus on governance. In an organization, an enterprise, which is full of human workers and human employees, we have governance, we have rules, we have HR. AI is no different. Do not think of AI as just a technological revolution. Think of AI as a diverse silica-based workforce. We have a carbon-based workforce. We are now seeing a silica-based workforce. You need rules. You need governance. You need the HR equivalent for that silica-based workforce. Those are the three things that I would articulate, where to start and how to think.
Nitin, what an absolute masterclass in the world of AI. The audience is smiling. They're awake. They don't need caffeine. AI has done the trick. Ladies and gentlemen, Nitin Mittal.
Thank you. Thank you.
Can I request you to stay on stage? We want to obviously express a token of our gratitude. Thank you for making the long trip here, and we can definitely catch up on the jet lag as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Go. It's you, Vedika.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Nitin. Thank you, Ayush, for that very intriguing, interesting session there. Across the fault lines, there is one question that has dominated diplomatic circles. Will trade wars replace actual wars? Can trade diplomacy trump, and we're not using the word in any other sense, but trump the more traditional diplomacy? In the current world order, does deal or no deal define relationships between nations? And does a government best at deal making emerge as the new global superpower? Who better to answer all of these questions than the high commissioners and ambassadors of some of the most powerful nations? Please welcome on stage Lindy Cameron, British High Commissioner to India, and Dr. Philip Ackerman, German Ambassador to India. Joining them today is my colleague, Aditya Rajkol.
A very good morning to you all. Welcome to the NDTV World Summit. And High Commissioner, Ambassador, what a great pleasure to have you in here. And we are discussing a very important topic in 2025. The world stands at a pivotal inflection point. What is not, in fact, being discussed is that power is no longer, at this moment, unipolar. There is a multipolar world increasingly, and there are diverse opinions and ideologies that are being discussed all across. The traditional positions and the anchors of the global polarity are shifting closely, and there is a leadership role of the Global South. So what we will be discussing today here at the NDTV World Summit is the new awakening, and of course the global conflicts, even as they rage. What are the opinions of two key ambassadors positioned here in New Delhi, and what is the role that they see of India in this increasing debate around the global conflicts? And let me go across to Lindy Cameron first. Thank you very much for coming here. We've had the Middle East peace process. We've had, of course, the end of the deadly war here in Gaza. We've had, of course, thousands of people killed out there. And this began when, on 7th of October 2023, there was a barbaric terror attack. Are you hopeful? You know, your Prime Minister was there at Sharm el-Sheikh, and of course, we had the peace plan. But are you hopeful that Hamas will be in control? Are you hopeful that the solution is a two-state solution with a Palestine being created? Are you sure that the Hamas will not resort to the terror tactics yet again?
So I think at this point, I am just hopeful that we see peace. And I think the profound sense of relief that everybody felt when the hostages were returned this week, when Palestinians who have suffered so much saw an end to the conflict. I think that profound sense of hope and optimism is something we have to hold on to. And of course, I think huge gratitude to those who created this space, to the range of countries involved. But actually, of course, as you say, the challenge will be in the implementation. And of course, that's the challenge that we see coming ahead.
All right, the challenge would be in implementation, but from one war to the other war, Ambassador Ackerman, we've had the Russia-Ukraine war for 3.5 years now, so countless people dead. But yesterday, again, we had a conversation between Trump and Putin, and they are talking about discussions that could happen in Hungary, a meeting there. We had the Alaska summit as well, but not much came out of it. How does Germany look at the situation right now? Do you think that there is a fatigue, there is an exhaustion, and there's a desperation that there needs to be an immediate ceasefire?
Thanks, Aditya, and thanks for having me today. I think we in Germany, and I think that's valid for across Europe, look with great concern and preoccupation of what happens in Ukraine. You know, you talk about fatigue and exhaustion. I think we had a wake-up call 2-3 weeks ago when all of a sudden Russian fighter jets entered NATO territory for 15 minutes or something, when we had drones over Scandinavian airports, all of a sudden, you know, it's not clear whether they were Russian, but the likelihood is there. So I think Europe more and more feels under threat. So I think we don't feel the exhaustion or fatigue. We feel the you know, the desire and the urge to end this war. And you mentioned a possible meeting between President Putin and President Trump. I hope it will be more fruitful than the last one, but at the same time, I think it is very important to see that the American side has now at least alluded to being ready to deliver Tomahawks to the Ukrainian side, and that makes Russia, I think, a little nervous, and maybe that is also a sign of strength that you say, you know, we don't accept everything. We want to, we and our allies, you know, Pete Heck said it at the NATO Defense Ministers Council recently. We are not, you know, standing idle. We will do something, and therefore, I think you have to have this mixture of strength, decisiveness, but also readiness for dialogue. Unlike the Middle East, I don't see cessation of hostilities. That's what it is in the Middle East. It's not a peace process yet. I hope it will be one, but it's not one yet. I hope we'll see that in Russia and Ukraine soon. I'm a little pessimistic that it happens overnight.
You know, even as we talk about Russia and Ukraine, there's a meeting between Zelensky and Trump that is planned in a few hours from now. But one of the concerns that has been there over the last few weeks is the increasing drones that have been spotted all across Europe, in Germany, in Denmark, in several other locations. Has the warfare completely changed? Is this kind of a new challenge that you're dealing with? How does your government combat this? And are you trying to help Ukraine more in this particular direction to, you know, completely go against the kind of drone warfare that's coming in?
Let me tell you one thing. Basically, Ukrainians are helping us now, because they are pretty good when it comes to drones and drone attacks and also drone combats and fighting drones. There have been, their technology is really advanced. Ours is not, so we will learn from them. But what you rightly say is that, you know, all of a sudden we see Russian warfare. I mean, if it is Russian, I think we have to be very careful. So far, it has not been proven, but I think there is a likelihood, at least there, has crossed borders, NATO territory, and that's provocation. We have to react. And I think what you see all across Europe, including the UK, of course, we will have to, you know, put our armed forces in a position to fight that, to deter this aggression, and therefore you'll hear that, you know, my country's defense spending is going up big time in order to, you know, put our army in a better state.
Hi, Commissioner Cameroon. We had a historic visit of the UK Prime Minister recently. I'll come to that. But staying with the defense that we're talking about, India and UK also enjoy strategic ties. And we had, of course, the UK's carrier strike group that was, in fact, here in Mumbai and Goa. There was the exercise Konkan that happened. And there was also the 350 million deal that was announced recently to deliver the lightweight multi-role missiles. How significant is this defense partnership between India and UK? And I also asked this in the context of India's Operation Sindoor. How was your experience monitoring that Operation Sindoor and now building ties when it comes to defense?
So I think on the carrier strike group, we were delighted that the Indian carrier and the UK carrier were able to undertake quite a complex exercise off the west coast of India last week. I think really testing each other, some fantastic pictures of our aircraft flying together and indeed of the two carriers together. And I think it is a real signal that we see India as a significant power of the future. We want to see India as its best self in the future, and we want to be part of that as well in terms of our defence relationship. So the carriers are important, and of course our naval cooperation is really significant. We've had a number of conversations in the course of the last year about the importance, for example, of the maritime security in the Indian Ocean. We've seen not only the lightweight multi-role missile deal that you described, which of course I'm delighted because that's jobs in Belfast, which is where I'm from as well, and it's part of a business relationship as well as defence relationship. But we've also signed a letter of intent around the electric propulsion for ships, one of these really innovative future things which the UK has long experimented with, but I think is a really key part of India's future too. And of course, finally, we had as part of the UK delegation last week the CEO of Rolls-Royce, Tufan Agarwal, who was here and describing the kind of wider vision for how we think UK defence and indeed aerospace and wider civilian capability and power, for example, can participate in India's future, including Made in India. So I think real opportunities, and I think for us there is a future thinking about both of our security, but there's also a future thinking about both of our prosperity. And we see huge opportunities and huge complementarity for us across those industries, for our industries to work together. And if I go back to the question you previously asked, the pace of change in defence at the moment is extraordinary. You had a previous session on AI. Technology is moving at speed, including in defence, and therefore how we see innovation in defence is no different to innovation anywhere else, which it is testing, innovating, challenging, learning from each other. And I think therefore we want to partner with India as one of the great tech nations of the future, as well as one of the great defence nations of the future.
Well, High Commissioner, you had a cybersecurity role, and perhaps you're an authority on that subject. But let me go to the broader aspect of India-UK ties. Prime Minister Keir Starmer was recently in India, in Mumbai, and with the biggest trade delegation, 126 members out there. But there was a Bollywood twist as well. Which movie did he watch? Because people were really curious to know that he watched a movie, but which movie was it? Could you describe a little more? But also on the broader trade aspect, the business between India and UK, how are you taking that to the next level?
I have to say it was a fantastic visit. If I look a little tired, it's because there was a moment where I thought, what on the earth have I agreed to? as we received the Prime Minister, the Business Secretary, the Scottish Secretary, our Investment Minister, 126 people, and the Prime Minister joked that they had to hire a larger plane because there were so many people that wanted to come. So it was genuinely a wonderful visit, and I think Mumbai, I mean, they couldn't have hosted us better. I think there were more than, 5,000 posters around the whole of Mumbai, and they were both lit up on the ceiling as well. So a genuinely warm welcome, and I think that comes to the relationship between the two Prime Ministers, but also between the two nations. We see this as a genuinely future-facing partnership where we see a fantastic set of existing ties, almost 2 million people in the UK of Indian origin, that amazing living bridge. But actually, what that ought to be is a superpower for the future, where we turn that into amazing opportunities for businesses to work together. And that's what I saw happening. On the film, he went to Yashrai Studios. He saw the trailer for The Romantics, which I have to say is now a Netflix series definitely on my watch list. And he heard the fantastic DDLJ theme song, basically, and met the composer of that theme song. And of course, you know how much that matters. And it's such a symbol of Bollywood cooperation with the UK. And of course, he announced that Yashrai will make 3 new Bollywood films in the UK, and have something like 3,000 jobs again. It's huge. But actually, we hold it in our hearts. There's a statue that's still going to go up to DDLJ somewhere in the middle of London, which I'm very much looking forward to seeing Shah Rukh Khan opening at some point.
Actually, that's what I wanted to ask, that how much is Bollywood followed out there in UK? You've been there. And also, are we looking at now film stars traveling to UK and doing films and movies out there?
Absolutely. So as I say, 3 new Bollywood films going to be filmed in the UK. I think Bollywood has always been massive in our sort of wide South Asian diaspora. I mean, absolutely huge. In fact, it's the way that many of my friends in the UK's who are of Indian origin, it's often the way how their kids learn Hindi, in fact, actually, is watching, sitting in front of Bollywood films. But what's also huge is the tourism potential. So I love the fact that so many Bollywood films have got, Scotland, Northern Ireland, amazing castles, beautiful scenery. It's the thing that inspires so many Indian tourists to come and visit the UK, and that's part of what we think is fantastic, partly because Indian tourists are so keen to see the whole of the UK. They don't just get stuck in London, they actually understand the whole country. And that then comes back into our wider relationship, because another part of what we announced last week is that we've now gone to, for an extra 2 universities, have said they'll set up campuses in India. So we're now up to 9 British universities setting up campuses in India. I think, again, that is such a massive part of the future. India needs another 30 million university places over the next decade. We are really delighted that the UK is now leading in the efforts to help provide those. And of course, again, so many people know where the universities of Liverpool or Lancaster, or Aberdeen are. And actually, again, that's part of that connection. We see that between the two populations.
Well, Ambassador Ackerman, one topic that we cannot ignore is the Trump tariffs. People are actually reading about it every day, hearing from Trump. But there's also another issue about the H-1B visas. And does Germany look at this as an opportunity for the country? instead of the kind of a debate that's been raging all across? Because recently you said that an average Indian professional in Germany is earning more than an average German. Could you describe how does Germany look at this in aspects of Indian professionals working in Germany, getting more talent pool from India, but also more trade with New Delhi?
So, as you rightly say, our Indian community is not as big as Lindy's Indian community, but it is growing and growing considerably. And their average salary is way above the German average salary. That means that it is a very powerful and extremely successful group of migrants and a big diaspora with a huge impact on our economy. And that's why we, with a very liberal immigration policy, really try to convince Indians to come, study or work in Germany. Both is possible. Migration is not an easy topic in Europe right now across the continent, but I think my government is very, very clear that we need legal and fair migration to cater to the needs in our shortage of skilled labor. And that means basically not only the IT engineer, it also means nurses, caregivers, also the occasional bus driver. So we are seeing an increase in Indian visa applications for jobs in Germany, and we are very happy about that. The Indian community in Germany is popular, not least because of Bollywood. You will maybe be aware of the fact that there is a huge Bollywood festival in Stuttgart in Germany once a year, which attracts a lot of crowd, and people are very fond of Bollywood. So the soft power India has with this is very big, and people have very positive associations with Indian migrants and Indian students. 60,000 students in Germany, growing 10 to 20% a year, biggest non-German group of students. It's a huge success story, and we are planning to continue with this success story.
Well, there's another elephant in the room, and that's China. Now, I want to ask you that even as the Euro-Atlantic world grapples with China's rise, do you see and situate India as a strategic outpost or an equal peer or a hedging partner? How do you see India as comparison to China, and how do you go ahead with it into the future?
So let me say that, when our business relation grows by the day, I have 2 German companies a week inquiring about setting up shop in India. Medium size, German Mittelstand, not the big ones. The big ones are here already, but the small ones are coming. And that has to do with China, because there is clearly a de-risking policy. So there we feel that, people feel that they should not put all their eggs in one basket. So India is a good alternative, and with this growing market of yours, with this population of yours, there is, a lot of potential is seen in India. At the same time, you should not forget, China is such an important factor, also for India, that you can't just drop it. China will be on our agenda in the future. It will be a very important factor for global business. And I must say, I'm very, impressed also by the recent opening up towards China by the Indian government, where you start discussing, you start entering a dialogue, because it's just too important a factor to neglect it. So basically, I would not say it's either or, I would say it's and, China and India rather than.
All right, it's China and India. Would you like to take that as well?
So I was going to say, I think China is economically important for all of us, there's no doubt. But I think the challenge is to ensure that our businesses understand how economically important India will be in the future. I think one of the things that was fantastic about having such a big business delegation with us last week was actually that so many people suddenly understood how to imagine an India that looked as economically important as China did. And I often say to businesses that the next 20 years in India will be, if you want to imagine it, imagine the last 20 in China, and think about how much you will need to change, how much you will need to innovate, how much you will want to be here to be part of that. So I think China is important economically, but India will be as important, and I think particularly for the global south, the extraordinary innovation in India, the ability to generate low-cost alternatives, particularly in green technology and deepen the supply chain, is something that will also change the economy of a much larger part of the world as well. And I think we need to be much more imaginative about that. But frankly, diversification is great. None of us want to be dependent on any single provider of anything, and therefore I think it's important that India is an alternative to China as well.
All right, India is an important alternative, but I want to go back and talk a little more about the Middle East plan, Ambassador Ackerman. I couldn't help but notice that the Ambassador of Palestine is actually sitting here on the front row. What would be your message to him and through him to the Palestinian government on the Gaza peace plan? Because, they've been also waiting for a peace process because they say that more than 60,000 of their people have died. On the other hand, the Israel's question is about terrorism, is about anti-Semitism that's continuing. Is there a broad-based peace plan that the Middle East peace plan has shown the path to? And do you think the all parties would agree to that? Because there are a significant amount of Muslim countries also who have shown their support for it.
So let me start by saying how incredibly relieved we are that that killing has come to an end. I think it is the best news we have had in a long, long time. And when you scroll through social media, you see, on the one hand, the hostages from Israel coming back to their families and the incredibly moving scenes when they see their loved ones. But the same is true for the Palestinian side, when the prisoners come back and see their families, haven't seen them for years. And it's a very moving aspect, and one thinks, why can't we have that more of that rather than the killing? So I think the biggest impediments are still to be solved. There is a lot of things on our way. I hope that this momentum will last and that we'll get a process that will lead to some lasting solutions which have both sides, the Palestinian side as well as the Israeli side, in mind, and get to a compromise with which both sides can live. But first of all, we have to see what happens in Gaza proper. Who will be ruling Gaza? What happens with the disarmament of Hamas, where everybody is really very keen on having that? And what happens with the reconstruction of Gaza? Who is paying for that? Who is doing this? So there are tons of questions on the table. But I say that, under the current cessation of hostilities and the agreement on stopping the war in Gaza, I think that is maybe the moment where one could sit and in a rational way discuss things. I hope that we come to a solution where both peoples can live in peace with each other. I think this two-state solution is inevitable. A solution to this problem, it will come at a stage unavoidably, I think, and therefore we should do our utmost to get to this stage.
Well, High Commissioner, there have been large-scale protests in London as well, on one side or the other, and the government has made its stand very clear. What would be your message on the Palestine question, and also on the larger peace process? Because the terrorism continues, the lone wolf attacks, etc., continue. But the question really is that what would be the larger peace process that actually assures the people that they can live side by side and they can also say no to violence and terrorism?
So I think the suffering of everybody in this conflict has really gone to the hearts of the people in the UK, and we've seen both the awful attack in Manchester recently. We've also seen, as you say, significant sympathy for the suffering of the Palestinian people. I think all of us just want to see the violence ending and everybody being given a chance to live in peace. I'm from Northern Ireland, and so for me it's very personal that the ceasefire is the beginning of a process. It's not the end. There are many years of work to go and many challenges ahead, I think. But you have to start there, because violence is not a way to resolve this. And I think there is a complex journey. There are tough decisions. There is, as the ambassador says, a huge implementation challenge, the reconstruction challenge in Gaza, just to get back to having clean water, basic food, the aid that's needed to have people live at the most basic of lives is absolutely vital and urgent, and we have to see that moving now. That requires the ceasefire to sustain, but it also requires collaboration by both sides to make sure that that's possible. I think it's very hard. I've worked in the Middle East for a very long time. It is very hard to predict how this goes, but I am hopeful, much more hopeful than I have been for the last few years, that I think at least everybody sees that peace is in everyone's interest.
Ambassador Ackerman also spoke about the migration debate that's raging not just across Europe, but across the Western countries. There is on rise of xenophobia, and on the other hand, there is rise of also lone wolf attacks, terrorism, radicalization. How do you deal with this? Has your government come under criticism that has been seen in the past, but how do you assure your people, your own people in the UK who are protesting out there, that there needs to be an amicable solution?
So I think we believe in freedom of speech. We believe in people's right to protest, but within the law, and there are limits to that, and therefore we enforce pretty strictly sort of what's acceptable and what's not. I think that it's really important people have a public debate. These are complex issues, and it's important that people have a voice, but it's important that's respectful of everybody else as well. I think if I may, on migration, I mean, we're incredibly lucky, as I say, to have such a massive and diverse population, and we're really proud of the UK's diversity. Diwali is always a moment. In fact, you have later today former Prime Minister Sunak coming, who lit Diwali candles on the steps of Downing Street when he was Prime Minister. I'm immensely proud of being part of a country that has that kind of diversity of leadership as well as a population. And I think it is a moment where we are proud of our diversity, but it's also important that people feel that there's a sense of an ability to make choices. India is the largest number in almost every visa category we have. We're incredibly welcoming of the extraordinary numbers of amazingly skilled businessmen, in particular, coming to the UK. I think it's a public debate that needs to continue.
Well, Mr. Ackerman, over the last 2 to 3 years, I've visited Germany quite a few times, as you would know, and organized events in Stuttgart. But one thing that I've observed continuously is the focus towards green transition, about climate change, about the challenges that we have seen, and also the green tech. How is India and Germany collaborating in this when it comes to innovation, when it comes to newer plans, when it comes to the SDGs and the UN commitments?
It's a very good point you are making, because that is a driver of our economy, is this green transition. And in diplomacy we say never waste a crisis, and when we had to go from 50% of our energy provision from Russia to zero, we very, very heavily invested in renewables, and now 60% of our electricity comes from renewables already. And the percentage is going up, and that's a huge change, and that means also it's a huge change for business. And Germany and India have this partnership, which we call the Partnership for Green and Sustainable Development, where both governments sit together, also in working groups with the private sector, and try to figure out what to do in order to promote this. I find that German businesses coming here to set up a shop in this renewables field, small ones and bigger ones, and join hands with India. And I think this partnership is really so good that we'll find a couple of very good innovations through this partnership. So I am very confident and optimistic that this, India is an indispensable part of this climate change, this debate. The transformation has to happen with India. And our experience is that with the government, but also with the private sector, this transformation can be managed and shouldered, and our experience is very good, and I think our partnerships are very, very valuable in that regard.
I think you want to speak about the climate change, but also a secondary question to you. Ambassador spoke about it.
There are probably more acute and more obvious than anywhere else I've ever lived. You see the flash floods in Uttarakhand. You see the impact of disproportionate monsoon rains, sort of rain in October in Delhi. I think India is a country which has both got extraordinary levels of need and capacity, but also has the ability to innovate. I always remember Amitabh Kant telling me the story about how when you put together India's electric bus procurement, suddenly you automatically significantly lower the price point for electric buses, because the scale of and collaboration by actually expanding the campuses price point and actually able to have a choice. That, that I think is going to result in some extraordinary collaborations, and I see this already on executive education, on research and innovation, and actually potentially more startups. So we see that as the way to expand really significantly rather than just incrementally.
Well, I'm told we just have about 2 or 3 minutes left. So from scripting new narratives and the new international order, I would and not just that, about this journey that you
which and how many temples I've seen, how many palaces I've seen, but the beautiful thing about India is wherever you go, all of a sudden something pops up and you are completely fascinated by the ancient tradition, by the face that is still lived and alive. I remember I went to Udaipur, and on the way out to Udaipur, there was a big temple, just, so much alive, because Hindus go and was in Sikkim. Actually, Sikkim is paradise for watchers, and I will go again before I leave India. I will go again.
Well, I'm happy to inform you that my great-grandfather was the first ornithologist of Asia and a bird watcher. But, coming to you, and I couldn't help notice that Ambassador was recommending that you should visit Ladakh very soon. So, what all areas are you planning to visit? But also, your interest towards Hindi.
Last week, my Prime Minister, he was really keen to use Hindi. Learning is definitely on the cutting edge of that. So a bit of language, but what I also love, I love books, and I have to say, India, what a place to be a book lover. I have a huge pile on my desk of books about India, written by Indians that I haven't read yet. Travel, Sikkim is very much on my list, I have to say. I think there are a whole set, I'm really keen, a whole set of areas. As well as places to go for work. It's still pretty long because
you enjoy your journey here in India from the Himalayas to the back to an incredible talk this has been. Thank you very much, High Commissioner Cameroon and Ambassador Jack. And before we end this, we have a small gift for you both. Request Tasha to bring in the gifts.
Well, that was a really diplomatic session, Vedika. Thank you, High Commissioner Cameron and Ambassador Ackerman Dunke. We've talked about the fault lines that divide the world, and now we talk about the elements that define and enrich it, Vedika.
And you know, Ayush, it's always so amazing to hear about Bollywood connecting people all across the world, be it in the UK, Germany, or any other country, and it's always Shah Rukh Khan. But moving on now, Ayush, the next world order isn't just a political map. It's a cultural mosaic. The true soft power of a nation lies in the tapestry of its people, and how we manage that diversity is how we shape our global influence.
Our next speaker is a minister who manages the most complex portfolios: international development, small business, and multicultural affairs. That's 3 high-stakes jobs.
It is. Please put your hands together for Australia's Minister for Small Business, International Development and Multicultural Affairs, Anne Ali. Welcome.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. It is indeed wonderful to be here in India, and I am very grateful for the opportunity to speak to you all at the NDTV World Summit. This event is an important platform for dialogue between some of the world's great leaders, thinkers, and change makers. And today I'm going to take the opportunity to explore this year's theme of risk, resolve, renewal. A timely opportunity, I think, to explore this theme through the lens of Australia's strong and enduring relationship with India. A relationship based on a foundation of respect and trust between our people, and one that will continue to build on and grow in spite of some of the challenges of our times which we face. Now, I'm truly honoured to be included in a program of such prestigious speakers, including your Prime Minister Modi, whom I understand will address the summit later this evening. May I also take the time to acknowledge Australia's former Prime Minister, the Honourable Tony Abbott, who I understand will also be taking to the stage later as well. Now, I'm here visiting this week as a member of Australia's Cabinet and as the Minister for International Development, the Minister for Multicultural Affairs, and the Minister for Small Business. I've made this special trip to India to convey a clear message from my Prime Minister, Anthony Albanese, and on behalf of all Australians. And that message is that Australia cherishes Indian Australians as an integral part of the success of our multicultural society. Now, Australia is unique. Modern Australia is diverse in its character, and it has always been thus. Our story began a very long time ago with the world's oldest continuous culture, a diverse culture, diverse in language, in culture, and traditions. Our First Nations people have inhabited our great continent for 65,000 years. Australia today is also diverse. Whether pushed by war, conflict, or persecution, or pulled by opportunities for a better life, people have come from across the seas to share in our boundless plains. As someone who has a deep admiration for textiles, inherited from my father, who was a textiles engineer, I see this coming together of ancient culture and modern traditions, new traditions, much like the construction of fabric. The stories of our First Nations people are represented by the warp. And the warp is those long threads that run through the fabric of our Australian identity, that hold the fabric of our society together and give it shape. The weft is is the horizontal threads. 27 million yarns, 27 million stories of people who proudly call themselves Australian. Stories like mine. I'm Australian, but I'm also a migrant. Now, I was born in Egypt to Hamida, a nurse, and Mahmoud, an engineer. And when I was 2 years old, Mahmoud and Hamida made the decision to move to Australia, a decision made by more than 1 million Indians. They did this to give my sister and me a better life, a life we couldn't have had and we couldn't have dreamed of having back in Egypt. So my parents, just like so many others, packed their bags and made that long journey to the other side of the world. But it wasn't just clothes and 2 children that they carried with them. With them, they also brought their unique skills, their experiences, their hopes and dreams for a new and brighter future, particularly for their children. A future where their daughter could become a minister in the Australian government. And I stand here today speaking to you because of that decision that my parents took. And I stand here speaking to millions of people in India who are connected to more than 1 million people in Australia with Indian ancestry. Indian immigration in Australia may have grown over the last few years, but it certainly isn't new. It's a feature of our shared history, which we are incredibly proud of. In fact, Indian migrants were some of the first non-European migrants to call Australia home. Indian traders connected Australia with the rest of the world and sustained early settlement. Indian cameleers connected outback Australian communities and towns, establishing vital transport routes for goods, for mail and building materials. 200 years on, Indian Australians continue to create, develop and grow connections. Whether they were drawn to Australia to study or to work, to chase love, to reunite with family, or to enjoy our shared passion for sport. Our growing, vibrant and talented Indian diaspora are enriching the local communities where they live, through work, through volunteering, through raising families. And here's a fact for you. Indian Australians are 1.5 times more likely to volunteer in their community than any other migrant group. They are twice as likely to be educated at a postgraduate level than any other Australians. And they are twice as likely to start their own business. Their successes are large and plentiful, whether in medicine, engineering, education, hospitality or the arts. And these contributions are immeasurable. They can be found in the generous sharing of India's cultures, traditions and languages. And I might note that there are so many Sanskrit or Hindi words that have been adopted into the English language. Words like avatar, juggernaut, mantra, shampoo, candy, and my personal favourite, lilac. The hard work, generosity and effort of our Indian diaspora have helped to create a stronger and more prosperous Australia. And we are so grateful for it. It's for these reasons that we know how important it is to continue to invest in our Indian communities, communities that embody that special friendship between 2 proud nations. It's why in 2023, Prime Minister Modi and Australia's Prime Minister Albanese announced the establishment of our Centre for Australia-India Relations. The centre is helping to unlock potential in the Australia-India relationship. It's bringing together business, government, Indian-Australian communities, universities, think tanks, artists, and cultural and sporting organisations. And under the centre's flagship grants program called Maitri, or friendship, we have supported 71 projects worth over $15 million in just 2 years. Earlier this year, I had the incredible honour of opening Australia's first National Office for Multicultural Affairs. In 2025, the Australian identity is multicultural. It is who we are. It's our character. And so, just as multiculturalism is embedded in our character, multiculturalism must also be embedded in the work that government does. At a time of increasing global uncertainty, we need to protect and strengthen Australia's social cohesion, and we can't do this alone. We need our friends, because we are so much stronger together, and we can't afford to be divided. It's why I'm proud that Australia's relationship with India is closer than ever. Australia will continue to be a partner of stability and a steadfast friend to India. In the face of intense strategic competition, we are working together to promote a peaceful, stable, and prosperous Indo-Pacific. We are sending an important signal to the region, a signal of support for sovereignty and choices of individual governments. As democracies, Australia and India need to work together to find solutions to our shared challenges, whether it's climate change, whether it's technological innovation and disruption, whether it's conflict or geostrategic competition. We can achieve much more working together hand in hand. And so Australia will continue to build our friendship and our relationship with India as a trusted partner and as a friend to shape the future that we want together. Now, yesterday, I was deeply honoured to have the opportunity to visit Rajghat, where I laid a wreath to pay my respects to the Mahatma. There has rarely been a more important time for Gandhi's message on the importance of peaceful means to solve political differences. Gandhi was a giant, a figure that encouraged us in compassion and inclusivity, values which we necessarily need to continue to fight for and protect today. The messages of India's founders have had a profound influence on Australia and on the world at large. And these messages bind Australia and India to this day. While our countries have taken very different paths to bring us to our respective points in history, our gaze towards the future is firmly aligned. Australia and India share a vibrant partnership built on what our Prime Minister sometimes calls the human bridge that connects us. As our relationship continues to grow, I recall Gandhi's words, among many. But these words, I think, ring very true today. Peace between countries must rest on the solid foundation of love between individuals. These words remind us that we all have a part to play in shaping our world for the better. And indeed, it's a core reason for my being here this week. As well as Rajghat, I've visited Birla Temple, and I will also be visiting Jama Masjid and Bangla Sahib. These are sites of great significance to Indians of various backgrounds and faiths. They represent some of the building blocks of pluralism upon which both our nations are built. Whether you are Hindu, Sikh, Muslim, Buddhist, Jain, Christian, or any other faith or ethnicity, Australia values you. We thank you. We stand by you. You belong in Australia. The relationship is stronger, deeper, and more consequential than ever, with growing strategic, economic, and community ties. And this year, 2025, marks a significant milestone in our relationship as we celebrate 5 years of our comprehensive strategic partnership. A comprehensive strategic partnership that was based on mutual understanding, on trust, and on common interests. Our new roadmap for Australia's economic engagement with India outlines our commitment to focus and accelerate the next phase of our relationship. Whether that be through clean energy, through education and skills, agribusiness and technology, and tourism, or other prospective sectors such as defence industries, sports, culture, space and technology. Our economies are complementary. And we are negotiating an ambitious, comprehensive economic cooperation agreement that will open up new opportunities for our consumers and businesses. Our education ties that are developing rapidly by Indian students studying in Australia and by Australian universities. I noticed a banner over there for Deakin. Australian universities opening campuses right across India. Our cooperation on climate change continues to grow. And I note that my colleague, Chris Bowen, Australia's Minister for Climate Change and Energy, is also visiting India this week to strengthen collaboration on the green energy transition. And in sport, the opportunities go well beyond our shared passion for cricket. Now, while I know there are still some formal processes to go, I want to take a moment to congratulate India on what is looking like a successful bid for Ahmedabad to host the 2030 Commonwealth Games. Congratulations. I'm excited for what lies ahead because our relationship is built on something powerful, the deep and enduring ties between our people. I think it's fitting that I'm here during one of the most important festivals for people across the globe, Diwali, because I look to the lights and the colour and the joy of Diwali in the same way that I look to Australia's relationship with India, which also shines with confidence and renewal. And may that shining light continue to guide both Australia and India into the future. Thank you.
Have you on stage. We have a small memento for you, Minister, and Aditya Rajkal, my colleague, will be getting it for you shortly. Are you looking forward to the India-Australia series down under?
Yes, if I can get time to watch it, I'm sure, but I will be keeping up with the results for sure.
That's Aditya.
Fascinating session, huh, Vedika?
Absolutely, and I'm really looking forward to the series down under now.
I'm more of a football fan, but thank you, Minister, as well. We've talked about the crucial soft power of culture, but now let's talk about the hard power that literally builds the nation.
You can't talk about Viksit Bharat without talking about the foundation, the resources, and the industrial resolve that drives all that progress.
Our next speaker has played a pivotal role in ensuring India's resource independence. He's here to discuss the 3 Ps: purpose, profit, and planet, which for a company of this scale probably requires 3 separate balance sheets.
Absolutely. Please welcome the chairman and founder of Vedanta, Anil Agarwal, for a conversation with NDTV's Tamanna Inamdar. A round of applause for them.
Another round of applause for Mr. Anil Agarwal and a fantastic story that we're about to hear. Okay, not too many people know about the story of Anil Agarwal, who started his journey in 1976 as a scrap dealer. The net worth on the last Forbes list is $2.5 billion. But I think the true net worth is in the fact, and you'll hear this when we have the conversation, it seems like nothing has changed for this gentleman. ये आपकी सबसे बड़ी खासियत है सर कि आप देखते हैं फोर्ब्स लिस्ट में आपका नाम कहाँ पर है?
Thank you, Tamanna, and I must congratulate the NDTV, Rahul Kamar, what a show he has created, and all the foreign delegates who has come all the way to come to New Delhi, especially on Diwali time, our newest time, very, very auspicious. So it's amazing. Got an opportunity to speak to NDTV, which was the only TV all over the world. I've been away for a long time. For us, access to the news or to India was only NDTV. In last few years, it has grown to the different heights. So I wish everybody, NDTV, hardworking, to take it at a different level. So, but no, I'm just a boy from Bihar. Didn't know anything. तुम्हारा नाम के साथ चल रहे थे, खाली तमन्नाएं थी कि कुछ करना है लाइफ में. कभी प्लेन में नहीं बैठे, डबल डेकर बस खाली टीवी में देखते थे, फिजिकल देखी नहीं थी. सो ये सपने थे. अभी भी याद है जब बम्बई स्टेशन पे वीटी स्टेशन इतना बड़ा देखा तो जर्नी चलती चली गई. बिहार के ओरिजिनली हम राजस्थान से हैं, हम राजस्थान वाले कोने कोने में देश भर में चले गए. उसके बाद पटना में ही बड़े हुए. आई हैव गॉन टू बॉम्बे, एंड बॉम्बे इज अ प्लेस वेयर देयर इज नोबडी who has the idea, who want to do something. I am experiencing, because whatever I am today, from Bihar, from the Bombay, nobody recognized me in the Bombay. I wanted to grow. For that purpose, to raise the money, I've gone abroad, raised a lot of money, bring it to India. So it's amazing. I enjoy it. Somebody has to tell me I have this age, but still youth, want to do something, keep doing something. So thank you.
Sir, what an amazing answer. और जो आपका पहला लाइन था वो एक्चुअली सही है. आई एम अ बॉय फ्रॉम बिहार. मैं इसलिए कह रही हूँ कि आपने फ्लैशबैक दिया आपकी स्टोरी की, but people who track what your company is doing and what the group is doing know that you are on the edge of a very exciting new phase coming in. You're looking at semiconductors, you're looking at new age technology, and you are, you have the vantage point of India's resources right now. हम बात कर रहे हैं धनतेरस के दिन, और एक गाना है, इस देश की धरती सोना उगले. इस देश की धरती से जो चांदी उगल रही है, आपको पता नहीं होगा, 90% of it is mined by Hindustan Zinc. And right now, चांदी की shortage है. तो कितनी mining चल रही है, सर?
आपने जो बोला उसके ऊपर मैं बोलता हूँ, गाना तो आपने गा ही दिया.
नहीं, गाना तो आपको गाना है.
दिया है, जान भी देंगे, हे वतन तेरे लिए. इंडिया 140 करोड़ों का मुल्क, हर परिवार, हर लोग देखते हैं. जो आपकी एनडीटीवी दिखा रही है, फ्यूचर क्या है, हर आदमी का सपना है मेरे बच्चे अच्छे पढ़ें, मेरा घर पक्का हो, मेरे घर में टीवी हो, स्कूटी हो. स्कूल में पढ़ाना बच्चों को, कॉलेज में पढ़ाना बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट है. हर तरह की जो वो देखता है उसको चाहिए. आज उनके पास पेशेंस नहीं है, और ये मोदी जी की गवर्नमेंट है, उन्होंने उसको सपना भी दिखा रहे हैं कि हम करा के देंगे, ये होके रहेगा. और इसके लिए सबसे ज़्यादा ज़रूरी है, जो हमने देखा है कि हिंदुस्तान जो 10वें लेवल पे था, आज 4th लेवल पे है इन द वर्ल्ड. what you see is every day transforming. There is nothing can happen without India presence in the world. So this is the time I have always remained in my one business and one business below the ground. I always believe that world has come up, that whether you call it America, we just been hearing the minister from Australia, South America, Europe, Middle East, all have come up because of below the ground. We have been told for decade by decade, no, don't dig your ground. And we become the import dependence. I keep remembering last 30 years only one thing. Only way to move forward, only way to come forward to produce your own oil and gas, to produce own gold, own silver, copper, zinc, fertilizer, anything you talk about is below the ground. And today, as the whole world is talking about below the ground, critical metal, oil and gas, I feel very fortunate that जो मुहिम मैंने personally छेड़ी और आज के वातावरण में जो government है, जो self certification है, जो encouragement है, I always remain and I still believe that the important thing, whatever one line somebody choose, you keep on going on the same line. And this is what I'm also looking.
Sir, but what is your understanding of why gold and silver prices are skyrocketing right now? Is it a sign of distress in the global economy? Because ये safe assets कहलाते हैं.
Something is, there is a shortage because not many mines has come up and people in general has got income and they want to invest more in the gold. Gold was not reachable and then the silver has catch up. Whether after the copper has catch up, it's we never used to hear in America talking about the copper and the critical metal. That's the first priority. So, this is a very interesting story. You know, in our mind, we always find last 25 years there is a patches of silver. And I find that nobody is producing silver in this country. And I'm a geologist. I look at every time there is a patches of silver. How can we separate this? How can we separate this? And trust me, I personally work for it. And today we could separate 60% of silver, which were going to invest. We could save. Today, half of the silver requirement of the country we are fulfilling. Going to be more and more. It's a time when government is saying that the natural resources is opening up. It's a question of big boys. You have to bring big boys. Unless the big boys come from these sector, they take the risk, they have to create an infrastructure, they have to do big. And today what we see in the country, you know, wherever we all have aligned, somebody is in the telecom, somebody is in the natural resource, somebody is in a different kind of business, infrastructure, we all are aligned. And for us, the one target, how can we look at our India and see the kind of growth each of companies are doing? On the basis of that, the amount of new companies are coming. You know, the startup, the hub of startup is India.
Sir, you said a very interesting thing. You said your business is below the ground. The world is learning about the importance of natural resources. But the world is also celebrating what's in the cloud. AI is creating the most value across global markets. India is not there yet. We don't have an NVIDIA. We are getting there. Semiconductors में आप भी आ रहे हैं. लेकिन क्या ये समय है ये भी सोचने का कि AI के साथ-साथ जो resources हैं below the ground वो भी ज़रूरी है?
Both are together. Without cloud, without technology, without this, how we'll know? Otherwise, dig the whole world. With this technology, with AI technology, what we used to dig 10 kilometers. Now we have to dig only half kilometer. Because the AI, what they give, the technology, what they give, the cloud, what they give. And to tell you, if you look at whether you go to America or any of the country, who are the people behind? The people mind behind is India, Indian people. There is nobody, whatever geopolitics talk about, but today, the Indian women, Indian youngster, Indian mindset is a natural DNA where they are together with the technology. And that's what is happening. Now, what opportunity has come? What opportunity has come that we have some restriction, whatever you call it, our Indian boys, young people to stay back. And now they are bubbling. What they wanted to do, go outside and do it, now they will do it here.
आप H1B वीजा की बात कर रहे हैं? नहीं, ये आपदा में अवसर, इस थीम पर थोड़ी बात करते हैं, क्योंकि अब स्वदेशी की लहर जाग उठी है after everything that's happening geopolitically from around the world. The world is looking inwards. Each nation wants to look inwards. How do you look at this opportunity for India?
No, India definitely look at inward, but हमने कई बार सुना है हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी को बोलते हुए वसुधैव कुटुंबकम. हम लोग अपने देश को तो देखते ही हैं, बट हम लोग सबको साथ में भी लेके चलते हैं. सब हम आप देखिए, आप किसी देश में चले जाइए, किसी लोगों से बात कर लीजिए. मैं भी हिंदुस्तान से बाहर गया. क्यों गया? मेरे को यहाँ पैसे नहीं मिल रहे थे. बैंक में जाओ तो 1 करोड़ देवे, 2 करोड़ देवे. मेरे को बिलियंस ऑफ डॉलर चाहिए थे. वहाँ पे मेरे को मौका लगा, उसको मैं लेके आया. So I can tell you, it is not that we Indians, we are open-minded. We go outside. At the same time, whatever लहर जो चली है, उससे इंडिया को ही फायदा होने वाला है. थोड़ा पेशेंस रखना पड़ेगा, लेकिन इंडिया को ही फायदा होगा.
ऐसा आप क्यों कह रहे हैं? इंडिया को क्यों फायदा होगा? Because we think this is very obvious, but what is your analysis? How do you think India is placed in a sweet spot right now when the world is still trying to figure out what's happening? There are many challenges. There's technology, there's dwindling population. कई देशों में population बढ़ ही नहीं रही है. हमारा क्या advantage है?
You already replied. I can tell you one thing. I'm a geologist. Again, I'm saying the world's best reserve is in India, gold. We don't produce even a kilo. The best reserve of diamond is also in India. The oil and gas, the kind of patches I see, is in India. Whether you call deep sea, whether the first oil was discovered in Assam, in Dibrugarh, Digboy. The time has come where people are more comfortable. People have been looked at very different eyes. It takes some time. This is the time which thing will change in India. The per GDP income will increase. Today the biggest shortage is the human resources. Manpower is not available. And we have all this. So I am very optimistic. Government, the kind of policy being changed, it requires more policy, more trust will come to the entrepreneur, more trust will come to the business people, more comfortable they will be, the output will be tremendous.
आपने बात की स्टार्टअप्स की, आपने बात की उन यंगस्टर्स की जिनको अब या तो बाहर जाने का मौका नहीं मिल रहा है. वैसे हम बता दें, अगर एक देश ने बंद कर दिया तो और 4 देश खड़े हो गए कि आप यहाँ आइए. तो इंडियन टैलेंट की वो डिमांड है.
लेकिन आप मेरे को समझ में नहीं आता, 7 लाख बच्चे पढ़ने जाते हैं. हिंदुस्तान में इतनी जबरदस्त पोटेंशियल है. मैं तैयार हूँ. मैं अपने धन का सारा जितना आप बोलेंगे हम लगा सकते हैं. सारी दुनिया में जो यूनिवर्सिटीज बनी है, हाउ द अमेरिका हैज बिल्ट because of their universities. 30-35 universities being built by the industrialists. What we require is better a Boston city to be created, where we give education to our people, probably half the price, 1/4 of the price. The inflow of the people, this is whatever is happening. I can tell you, every big houses and the government start thinking, how can we create a research center, a Ivy League stadium, a complete university. Every business house start thinking. And this is sometime when we find this kind of situation comes, these people start thinking. And today this is a very, very good time where government and the business, without business, nothing will run. Economic and politics goes together. And most important thing is economic development. And now we are aligning. And with this alignment, see how things will change.
आपने कहा मैं तैयार हूँ. इस पर आप बताइए एनडीटीवी वर्ल्ड समिट के मंच पर आपने बताया कि जरूरत है that we have a world class educational system. क्या थॉट है आपकी?
जो आज भी यूनिवर्सिटियां बहुत बनी हैं, but the kind of atmosphere we are looking at, it is not, it's a research university, think tank, what the atmosphere, the waterside. I just put in a small communication to all the state that I would like to build a university. Trust me, there is not a single state which has not come forward. Some state has created the land on the riverside, say you come and build here. This never used to happen. I never used to see for the industry, all states are coming forward. They want to come to your house, what you want to build, they want to support, financial institutions. See this stock market. The world is talking about our stock market. It is amazing how, with the governance, the kind of listings are happening. These are the signs how we'll move forward.
जो आत्मनिर्भरता की बात है वैसे भारत के स्टॉक मार्केट ने सबसे पहले दिखा दिया. FIIs may look the other way, but Indian investors have come in with a wall of money to keep the markets up at new highs today as well.
अभी तो कुछ आया ही नहीं है. It's a very important. The people who are big must be very big because they can do the big thing. Then other startup join with them. That's very, very important. Big work, big things has to be earlier the government company used to do. Now the world over, all over the world, people want to come. They want more comfort, but it's very important the local people, local big companies, partnership with them, what is happening. And I can see, having a little time, I can give you even a 1 year time. You see what happened in 1 year time. How everything what you are looking today, question mark, challenging, where to go, door will open up. ये door खुलते जाएंगे.
आप ज़्यादातर काफ़ी टाइम लंदन में स्पेंड करते हैं. What is the conversation around India right now as a growth story that you are hearing when you are talking to a whole variety of people, whether they're global investors, other conglomerates?
Everybody wants to come because here is the consumption, the kind of demand. People are little uncomfortable or they not clarity how to do business here, how many hurdles they have to cross. Now the technology is coming, all self-certification is coming. Everybody is interested, whether it's a technology people, whether it's resources people, whether it's a car manufacturer, infrastructure, hospitality. Everybody wants to bring thousands of hotels here. Anything you talk about, people want to come, but they are understanding. Government is also coming forward, that saying that we have a transparency. You don't have to go through the bureaucracy, and they all are aligned. And that is the sign. The day it will happen, more and more comfort will happen because it's a stable country. This is a stable country. If you see our regime is for 10 years, 5 years, they are there. That's what people are looking for. They're looking young population, cheaper labor, looking the consumption, looking the... I go to Spain, 5 months that country is closed. The only 90% of the people they are not there. This is India is the country where 12 months we can work, we have the atmosphere to work.
Sir, as we wrap this conversation, आपने एक line सिर्फ गाई है, and people, if you don't know what a good singer Anil ji is, नहीं आप बहुत अच्छी आवाज है. So you have to wrap up with some song for us, a few lines on what really describes the mood you see right now in the country.
मैं तो लंदन में बोलता हूँ, मैं जिस देश में गंगा बहती है, जिस देश में गंगा बहती है, होठों पे सच्चाई रहती है, होठों पे सच्चाई रहती है, जिस देश में गंगा बहती है. तमन्ना जी, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद.
Thank you so much. A big round of applause for Anil Agarwal. Keeping it simple, keeping it honest, keeping it from the heart. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. All the best.
Go. Thank you, Mr. Agarwal, for that fascinating session. Thank you, Tamanna. Now, our next session focuses on the Indo-Pacific power play, but not the kind our cricket team is indulging in at the moment down under.
You have cricket on your mind again, Ayush?
Cricket, football, sports, basically.
Right, we were just speaking to Mr. Abbott backstage, and he's the man who will be speaking with Vishnu Som shortly. And he was telling us that he watches cricket, but he's not that big a fan because he's been a rugby player, correct? But he is a fan of our country, India.
As the 20th Prime Minister of Australia, Mr. Tony Abbott helped take the partnership between our two countries to new heights. It was under his leadership that Australia and India signed the landmark civil nuclear agreement, a symbol of deep trust and strategic alignment.
And in his more recent role as Australia's special envoy on trade to India, he has continued to champion stronger economic ties, helping pave the way for the India-Australia Economic Cooperation and Trade Agreement, a major milestone in a growing trade relationship.
Absolutely, a strong advocate of the Indo-Pacific idea and a longtime friend of India, Mr. Abbott has often described our nations as natural partners. Please join us in welcoming Tony Abbott, former Prime Minister of Australia. In conversation with him today, NDTV's very own Vishnu Som. Vishnu, you are going to be asking about which team, Vishnu, you're going to ask about which team we're rooting for in the series, Vishnu.
Well, thank you both very, very much. Now, when it comes to India and Australia, we are absolutely incredible friends. Incredible for all sorts of reasons. But I think as we talk about the Asia-Pacific region and get into all the serious stuff, it would be amiss for me not to ask you a little bit about the cricket series coming up. Surely Australia isn't going to win, right?
Well, we won last time, so why would we win again?
You know, Tony Abbott is a sports person as well. You'll find him on Manly Beach. He's fond of cricket as well. He cycles a great deal. And he's balanced his work with his life and his family a great deal. He's also a great friend of India's. He's a friend of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. And he's been somebody who's really driven the relationship between our countries. And it's wonderful that you could fly in for this event. Let me start by asking you, and we are talking about the Asia-Pacific region, and I promise I will ask about cricket at the end of all of this. To what extent is our strategic partnership premised by the fact that China is a mutual concern?
Well, it's not just about China, obviously, Vishnu. The relationship between Australia and India has been long and strong, a bit intermittent, but basically long and strong for the best part of 200 years. People often forget that there were Indian troops at Gallipoli, there were Indian troops at Tobruk, There are Indian troops at Singapore serving alongside the Australians. And we now have something like 1 million Australians of Indian background in our country. And so it's a strong and dynamic relationship that's growing all the time. But yes, we do have, I suppose, a shared concern about the ambitions of Communist China. And let's not beat around the bush. Under the Communist Party, Beijing, it says it often, their objective is to dominate the region and then to dominate the world. They frequently say that by the centenary of communist control, that's to say by 2049, they want to be the global hegemonic power. And that spells trouble. It spells trouble for all of China's neighbours, and in the end, it spells trouble for the wider world, because over the last couple of 100 years, we've been evolving in the direction of liberal, pluralist democracy under the long Anglo-American ascendancy. And if the dominant power changes and the dominant philosophy changes, well, then the world will change with it, and not necessarily for the better.
How do you assume that it's not going to change? China is a growing economy, militarily now the largest navy in the world, the pace of their militarization unmatched perhaps in human history. Therefore, are we not in for a fundamental change in the world order within the next finite period of time?
Making for years now is that India is the essential democratic counterweight to China. And India should not underestimate itself. India is now the world's most populous country. I think India is at the beginning of the kind of economic takeoff that China was in 2 decades ago. You go to any large Indian city, there is massive infrastructure going on, subway systems being put in. India is now being crisscrossed by motorways, new airports. India is rising up the ranks in all the various industries that matter, and in general economic sophistication. India can substitute for China in all of those critical supply chains that the West needs to move out of China as a matter of some urgency. So I think really the 21st century belongs to India just as much as it might belong to China. And I think it will be much better for all of us if India bulks larger and perhaps China bulks smaller in the decades to come.
Mr. Abbott, I agree with you entirely, but there is a new reality, perhaps a mini reality happening right now. We've had our Prime Minister visit Tianjin a couple of weeks back, where we saw him with the Chinese president. We're re-establishing direct flights between Beijing and Delhi, which should in any case have been there. But there is an economic reset as well, and there is a calibrated effort by India to befriend China more. Does that potentially challenge what you mentioned when you saw India as a counterweight to China?
Well, again, let me just stress this, Vishnu. As Prime Minister, I would frequently say that India was the world's emerging democratic superpower. I think India has emerged now. I think it is the second democratic superpower. And if there is to be a leader of the free world in 40 or 50 years' time, I think it's at least as likely to be the Prime Minister of India as it is the President of the United States. We should not assume that just because China's economy is much bigger than India's today, that is still going to be the case in a few decades' time. India has, I think, 3 priceless advantages over China. Democracy, which in the end brings out the best in people. The rule of law, which in the end means that people will be treated fairly. And to a great extent, the English language, which rightly or wrongly tends to be the world's common language. So I think India has got some big advantages, and I think it is now well and truly making the most of them. That said, I think that we are entering a very dangerous period. I think it's almost certain that at some point in the near future, Beijing will make a move on Taiwan. We can all see the damage and the danger that's arisen from the Ukraine war. Well, any move on Taiwan will be several orders of magnitude more disruptive and potentially dangerous than what's happening in Ukraine. How do we stop it? Well, the Chinese leadership is rational. It's a party dictatorship. It's not a personal dictatorship. It's certainly not a theocratic dictatorship. It is rational. And if Beijing thinks it's just going to be China versus Taiwan, they'll move. If they think it could be China versus a strong democratic partnership, well then they'll stay their hand. They need to keep thinking every day, not today. And the best way to persuade them that today is not the day is if they think they might lose.
And who's going to defend Taiwan? Do you expect the United States to base soldiers in large numbers? Do you expect AUKUS to be a significant military player? Do you see Australian soldiers potentially doing the same?
Well, if the Chinese are to fear that any attempt to seize Taiwan will fail, I think all those things need to be very real prospects. Now, I know the Americans have had this position of strategic ambiguity on Taiwan. I did notice that President Biden on 4 separate occasions said that America would defend Taiwan. We've had a couple of former Japanese Prime Ministers in Shinzo Abe and Taro Aso say that any attack on Taiwan would be existential for Japan, indicating that the Japanese see this as something that they could do even under their current constitution. And of course, if the Japanese were involved in a defence of Taiwan, almost certainly that would trigger America's alliance relationship with Japan, and then of course that would trigger America's alliance relationship with Australia. Now, we're talking about something that would be absolutely catastrophic. Let's be under no illusions. It would be a calamity almost unparalleled in human history, and yet we don't want a world dominated by totalitarian communism either, and we don't want to surrender the free peoples of the world, particularly China's neighbours, to domination. And this is why it's very important to appreciate that weakness is provocative, and the only way to secure the peace is through strength.
And yet China continues to do whatever it's doing. I mean, on our own Himalayan frontier, we've seen so-called salami slicing. I mean, you know, incursions into territory, whether it's Indian or Bhutanese, Bhutan being such a small country. We've seen a lot of things in eastern Ladakh as well, closer to your part of the world, in the South China Seas. We've seen them, you know, create islands out of shoals and occupy these physically. The most rapid period of naval growth, ton for ton, in military history. Do you not believe that any Western alliance or any alliance of, Australia and the United States would still end up being, and Japan would still end up being overwhelmed with the pace of Chinese military activity?
The short answer is no. I think it is possible to defend Taiwan. It is absolutely possible to defend Taiwan. I suppose that the danger is escalation. Now, we did see in the Korean War a direct clash between American and Allied forces, including Indians, and Chinese forces, which did not escalate. My hope, my prayer, my devout prayer, is that it never comes to this. If it does come to this, we have to hope and pray and be as wise as serpents, as well as innocent as doves. We have to hope and pray that it doesn't escalate. But the point I make is that the best way to ensure that nothing untoward happens is not to pretend that China has peaceful intentions. It is to be prepared to let China know every day that it cannot get away with this lightly, because I stress again and again and again, Weakness is provocative. If Ukraine had been in NATO, there would have been no Putin invasion of Ukraine. It was only because the Russian dictator thought that Ukraine would be a pushover that he did what he did. Now, the Ukrainians have been absolutely heroic, and I believe that effectively it's the freedom of all that the Ukrainians are fighting for. I wish that the democracies of the world had done more for them, but thank God, thus far at least, they have resisted mightily. And if President Trump does provide them with those Tomahawk missiles, I suspect they may be able to make the cost of continuing the war so high that Putin might decide that it just isn't worth it.
It's interesting that you brought up Europe. I was coming to that. There's a fundamental realignment between the United States and Europe. I was at the Munich Security Conference. I heard J.D. Vance speak, where he essentially said that Europe had to be in charge of its own security, essentially throwing the premise of NATO under the carpet. How do you see these changed relations between Europe and the United States, which has been their security blanket?
Well, you're right, Vishnu. Many countries, including my own, have basically been free riding on the United States. And with the partial exception of Britain, this has been particularly true of the countries of Europe. Europe, even just the EU, has a larger population than the United States. It has, I think, a slightly larger GDP than the United States. So if it wanted to, it would be more than capable of fending for itself. And Donald Trump and J.D. Vance, and indeed earlier US presidents, have quite rightly told the Europeans that they need to lift their game. It's just that Trump has done it in a much more, shall we say, insistent and somewhat overbearing way. But it has had the desired effect. As we heard the German ambassador say earlier this morning, Germany is significantly and dramatically rearming. But old habits die hard. It's hard to shake complacency. When people get into a kind of torpor, it doesn't shift lightly. And the difficulty that the West has, not just, I mean, this is general in the West at the moment. There's a degree of economic stagnation, a degree of social fragmentation, rising strategic peril, and, if I may say, an element of spiritual malaise. We do not believe in ourselves as much today as we once did. And in the end, if you are to defend yourself and indeed assert yourself, there's got to be a high level of self-belief.
Just linking to your comments on the situation in Europe and to Russia, Ukraine, India has a fiercely autonomous foreign policy. We continue to import Russian oil. We believe that this is in our self-interest. We have a huge country, a huge set of energy needs. America has a problem with that. Trump has repeatedly voiced his concern, and yet India believes we need to do what is in our self-interest. How would you look at this?
Well, Vishnu, I absolutely understand that for a country like India, the biggest day-to-day challenge is how do we continue to lift people out of poverty and into the middle class. And India has been doing increasingly well at this, but there is still a long way to go. I mean, every village has to have electrification. Every home has to have sanitation. People need to come into the formal and not just be in the informal economy. So I absolutely understand why India feels that it's got to continue to develop. And let me just, on that point, say, please, don't fall for any of this nonsense about a green transition. You need affordable, reliable power. And if that means fossil fuels, including coal from Australia, please keep using fossil fuels. A friend of mine was in an Indian village recently, and it was a village that was apparently where the green transition was being tried, and the villagers, she said, were saying, we want real power, not fake power. that only operates when the wind blows and the sun shines.
But Mr. Abbott...
And so India needs to look to what is going to best guarantee its long-term future. But India's natural place is with its fellow democracies. That's its natural place. India has well and truly assimilated democracy, the rule of law, because let's face it, human beings, if given the chance, want to be free. Our natural instinct, if given the chance, is to be decent. And that's where India naturally, I believe, should rest.
There is a double standard, though, in what our fellow democracies are doing. In as much as we are being lectured about continuing the import of Russian oil, which you deflected, you didn't quite answer my question. There are those...
I'm a politician, of course I deflect.
but I'll push you to this. Europe continues to meet some of its energy imports from Russia. America, it continues to import extremely sensitive nuclear-related material from the United States. And why is India being told to stop?
Well, I think...
Why should we be bullied into that?
I think that's a very fair point you make, Vishnu. And while in the broad, I'm a supporter of President Trump, I think he misplayed his hand, if you like, recently when he whacked those punitive tariffs on India, particularly given that there are other countries that are cheating here, particularly China, that didn't get the same kind of treatment. I mean, one of the big mistakes that America made in the Cold War period was consistently tilting towards Pakistan, a military dictatorship, as opposed to India, a liberal democracy. For the last 20 years, the Americans very sensibly have been trying to rectify that. I think this is a serious setback, but given the fundamental community of interests and values that India does have with the democracies, I think it'll only be a temporary setback, but let's hope that this can be remedied very quickly.
But even with Pakistan, India really worked to build up a relationship with the United States. We have an incredibly important and deep strategic partnership which both countries value. But the rhetoric that we've been seeing coming out of Washington in the last couple of months and the linking of India and Pakistan in statements when we always wanted these to be delinked. You know, you look at Pakistan as a separate entity, look at us as a separate entity, don't combine the two together. But then every other statement of Donald Trump seems to be having both India and Pakistan in it. So how are we to feel different or special or valued as deep strategic partners?
As I said, I think that the President has struck some false notes, if I may say so. Now, no one's perfect, not even Donald Trump. So don't tell him I said that.
I'll try not to.
But
we'll switch off the feed to the White House right now.
But as I said, I think always go back to the basics. And America's fundamental interests lie in a strong friendship with India, much more than they do in a strong friendship with Pakistan. India's fundamental interests lie in a strong partnership with its fellow democracies, much less than with the dictatorships, much less than with the country that's nibbling away at its northern borders. So I think the fundamentals will reassert themselves. I just think it's most unfortunate that something impulsive and a bit inexplicable has suddenly happened. I mean, I honestly don't know why America, after 2 decades of tilting towards India, would suddenly and apparently quite capriciously have reversed that.
The big problem that so many countries across the world face, and certainly over here, is the threat of terrorism. We are very clear about that. Terrorism emerges from Pakistan. The evidence of this is huge, and yet when a large country like the United States has some of their top generals saying that, Pakistan works with us extremely closely on terrorism and we value that greatly, again, there appears to be a double standard. And let's not forget about the basis, the heart of where terrorism has come from, whether it's 9/11 or 26/11.
Yep, and look, Pakistan cooperated so closely with the United States on terrorism that they gave Osama bin Laden a home for the best part of a decade. So, look, we can't be under any illusions. There are good people in Pakistan, and there are people in Pakistan who you'd want to work with collegially, but it is still at heart a military society with a strong Islamist streak. India is totally different, and I'm not saying that America should not work where it can with Pakistan. Of course it should, but it needs to know where its better friends are. I mean, when I was Prime Minister, I thought that I would do my best to work constructively with everyone, but you've always got to know where your friends are, and your friends are the ones where there's common interests, common values, and in particular a common history, and that's you've always got to realise that.
Mr. Abbott, Australia is a destination for so many Indian students now. There are many who've gone on to become excellent Australian citizens. But in as much as that may be the case, we've seen attacks on Indians in your country as well, machete attacks, other attacks, murders, etc., etc. The police have been investigating that. Is there a concern that you share or that you have on people from India or the subcontinent being targeted by Australians who feel that a part of Australia's culture may be going away? Is that a worry for people?
Is immigration to Australia generally too high? And we've had absolute all-time record numbers over the last 3 years. Immigration to Australia has been running at roughly 500,000 a year, and that's double what it was before the pandemic, and it's about 4 times what it was under John Howard back 20 years ago. So immigration to Australia is too high, and it does need to be scaled back. But certainly our immigration policy will and must remain a non-discriminatory one. So that's one issue. The other issue is crime. Now, trust me, Melbourne has a crime problem. It's not crime that singles out any particular group of people. There's just a crime problem in Melbourne. There are these youth gangs that are out of control. The Victorian police have been, I think, weakened and demoralised by too much politically correct woke ideology. It's about time that the police once more took control of the streets, and that will make the streets of Melbourne and other cities in Australia safer for everyone, including Australians of Indian background.
You've had the opportunity of engaging Prime Minister Modi on quite a few occasions. Could you tell us a little bit about that exchange and how that's really built up this relationship? And I ask this because when I started as a journalist 30 odd years back, I remember a situation when there was a great deal of concern that Australia and India weren't really allies. There were sonar buoys which were dropped by your reconnaissance aircraft near Indian destroyers, which were then promptly picked up by the Indian Navy, but that's a separate story, to this relationship which has gone a fair way under Modi. So could you tell us about that?
Well, I think what you're talking about, Vishnu, is sort of the Cold War hangover. I think that at least over the last 24 years, we've put that well and truly behind us. We now participate in the annual Malabar naval exercises. India, as I understand it, is now participating in our biannual Talisman Sabre exercise, one of the largest military exercises in the world that takes place in northern Australia. It was wonderful to see the...
Pitch Black, right?
Yeah, Talisman Sabre is the land exercise, Pitch Black is the air exercise. It was wonderful to see the very sophisticated exercises going on recently between the British Carrier Strike Group and the Indian Aircraft Carrier Force. So I think things are really really picking up. But yeah, there was a period there. As I said, it was the unfortunate accompaniment of America's Cold War tilt to Pakistan, but excluding the tensions of the last couple of months, which I think is sort of like a passing sun shower, just a passing sun shower, not climate change. It's not climate change. It's just a bad weather event. That's all it is.
Before we wrap this up, I have to ask you about cricket, where we started off from. I'm absolutely certain India is going to trounce you guys.
Well, you didn't. I mean, we won 3-1 in the Test series,
Fluke.
and I think that the same thing can be expected in the one-day series. But I think what we can also be sure is that a magnificent spectacle will be provided, and everyone who attends will be mesmerised by skill and sportsmanship.
Is cricket our biggest bond?
It's something important that we have in common, and I guess sport is a wonderful way of building character in individuals. It's a wonderful way of building friendship. I think team sport is a particularly important part of the formation of fine human beings. Certainly, team sport was a very important part of my early life, my young adulthood. I think it's wonderful that team sport, whether it be cricket or soccer, is really flourishing here in India. I think our schools will all be much better if sport was compulsory for everyone. I think too often these days teachers think, oh, it's all too hard to stay back after class and coach sporting teams. This is a very important part of a successful growing up.
Okay. I have a 30-second quick-fire round with you, putting you on the spot. This didn't feature in the list of themes which I sent across to you, so I was being a bit unfair then. Kohli or Steve Smith? Kohli or Steve Smith, who's better?
They're both superstars.
Jasprit Bumrah or Pat Cummins? Don't be a politician now.
I think Pat Cummins is probably one of the greatest bowlers.
Sachin Tendulkar or Ricky Ponting?
Tendulkar was a genius.
All right. And my very final question to you, surfing at Manly Beach.
Yes.
I mean, it's been a real joy for you, right? Tell us a little bit about that.
Well, I used to take my board out at about 6:30 in the morning, probably a couple of mornings a week, when I was the member for the local area. And when my office would say, "What the hell have you been doing this morning?" I would say, "I've been dropping in on my constituents."
It's been wonderful speaking to you, Mr. Abbott, and welcome back to India. And I think it's just wonderful that we have this super relationship. And, you know, despite any questions which I may have asked, I do believe it is democracy which lies as the bedrock of this.
And could I just finish on this note? Sometimes the Western liberal or leftist press is critical of India under Modi. He's seen as a sort of a subcontinental Trump, and that's a criticism. I keep saying anyone who knows India appreciates it's got a riotously free media, it's got a robustly independent judiciary, and it has completely free and fair elections, and that's democracy.
Thank you so much, sir, for being with us. I'd now like to invite Kartikeya Haryani, the founder and CEO of Charge Zone, to honor Tony Abbott, the former Prime Minister of Australia. If you can just come up onto the stage.
We are shifting focus away from NDTV World Summit onto some news that's coming in right now. Major cabinet reshuffle in Gujarat, where 26 ministers have taken oath, and that includes Harsh Sanghvi, who is the Home Minister, who's now been sworn in as the Deputy Chief Minister. Latest updates that are coming in, those are visuals on your screens of the oath ceremony that took place, where the ministers were sworn in by the governor a short while back. 9 ministers from the old cabinet have been dropped. That's the latest update that we're getting right now. Latest bit of news coming in as far as the major cabinet overhaul and reshuffle that took place in Gujarat. On your screens are those images and those visuals coming in of the swearing-in ceremony, where 7 ministers from the old cabinet have been retained, and there's also an important caste matrix and caste calculations that have been kept in mind, because of which this reshuffle has taken place. That includes 8 OBCs, 3 leaders from SC community who are part of the new cabinet. All right, viewers tuning in right now, latest update coming in from Gujarat. In fact, a huge political message that's coming in from Gujarat, from the BJP, where it wants and has done a complete overhaul as far as its cabinet is concerned. Remember, yesterday is when the entire cabinet had resigned in the wake of a massive reshuffle that has taken place. And now you have 9 ministers from the old cabinet being dropped. Let's get in my colleague Anuj for more on this. Anuj, extremely significant, sends a very strong message that the BJP wants to ensure that its momentum in terms of being in sync with the people and also ensuring it retains its connect with the people remains, which is why, and also sends a message for all other BJP ruled states as well. But first, take us through the names that have made it and those who've been dropped from the Gujarat cabinet.
You know, if you look at the broader sense of...
Good afternoon, distinguished dignitaries, world leaders, colleagues, and friends. It's a privilege to be back at the NDTV World Summit. We have traveled significant distance and achieved major milestones in the last 12 months. Last year, India was predicted to be the fastest growing major economy. Here we are as the fastest growing major economy with a 6.5% growth rate. Our investment ratings received an upgrade, India's first sovereign upgrade since last 18 years. This has had a cascading effect on the civil aerospace sector. Domestic passenger traffic grew to approximately 165 million, a more than 7% increase since last year. 39 million passengers traveled abroad, spending $32 billion. India ranks as the 3rd largest civil aerospace market in the world. Significant investments were made by major OEMs in the last 12 months. As we reflect what our Honorable Prime Minister said last year at this summit, this is India's century. This is India's century because India has the advantage of double AI. That is artificial intelligence plus aspirational India. Aspirational India is a superpower. Aspirational India equates to strengthening physical connectivity and related infrastructure within India. The number of airports has grown from about 75 to approximately 160 in the last decade. Udan has been the vision of our Honorable PM, Ude Desh Ka Aam Nagrik, where a Hawaii chappal wearing citizen can travel on an airplane. Let me share a personal story where my house help came to me asking for a vacation. She mentioned that she was going to Jharsuguda on an airplane. That felt great, and a statement that India has arrived. With approximately 220 plus airports
and 1,500 aircrafts delivering in the next 7-8 years, these stories will be very common. GE Aerospace, along with its joint venture CFM, will power over 80% of these aircraft and will be the backbone of the commercial network. This is a huge responsibility to ensure our passengers experience safe and reliable operations. I want to stress on the fact that in our industry, we don't compete on safety. GE Aerospace works on the philosophy of SQDC, safety, quality, delivery, cost, in that order. Safety is paramount to our culture and engraved in our philosophy. That is, we invent the future of flight, lift people up, and bring them home safely. GE Aerospace understands that India is not only a purchaser of technology, but increasingly is becoming a producer of high-tech indigenous technology. Recent military combats have shown what Indian tech is capable of. We aspire to partner India towards their vision of Amrit Kal, that is, a developed India by 2047. We have laid the building blocks of our partnership. GE Aerospace contribution towards Make in India have been impactful and significant. Let me share some examples with you. The first engine MRO in India was built with the help of GE. Our technology center in Bangalore has over 1,500 engineers working on the next generation technology, including the RISE and the Boeing 777X. At Pune, we make engine parts, structure, components, a true example of Make in India for the world. We have collaborated with Tata's to manufacture narrow-body LEAP engine components. On the defense business, we are closely collaborating with HAL to manufacture the F414 engine. As our fleet expands, we will continue to evaluate the need for an additional MRO. Major aerospace markets were built over 5 decades. We understand aspirational India cannot wait. GE continues to build critical infrastructure required for us to be a major force in the aerospace market. Over the next 5 years, through various initiatives of GE Aerospace and GE Aerospace Foundation, we aim to train over 5,000 people and help them take up engineering jobs and aerospace jobs in the industry. As aspirational India continues to grow, India will receive approximately 1 aircraft per week or more in the next decade. With every new aircraft, there comes a bigger responsibility, the responsibility to power it safely, reliably, and sustainably. For aspirational India, aerospace is not just about aircraft or engines. It is about the inventions in Bangalore. It is about the hustle of technicians in Nagpur. It is about that young passenger who looks out of the airplane window and says, I want to build this airplane. And a teenager saying, one day I want to do space travel. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Rai. And on that note about powering the future of flight, Vedika, it's time we power ourselves. To everyone in the audience, this is the moment out of many moments that you've been waiting for. We are going to need to refuel. But big sessions coming up in the second half. Of course, we've got conversations with Rishi Sunak, Sri Lanka's Prime Minister, Dr. Harini Amarasurya, and the Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi himself.
All sessions to watch out for. Ladies and gentlemen, lunch is now served. We request all delegates to make their way to the dining area, on the east side, level 3, right outside this hall before our engines run empty. We'll see you back in about an hour from now. Have those incredible conversations, and of course, we'll see you in an hour from now. Thank you.
managing over 50,000 centers with the support of 60,000 dedicated employees. BLS International has processed more than 360 million applications, ensuring exceptional data security and service quality. Its excellence is acknowledged by numerous prestigious accolades in multiple quality and security certifications. Uniquely, BLS International is the only publicly traded company in its sector listed on BSE and NSE, underscoring our industry prominence and commitment to excellence.
everyday moments to innovations across the globe, MasterCard helps millions of people do incredible things. Together, the possibilities are priceless.
Since 1975, Pernod Ricard has been the driving force that brings people together worldwide. We are a convivial, responsible, and successful global wine and spirits group with 240 plus premium brands available in over 160 countries. India, one of our largest markets, ranks second in global sales. Over 97% of what we sell in India proudly bears the tag Made in India, reflecting our commitment to the Make in India initiative. The secret whiskies crafted here are now savored in more than 50 countries worldwide, putting India on the global supply chain map. We are Pernod Ricard India.
Many things make a complete man. Teddy bears is one of them. The complete man.
What does your investment portfolio look like without gold? Incomplete. Why? Because as a gold owner, you have the power to make bold decisions. To balance risks and returns. Power to buy and sell right at your fingertips. Because as a gold owner, you can secure your investments with your strategic advantage. Gold. Without which your portfolio is incomplete. Power your portfolio with gold. World Gold Council.
प्रवासी मजदूरों को हर जगह भागीदारी, वन जीवन से मिल रहा वन्य जीवों को सह जीवन का वरदान, बढ़े बेहतर कल की ओर, ढूंढे सारे समाधान। M3M फाउंडेशन, परिवर्तन और विकास की परिभाषा। stations across the state. Along with this, awareness camps have been organized in schools and colleges to girl students. The Mission Shakti that began 5 years ago under the visionary leadership of Honorable Chief Minister Harini Amarasurya has now reached You lost one or both parents during COVID are receiving financial assistance of 1,000 rupees every month. Children whose parents died due to non-COVID reasons are receiving 2,500 rupees per month.
व्यवस्था बच्चों के बालिग होने तक प्रदेश सरकार निरंतर चलाएगी। हर महीने व्यवस्था उनको हर तीसरे महीने पैसा उनके अकाउंट में जाता रहेगा। एक व्यवस्था बनाई गई।
Girls benefiting from the Chief Minister Ballet Yojana also received 1,01,000 rupees from the government at the time of their marriage. She's Mittal, her husband works as a lady, yet a smile shines on her face. Despite many financial difficulties, she does not worry about how her daughter's education will continue because she knows well that Chief Minister Kanya Sumandara Yojana is there.
3,000 रुपया मिलता है तो उससे हम अपनी बेटी को पढ़ा सकते हैं।
Under the leadership of Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath, the Chief Minister Kanya Sumandara scheme provides a total of 25,000 rupees in 6 phases, from the birth of a girl child until her class 12 education. The money is transferred directly into the parents' bank accounts.
बेटा हो या बेटी, प्रदेश में हम लोगों ने मुख्यमंत्री कन्या सुमंगला योजना चलाई।
With the aim of improving sex ratio and empowering girls, the Chief Minister Kanya Sumandara scheme was launched in 2019. In 6 years, more than 26 lakh daughters have benefited from this scheme.
21वीं सदी है। इस सदी का एक तीसरा दशक ये उत्तराखंड का दशक होगा।
उत्तराखंड को विकास की नई ऊंचाइयों पर पहुंचाने के प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी के स्वप्न को मुख्यमंत्री पुष्कर सिंह धामी देवभूमि पर हर दिन साकार करेंगे। सेवा, सुशासन, स्वावलंबन और सतत विकास, ये वो मूल मंत्र हैं जिन्होंने उत्तराखंड की तस्वीर बदल कर रखी है।
उत्तराखंड सरकार की ओर से
बिल्कुल बिंदास एक्सप्रेसवे पर साइंस आए पूरा विश्वास विकसित यूपी की बढ़ गई प्यास 2047 का ये विजन बहुत खास माफिया का दी एंड फियर गॉन योगी राज में लॉ एंड ऑर्डर हुआ स्ट्रॉन्ग बेखौफ घूमे जनता गुंडों पर मार नया यूपी तोड़ रहा पुरानी दीवार यूपी ऑन द राइज सुन ले आसमां डबल इंजन का ये मिशन है महान 2047 तक हम न रुकेंगे 6 ट्रिलियन का ड्रीम पूरा करेंगे
The Nari Shakti of Uttar Pradesh is today not only safe, but also becoming empowered. Mission Shakti centers have been established in various police stations across the state. Along with this, awareness camps are being organized in schools and colleges for girl students.
कैसे हमें अपनी सुरक्षा करनी है
140 plus premium brands available in over 160 countries. India, one of our largest markets, ranks second in global sales. Over 97% of what we sell in India proudly bears the tag Made in India, reflecting our commitment to the Make in India initiative. The Seagram whiskies crafted here are now savored in more than 50 countries worldwide.
Ladies and gentlemen, kindly take your seats inside the hall. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We hope you had a refreshing lunch break. We are ready to begin the next chapter of conversations here at the NDTV World Summit 2025. May we once again request you to keep your phones on silent mode. And now, please welcome back your hosts for the summit, Ayush Elavadi and Vedika Sood.
Welcome back, everyone. We hope Welcome back, everyone. We hope you're all refueled and recharged after lunch. Can we hear a yes?
All
Come
right.
on, guys, you've had lunch. Louder than that. We have a power pack session for the audience here. We need to hear you loud and clear. Well done.
I'm going to have my go at that in a bit, but we now move from food for nourishment to food for style. With Diwali just around the corner, India's age-old love affair with gold is glittering brighter than ever.
Absolutely, it's Diwali season, but gold is so much more than timeless elegance. It is also a strategic asset, and nobody knows that better than our next speaker, who brings a deep understanding of the Indian consumer and jewelry market, from strategic thinking to practical execution. Here to tell us why India stays eternally bullish on bullion is Sachin Jain, Regional CEO, World Gold Council. Welcome, Mr. Jain.
Distinguished guests, friends, ladies and gentlemen, it is with a great honor for me to address this August gathering. We all at World Gold Council are super happy and proud to be partnering with the NDTV, such a phenomenal platform that we've put together. And as we get into divulging the future of our nation, and as the title says, a flux, something that's unknown, I'd welcome you all to this conversation where gold has been that anchor that's put everything in place. Gold has been that anchor that's performed timelessness over the years. And I consider you, and I welcome you to consider gold as not just a sleepy asset class, but an asset class that's performed phenomenally well in these particular times of flux, and how this will shape up, as we march into the Viksit Bharat 2047, what India would do, and an important pillar for our progress. I'll start by sharing with you what do we do at World Gold Council. We at World Gold Council understand gold. We at World Gold Council are experts in gold. We are at the forefront of the global gold industry. We work with the entire value chain of gold, right from mining to refining to retailing, bullion trade, financial markets, policymakers, futurists, all of that element, with the whole one focus to bring in transparency and confidence in this asset class that's transforming the world. Through our continuous efforts on marketing, on consumer research, we build up core infrastructures that are ready for future development. And we shape the world of gold, as I said, built on confidence and trust. In time and millennia, as we go back, gold has performed as the most important and unmovable hedge. We have witnessed gold stories of gold in kingdoms, in treasuries, in temples, through families, and it's going on from that long. But in today's time of flux, in today's time what's happening around the world, the role of gold cannot be undefeated. The fact is that gold is really, what we call internally, is gold is behaving like the new gold. And I'd like to dwell a little more things around that. But historically, it's been phenomenal.
as you go forward and we look at India, in India, gold has been part of the social fabric. All of us consume gold. We don't have to be in any particular economic strata or any geographical strata. We all consume gold. Gold is a part of our special moments of life. Gold is something that we pass from one generation to the other generation. And I can tell you, dear friends, that the Indian housewife can be easily awarded as the smartest investor in the world because through the millennia, through the lifetime of Indian housewife, collecting small values and volumes of gold, she's not just brought adornment and wealth in the family, she's created wealth for our nation. And that's fundamentally true. Now, let's look at what's happening in gold today. As you might have heard, and as World Gold Council, we get a lot of conversations around what's happening in gold today and what's going on. And I can tell you that what's happening in gold today is unprecedented. We've never seen this before. And that really is an answer to it's a new changed world of geopolitics. It's a new changed world of de-dollarization, of economic crisis. In the last 1.5 years, we've seen 85 new peaks of gold price. 85, my friends. We've seen the gold price just in 2025 rise up by 56%. Still, from yesterday to today, in the international markets, it's gone up by $174 one day. So there is something happening. And these are not sheer numbers. These are numbers that reflect the importance and criticality of gold in today's world. In today's world where geopolitics, as I said, is evolving. Nations are behaving in a different manner. And as we all are looking at our future, gold will be a fundamental of this growth. There are a lot of usages of gold. And if you look at historically, 30 years back, central banks were the net sellers of gold. And the only usage of gold was jewelry. Fast forwarded today we have a very diverse usage of gold, both sectorally or even geographically. About 74% of the annual usage of gold is consumed by developing markets, China, India, Middle East, and that's phenomenal, which is very different 30 years ago. From a sectoral perspective, we have a very, very wide usage. About 20% of annual consumption comes from central banks and nations who are making strength with gold. About 40% of gold consumption comes from investment demand. About 33% of consumption comes from jewelry. And about 7% of it comes from technology. I mean, all your phones that, ladies and gentlemen, that are using will have small bits of gold. All the renewable energy systems in the world are using gold to make the world a better place. Now, just one number I'd like to share. Just the investment demand in this year is slated to cross $6 trillion of gold trading. Now, what that means in INR terms is that we will have a trading of 17,80,000 crore worth of gold on a daily basis. I'll again repeat that, 17.8 lakh crores worth of gold trading on a daily basis, which makes gold as the most liquid asset on planet Earth. It is a hedge, it is a safe haven, it is something that really truly holds strength in a nation, and we believe as we go forward in this march towards Viksit Bharat, we need to look at all these aspects correctly and closely. Now, what's lying in the future? At the World Gold Council, we've been working on making gold as a contemporary, technological, very savvy asset. We've been working on digitizing gold in all facets. We're working with organizations, with digital players, with economies, with banks, hedge funds, and even looking at how gold can be on the blockchain. And there'll be really three things that you'll see in the very near future with gold. You'll see gold as a completely fungible asset, which really means that can move from A country to B, A organization to B, A person to B in a very transparent manner. We believe gold will be accessible. Like in any contemporary modern asset class, gold will be available 24/7 to transact, to share, to trade. And lastly, when we will be digitizing gold, there will be authenticity in gold. When we say this is what it is, it will mean what it is in terms of grammage, caratage, and so on and so forth, with complete ticks on ESG in the entire pipeline journey. So my dear friends, that's what's happening in gold globally. But let's narrow down in the focus of India, and as a respectable Prime Minister has laid down the destination of Viksit Bharat 2047, where we all are moving towards and marching towards making India a developed nation. There is a fundamental role of gold. And as World Gold Council, we are on this project called Swarnim Udan 2047, where we're trying to create an exact roadmap of what will happen in gold and what's the role of gold in the developed nation of India. And of that, we're working alongside with the policymakers, future thinkers, technologists, banks, and with the crux, we're coming out with a very clear destination of gold's role in 2047, and a clear roadmap as to what will happen in 2040, 2035, 2030, and what we as an industry and economy need to start doing today. And ladies and gentlemen, there are some very interesting, sort of pillars that are coming around it. And I'd like to reflect on a little few of them. First and foremost, we believe that India will do mining of gold. Over the next decade, if the right triggers are pressed, we believe that 1/3 of the consumption of gold in India will come from our own gold. Connected to that is the biggest mine that exists in the world, that's gold sitting in the households of India. How can that be, via technology, via transparency, via privatization, be brought into the main system of the economy, and that'll be the other initiative that we do. We believe that India will be the jeweler to the world, and not just a net importer, but also a net exporter with value addition. We believe that tourism in India will enhance. And tomorrow is Dhanteras, and it's a very important day that we all go out and buy gold, and I encourage all of you to buy gold. But more importantly, I want to reflect as to what's the meaningfulness of this festive time. In Dhanteras and Diwali, we pray to the goddess Lakshmi, the goddess of wealth. We pray to God Dhanvantri, which is goddess of medicine and health. And we pray to God Kuber, which is really the treasure and safeguard of all this wealth. We pray for material prosperity and also spiritual growth. So from all of us at World Gold Council, I wish you all a very happy Dhanteras and a very happy Diwali. Thank you for your time.
Our gratitude. Thank you for a fascinating keynote address. A huge round of applause, please, Mr. Jain. Thank you. Cheers. What I have noticed is that we've been playing, moving chairs in the audience. We've seen a lot of new faces that have come in post-lunch, and that's why my lovely colleague Vedika is going to come to you and test you about everything AI that has been spoken about through the day. Okay, she's not going to do that. She's going to have a nice, lovely chat. Vedika, over to you.
I'm going to test the mic first. Great. Shiv, let's start with you. We're going to ask you more about the summit, Edge of the Unknown. For you, what does it mean? And what are we trying to even communicate to our viewers today through the two-day summit?
That there's so much that we don't know about even the daily life that we live. And I think in just the first few hours of the NDTV World Summit, everyone's going to go back with the sense that, oh my God, there is so much that we don't know and there's so much to discover. That's the most amazing part of it.
Absolutely. Mr. Abbott, if I could come to you as well. Would you say the only constant in geopolitics is change these days?
There is a lot of change, but I'd like to think that countries like India and indeed Australia have permanent values and permanent friends.
But doesn't that change on the cricket field, sir?
Yeah, that's war.
That's war, isn't it?
Absolutely.
And mind games?
Yeah, it's a bit of sledging as well.
A lot of sledging. Well, we'll have Ajit Agarkar in a while from now, but going back to our days, Shiv, when Mr. Agarkar used to be on the field, we used to have Harbhajan Singh on one side and a lot of Aussies on the other, and there were so many controversies back then, Mr. Abbott. Well, thank you for that. Just trying to get more voices from the audience as well. Let's go across to Padmaja and Aditya as well. Padmaja, we're also talking about Edge of the Unknown, risk, resolve, and renewal. I think resolve is the biggest challenge amongst the three, wouldn't it be right now?
Well, I think India's resolve has been tested for very long, and if there's one thing that is on display over the last couple of decades, is that India knows the path it's on, the future that awaits it, and the present that we're already crafting. So I think India's resolve is now above question. There were a lot of questions asked, and we've said this again and again, and that's the message also at the World Summit, that for very long we've had others speaking for us, speaking of us, sometimes speaking at us, but now it's our turn, and I think the resolve is quite clear.
And what about renewal, Aditya, when you look at the bigger global picture?
Well, India has shown the way, and India...
But today,
A big statement coming from the former Australian Prime Minister Tony Abbott at the NDTV World Summit. He says that the US President Donald Trump, he overplayed his hand with India on tariff. He calls tariff surge on India unfair. The world's top thought leaders, innovators, creators, and change makers at the NDTV World Summit, from global AI leaders to the top scientists and industrialists, the most influential minds grace the NDTV's World Summit today. "26 ministers take oath as part of the Gujarat cabinet rejig. Harsh Sanghvi takes oath as the Gujarat Deputy Chief Minister. It is Andhra versus Karnataka over the foreign investment. Google invests in Andhra Pradesh while Karnataka fumes. Chief Minister Siddaramaiah, he says that Karnataka is still the #1 in global investment. A big intervention coming from the Supreme Court in the digital arrest scam. Supreme Court takes judicial notice of digital arrest fraud, issues notice to centre and the Haryana government, and says grave offences cannot be treated as routine. Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Sama Shah. At the NDTV World Summit, the former Australian Prime Minister Tony Abbott, he pulled no punches. On Trump's praise for Pakistan, his message was blunt. He says that America must know where its friends are. He called Trump's tariff stance a misstep with India. He in fact spoke about realignment, reliability, and the future of India-Australia ties. Listen in.
To what extent is our strategic partnership premised by the fact that China is a mutual concern?
Well, it's not just about China, obviously, Vishnu. The relationship between Australia and India has been long and strong, a bit intermittent, but basically long and strong for the best part of 200 years. People often forget that there were Indian troops at Gallipoli, there were Indian troops at Tobruk, there were Indian troops at Singapore serving alongside the Australians. And we now have something like 1 million Australians of Indian background in our country. And so it's a strong and dynamic relationship that's growing all the time. But yes, we do have, I suppose, a shared concern about the ambitions of Communist China. And let's not beat around the bush. Under the Communist Party, Beijing, it says it often, their objective is to dominate the region and then to dominate the world. They frequently say that by the centenary of communist control, that's to say by 2049, they want to be the global hegemonic power. And that spells trouble. It spells trouble for all of China's neighbours, and in the end, it spells trouble for the wider world, because over the last couple of 100 years, we've been evolving in the direction of liberal, pluralist democracy under the long Anglo-American ascendancy. And if the dominant power changes and the dominant philosophy changes, well, then the world will change with it, and not necessarily for the better.
How do you assume that it's not going to change? China is a growing economy, militarily now the largest navy in the world, the pace of their militarization unmatched perhaps in human history. Therefore, are we not in for a fundamental change in the world order within the next finite period of time?
Well, one of the points that I've been making for years now is that India is the essential democratic counterweight to China. And India should not underestimate itself. India is now the world's most populous country. I think India is at the beginning of the kind of economic takeoff that China was in 2 decades ago. You go to any large Indian city, there is massive infrastructure going on, subway systems being put in. India is now being crisscrossed by motorways, new airports. India is rising up the ranks in all the various industries that matter, and in general economic sophistication. India can substitute for China in all of those critical supply chains that the West needs to move out of China as a matter of some urgency. So I think really the 21st century belongs to India just as much as it might belong to China. And I think it will be much better for all of us if India bulks larger and perhaps China bulks smaller in the decades to come.
There is a double standard, though, in what our fellow democracies are doing, in as much as we are being lectured about continuing the import of Russian oil, which you deflected. You didn't quite answer my question. There are those...
I'm a politician, of course I deflect.
but I'll push you to this. Europe continues to meet some of its energy imports from Russia. America, it continues to import extremely sensitive nuclear-related material from the United States. And why is India being told to stop?
Well, I think...
Why should we be bullied into that?
I think that's a very fair point you make, Vishnu. And while in the broad, I'm a supporter of President Trump, I think he misplayed his hand, if you like, recently when he whacked those punitive tariffs on India, particularly given that there are other countries that are cheating here, particularly China, that didn't get the same kind of treatment. I mean, one of the big mistakes that America made in the Cold War period was consistently tilting towards Pakistan, a military dictatorship, as a...
Question for Mr. Agarkar.
Why was Rohit Sharma removed from captaincy?
Now, that might just take the whole day, sir, answering that. All right, we have 3 questions, and as I promised, I will go back to the other side of the hall as well. So who were the people who had questions here? I see one hand raised right at the back. It's going to take a while for me to come to you, so if you want to come forward as well, sir. Yeah. Come along.
मेरा 14 years का बेटा रोहित और कोहली का बहुत बड़ा फैन है. अब नाउ जब रोहित टीम से जा रहे हैं तो लग रहा है कि जब तक वर्ल्ड कप तक रोहित को कैप्टन रहना चाहिए था, और क्या अगर सर इसके लिए कुछ कर सकते हैं? We still miss Rohit as a captain.
See, sir, that's the problem. We're so emotional about cricket as well. And when it comes to our kids, even more. All right, where's the other person who had a question this side? Hi. Could you just come along? It'll be faster. What's your question?
So my question is related to Hardik Pandya, who is considered to be clutch god in cricket. So why he's not getting captaincy responsibility in ODI as well as Test? Since he's a fit also, he's performing also. So we just want to know about it.
All right. Anybody this side? You can't complain that I didn't come all the way to the back. Anybody? You have a question? I think your colleague there has tapped your shoulder, so I'm just going to come this way now. Any question for Mr. Agarkar?
I mean, maybe why Virat Kohli is not, being the captain probably. Yeah. Thank you.
All right. One last question. We have time for just one last question. Folks, anyone with the question of the hour for Mr. Agarkar? He'll be here in moments from now, Ayush, I believe.
Vedika, you can come over to this side. They're feeling a little left out. 4 more and Joe more there. So 4 more here.
Finally, we have some. Oh, lovely. Quite a few now. I'm losing all my calories that I gained during lunch today.
We'll all give you a standing ovation at the end of this, we promise.
I need to just ask, why doesn't Rohit Sharma or Virat Kohli receive a respectful retirement from their Test career?
That's something that everyone is asking, but we will try and get you that answer, sir. Go ahead.
Yeah, my question is,
what were the considerations put into before electing Shubman Gill as a captain? So just want to know on a pointers basis. We know on a surface level it's a succession planning, and we have been seeing this, but what was the thought process behind it? That's my question.
All right, I'm sorry, I believe I have to go back to stage. Mr. Agarkar, I believe, is here and will be joining us in moments from now. So this is going to be a highly interesting session, intriguing indeed, because all of you have so many questions for him, and I'm sure that our moderator will also be putting many of these questions to Mr. Agarkar. Ayush?
But before we move on, as she steps on stage, a huge round of applause for my colleague Vedika for burning all those calories at the NDTV World Summit. This is a magnificent venue, Bharat Mandapam. Honestly, I think no matter how much I ate in that lunch break, I've burnt it all off walking from one end to the other. I was envious of you actually going out there into the crowd, you know.
Well, I'm just feeling lighter.
And taller, all of a sudden.
The long and short of it is you're taller. All right. I think in a moment from now, we should have Mr. Agarkar on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, just give us another moment. I think Mr. Agarkar will be here in moments from now. In fact, there's a confession I can make to them.
Yeah.
Which is that I had a Rahul Dravid poster.
Okay.
And a Robin Singh poster in my room for many years. I don't know how many of you remember Mr. Singh, but he was this all-rounder, and I've been a die-hard fan of his.
Is this something that you will pose as an input to the Ajit Agarkar session? Or have you fixed which of those questions you're going to pick? Do you have any favorites?
No, I think Preeti is going to do that. She's backstage, she's heard them, and I'm sure she has most of those questions in mind as well when she sits down there with Mr. Agarkar, who's had a very tough, he has a very tough job, to be honest. To keep everyone happy while selecting the cricket team is not easy, and like a gentleman out there said, he has a 14-year-old son who's a die-hard fan of Rohit Sharma, and he wants Rohit Sharma on the team, so emotions also come into play, really. We're a pack of emotional Indians when it comes to cricket.
Always, but you know, like they say in sport, it's a good headache to have when you have such a wide and good talent pool. So I think it's a good headache to have for him and for the country.
Yeah, but I want to know how many of you know the names of football players in India? All of them, the squad, barely anyone, I'm sure. How many hands are going to go up when I ask you that question?
Okay, how many of you guys watched us play Singapore just a few days ago? There is a die-hard football fan right there. See, there is hope. I see Alex right there in the audience as well, another big football fan. So there's hope for sport, because like you said, we're an emotional people.
Yeah.
And I think sport...
The generation after us, they have their favorites within the cricket team, which surprisingly for many of them still would be Virat Kohli or Rohit Sharma. I mean, when I look back at my days, it was Saurav Ganguly, you know, and it was Srinath to a certain extent. But for me, the thorough gentleman in the game was Anil Kumble. So when we go back to those days, those were my favorites. But of course, that keeps changing. But it's amazing to see how people want Rohit Sharma to still be captain or Virat Kohli to be captain at this point.
I know one thing for sure, that I haven't seen this audience as engaged. Either it's the caffeine and the food, or it's all this talk about cricket. But let's talk about our guest while he descends upon us.
Yes.
So our next guest, like we've not really kept much of a secret, is someone who lives and breathes cricket, not just as a player, but who's represented India with distinction. And also now as a man helping shape the future, like we said, of Indian cricket.
Absolutely. As Chief Selector of the BCCI, he plays one of the toughest and the most pivotal roles in the sport, building a winning team, making the hard calls, and carrying the weight of 1 billion expectations, like we just heard from all of you in terms of the questions you have for him and the expectations you have for him.
Absolutely. I mean, that's going to be a lot of weight on your shoulders, but, well, a good workout, no one is complaining about. He's the man who helps India decide how India takes the field, and sometimes who doesn't. It's a job that demands both strategy and steel, and one that often faces the heat of public passion, like we've seen in this room. Well, it was the FOMO and the JOMO, that's what I said. Yeah?
Yeah. But behind those decisions is deep experience and insight, like we've said. We're going to get Preeti on stage now. She will be moderating this event. We're just waiting for Mr. Agarkar to join us. Preeti, can we have you on stage? Preeti, a lot of expectations from this session. You've just heard all those questions, hopefully, so pick yours.
Are you making me nervous?
No, I'm not. I'm passing on the responsibility now to you.
And there's just around 400 of them who have questions, so you just have to pick a few of them.
Absolutely. The only thing is that this session could last for the rest of the evening.
Absolutely,
But we
yes.
have limited time, and I'm told that our guest is already here. So I think we should all put our hands together for the chief selector of the Indian men's cricket team, Ajit Agarkar, someone who has absolutely seen all the angles of Indian cricket, from being an exceptional cricketer himself in his playing days to being someone who served in the commentary box, analyzing the game with his deep insights, and now a very decisive role for Ajit Agarkar to shape the future of Indian cricket as the chief selector of the Indian men's team. Ajit, such a pleasure to have you with us. Thank you so much. And I'm told that we literally had to test your fitness levels to get you here in real quick time. Thank you for joining us at the NDTV World Summit.
No, thank you so much. Firstly, good afternoon, and sorry to keep everyone waiting here. Couldn't help it, but I'm here, so
Not blaming
looking
at
forward to this. I'm not sure I'm looking forward to this, but I'm here.
We are looking forward to this interaction with you. Everyone in the audience has told me at least one question that I had to put across to the chief selector, but I have the power, so let's see. So, Ajit, in your introduction, I said that you are someone who's seen and served Indian cricket from all angles. So, your professional career has been exceptional. You've been there in the comm box, and now, as the chief selector, which of the three roles has been most satisfying and which one has been most challenging?
I mean, I'd probably go to the easier one first, being a commentator. I mean, I mean no disrespect when I say that. It's still a lot of work. It's spending a lot of hours at the ground, but as long as you get the right words out, your job as a commentator is done and you go home. Playing obviously gives you the most satisfaction. There's no doubt about it. Every time you step on the field, you know your job's on the line, your place is on the line. Very little margin between a win and a loss, that's on the line. The one thing that goes for you when you're a player is at least the ball or the bat's in your hand. You more often than not, it's if you play well or you make a mistake, dictates on where you go as a player.
Right.
As a selector, once you pick a squad of 15, and that's it, there's nothing else in your hand. It is challenging because of the depth of cricketers that we have at the moment. Like I said, a lot of the things are out of your hands once you pick the team. But what you know is it is a demanding job, hectic, high-pressure job, but it's a big responsibility because once you've been a player, you know that you're shaping careers, like you said. A decision that you make can impact on a player's career in a good or a bad way. And you can't please everyone, but you try and do as a selector the best job that you can.
And it's a huge responsibility.
It is, there's no doubt about it. I mean, and we are well aware of it, especially once you've been a player. You're aware of what you feel as a player. And that's the first thing that I keep telling myself, what would a player feel? And that's why most times you're in contact with the players, whether you pick them or you don't pick them. And like you said, it's a huge responsibility.
So let me take you a little back in time, when you were a player. What was your perspective of the selectors? Were you cynical about them? How would you look at the selectors at that point in time and their decisions?
I mean, it was a little bit different back then. I think I was chatting with someone, I think Rika, a little while back. I don't think I've ever spoken to a selector in my life when I was playing. A lot of players are now comfortable approaching a selector. I know that some of them I've played with towards the end of my career. Some of them when I was with Delhi Capitals for a couple of years, I've gotten to know them. So they perhaps are a lot more comfortable, but I think that's a generational shift. They don't mind picking up the phone and calling the selector and asking why am I not in that squad or what's the plan going ahead, which is nice.
That's a great insight. We never knew this happens.
And it's a good thing. And like I said, our times were a bit different. You didn't quite have that access. Now that they do, and it's my responsibility to answer within reason the questions that I can answer. But it's always they'll get 100% of the truth from me, what the selectors are thinking or what the conversations with a captain or coach have been. And that's the only way forward, because as long as you're honest with the player, then it's up to him whether he may not like it all the time. Most often they don't like it, but at least they know where we stand.
But you know, being the selector of Indian men's team, being chief selector, it's never easy because there are so many critics out there, especially with social media. One, obviously, some players who get left out, they are not happy. Their fan army is not happy. How do you deal with that amount of pressure? Because, you know, we have so much of talent in our country. You select 15, equally capable 30 are sitting out. How do you deal with this pressure?
Yeah, I mean, if you pick 150 tomorrow, they'll still miss that one or two players who's not been picked in that, which is a good problem to have as a selector. That you have so many players to pick from, it improves the competition levels, the performance level stays high. With regards to, I mean, the sport is so popular in India, it's followed so widely that there are going to be people who will be critical of your decisions. The fan bases have increased multiple times over the last few years.
Absolutely.
Social media, I mean, the best way to do it is not read or listen to what's said about you, good or bad. And I've done that as a player because I didn't think it helped me. More so as a selector. Every now and then someone will still send you something. Because a lot of it, and we as selectors keep discussing amongst ourselves as well. You know, try and not read as much as you can. Every time you'll notice something. But you will never be able to do your job objectively if you start worrying about what X, Y, or Z. Everyone's entitled to their opinion. It's how it is.
But don't tell me that you haven't taken note of hashtags like Justice for Shreyas Iyer, Justice for Sanju Samson.
No, I haven't. I promise you. And because, I mean, I am on social media, but the presence is not there, especially after this job. I've made it a point not to, because it's a no-win situation as a selector. I mean, even as a coach or a captain of the team, it's because there are so many players to pick from, somebody will like the other player or that one player who's missing. So, no, better stay away from it. Five of us watch a lot of cricket through the course of the year. So we are watching each and every player, or as much as possible between the five of us, what they do through the course of the year, which a lot of people sitting here may not know. They might just look at 2 months of the IPL or a couple of tournaments and say that player deserves to be there. But there are other guys who've been doing just as much through the course of the year, and that only we know. But it's impossible to explain about every individual to people. So rather stay away from it. It's helped me. So whether there's a good thing said or a bad thing, doesn't really affect.
Fair enough. I will come to that part which you mentioned about, you know, how IPL shapes the narrative. The performance in IPL shapes the narrative a lot of times, especially amongst the cricket-watching, cricket-lover Janta. But first of all, as chief selector of the men's cricket team, is there a set template? What are the green flags, if I could ask you to list down for us, that you look for in a player when you make a decision, okay, this person is best suited to be named in the 15 that we are selecting for a series or tournament?
I mean, it's a very loaded question. Might be an entire day answering it. Obviously, fitness these days, with the amount of cricket that is played, with IPL now, the 2 months, sometimes we used to get that time off back in the day. That's taken away now. So you're practically playing 10 to 11 months a year. So fitness makes, you know, it is the primary thing. Guy needs to be fit to be able to be available for those 10 or 11 months that we play. Form dictates if he maintains his place in the team or not. And the player knows it. We don't have to tell him as a selector. But with that, you are well aware of which players you want to give a longer rope to. And perhaps some other guy may not get as long a rope. Those players, that again is a judgment call. Comes with the selectors. Obviously, you discuss with the coach and the captain a lot because eventually they've got to run the team that you pick. Yeah, and you know, you've got to have one eye on the future. There is no two ways about it. It doesn't mean you forget the present because you've got to win the games at hand. But maybe half eye, if not an eye on the future, because eventually your job is, in next 3, 4, 5 years' time, to leave Indian cricket in good health. For the next guy who comes in, it should be a slightly easier job for him when he starts. So, but form and fitness are critical.
So the three things that you've listed is form, fitness, and future potential. How do we bring experience in the mix?
I mean, at the moment, we are blessed with experience here. It's not, you know, the good players will play for a period of time, and that's where you gain experience. The thing that, I know BCCI gets blamed for a lot of things, but a lot of people that don't realize, I mean, not just the national team that's playing. There's an India A team, there's an emerging team, there's obviously first-class structure, which is improving, and we have a lot of teams. So all those things go into getting a player that experience when he, IPL, I mean, IPL, such a high-pressure, highly competitive tournament, that when a guy comes to the Indian team or the national team, he's more or less ready. I think when we played, there wasn't as much exposure to playing against different countries or different players or with overseas players, that sometimes you took a little bit of time to get adjusted to the top level. I don't think that's the case with players anymore today. I think most of them, when they make their debuts, are ready to go out and perform, and which is a real, makes our job a lot easier.
Does it make your job easy to have experienced players and that legacy, or does it make it more difficult? Because, you know, we have a list of our experienced players who refuse to compromise on their fitness. So that area they have covered. Form also, they say, you know, form is temporary, class is permanent. So is it a sort of a burden to have legacy cricketers and then, you know, sort of find a place for themselves in your team?
No, not at all. I mean, you have those legacy cricketers because they've created it for themselves.
Yeah.
Because of their performance over the years. I mean, there is no one team in world cricket who will not want experience in their team. It's always got to be a balance between some of our youth players or the newer players and your experienced players to guide them. And it's been the case through history. So, no, you'd rather have those experienced players playing well, which, you know, once you've been around forever, you know, you take pride in your performances.
Yeah.
You know, it's so, no, I don't, I mean, like I said, they've created that legacy for themselves, and, you know, you treat them with that respect, and there's always that respect when somebody's been around for 10, 12, 15 years. Maybe some of the conversations don't come out that you have with those players, but there's nothing but respect for the guys that have achieved that long, and you want them around the team, because there are a lot of young guys that come through every year. We have at least 6 or 7 guys that make their debuts, and with different formats now, perhaps sometimes more.
Yeah.
You want those young, you know, senior guys to guide them, and the longer they play, it's always good for the team.
And, you know, I'm coming to the inevitable question, which, you know, if I were to ask for a poll in this audience, if not 195% would say that they would want to see Virat Kohli and Rohit Sharma in the 2027 ODI World Cup squad. What are your thoughts as the chief selector?
And I thought you'd never ask, so. No, look, I mean, they're part of that squad at the moment for Australia. Like I said, they've been incredible players for a long period of time, and it's probably not the forum to keep harping on individuals, because you want to try and focus on the team, what the team wants to achieve. And in 2 years' time, we don't know what the situation is going to be. So why just them two? It could be some other younger players.
No,
you know,
specifically for the two of them. Can I ask you that their future, their probability of being a part of the squad in 2027 would now depend on each and every ODI series that will be played between now and 2027?
I mean, that'll be a bit silly, isn't it? When the guys have one average is over 50 and one average is close to 50. So you're not going to put them on trial for every game. But 2027 is a long way away. Both of them play one format. They're playing cricket after what? We played 8th or 9th of March was the Champions Trophy final. They'll play 19th of October. They haven't had a lot of cricket.
7 months.
Yeah, so once they start playing, and then you assess as you go forward. They're not on trial. They've achieved all they had to achieve in terms of not just winning trophies, but runs. So it's not that if both of them don't get runs this series, that will be the reason they won't be there, or if they get 300s, that is the reason they play 2027. It's still a long way away, and we see how the team shapes up, but we have some ideas, and as we go along, we'll probably have a better idea of where the team is progressing to.
Right, and can I just ask you to reflect on the period when both of them, you know, decided to walk away from T20s and test matches and now focusing only on one-day cricket. Did you get a lot of hate mails? Aapne aisa kara hai. Aapne inhe retire karwaya hai.
Like I said, I don't read, apart from the official BCCI emails, but no, I mean, look, both of them have been stalwarts of Indian cricket. They both approached, they felt it was a new WTC cycle, and whatever people might think or not think, that is the reality. I think both were very aware. Perhaps they may not have gone for those 2 years as test players for that WTC cycle. And look, England was a series where we would have loved some experience, frankly. And the performance was incredible, even though we didn't win under a young captain, which was always going to be difficult. But we would have liked some experience, but they had made their decision. And once you've played for as long as they have, and they're sure about what decision they want to make to walk away from a particular format, you've got to respect that. I mean, whether we try to talk them into playing, I'll keep it to myself.
That was a very curious time, Ajit, because, people were quoting from Rohit Sharma's social media handles only that 15 days prior to announcing his retirement, he was looking forward to England, and then suddenly we have the decision.
I mean, you would know.
You were also taken by surprise?
I didn't read his social media, so I usually talk to the player. So, no, but look, I think you've got to focus on the team that played in England. I think the guys went there and drew that series against all odds. I don't think anyone gave us a chance with that team. So why not focus on the performances that the current players are doing rather than guys who've retired as good as players that they've been. They're no longer part of the test team. So rather maybe applaud the guys who actually went out there and performed instead of trying to find faults with other things.
And the team was fantastic. Of course, you guys making some very, very difficult calls, but the calls which were matched with heart and hard decisions, if I could say that. And it's been incredible to see the boys performing.
Yeah, but I mean, that's been the case over the years. It's not the first time when a senior player has retired or been left out or has walked away from the game. Well, we've had one guy who played 200 test matches who's not playing anymore. I mean, so that's the nature of sport. The transition is natural. When you do it, how you do it, it has to be in the interest of the team. Yeah. And that is our job and our responsibility. And as long as we, perhaps may not get it right all the time, but the intentions are always right. And you hope that you make the right decision at the right time.
Ajit, I want you to just give us an insight into what happens in that, boardroom meeting with the chief selector and the other four sitting around you on the table. Are there moments when you are frustrated, when you would just, be dramatic in that meeting and say, nahi, isko nahi lena tha, isko lena tha? Just give us a bit of an insight. What happens in the meeting when you've made a decision?
I mean, we generally have lots of chat before going in the meeting anyway. I mean, look, like I said, captain and coach, to me, I mean, even though the decision is for 5 of us to make, I think captain usually sits in the selection meeting. So eventually, once you reach that selection meeting, most of us are on the same page. You've had lots of discussions leading up to that and lots of disagreements, which is important. I mean, that there are 5 people who will have 5 different thoughts, hopefully not 5 different thoughts, but different thoughts. But invariably, there are always 12, 13, 14 players that pick themselves. And those disagreements are healthy, which means that you have more than one option for a particular spot. And eventually, it's our decision to make. I mean, Rahul Dravid was coach before that. And he's a dear friend. And we've had some, I won't call it bust-ups, but we've had some real disagreements with regards to what he wants. But that's because we are trying to do what's in the interest of the team and try and pick the best 15. Similarly, with the captains, Rohit before this and Shubman's very new, you want to discuss. Our job is to try and give the best possible 15 so that the captain and the coach can make their life a little bit easier. And if you don't involve them part of the discussion, it'll be a bit foolish. So eventually, yes, there will be certain calls which we don't agree with them, which we make. But invariably, every call is taken within the interest of the team. And depending on what series you're playing, what the future holds. Obviously, there's a T20 World Cup coming, so you're 6, 8 months or a year before that, you start planning for that. Then there's a 50-over World Cup coming. There's a WTC cycle which keeps going. So you have different plans for that, but no, it's not as dramatic as it's made out to be, the selection.
So can I ask you to perhaps help us understand when our team is selected, in percentage-wise, if you were to divide it, how much of it is a selector's team and what is the component of the coach and the...
I don't think there are any percentages. I think in general you have, like I said, you have discussions. Even now, when the team's playing in Australia, I'll have discussions with a Gautam Gambhir or a Shubman Gill, and there's a South Africa series immediately to follow. So you're always constantly trying to see how best you can improve the team. So there are no percentages. They'll have their thoughts, we'll have ours.
Is it 50-50, 60-40, 70-30?
No, I think we're more or less on the same page. There'll always be one or two things that you perhaps debate on a little bit. Like I keep saying, fortunately we are in a position we have lots of options.
Yeah.
So it makes our life a little bit easier. Maybe not in terms of fans who want the other player that we don't pick, but we have options, and at the moment we are happy with the way it's working. Whether it was when Rahul was here or Gautam's here now, and we have a new captain in charge now. So no, there's no percentages here. We usually agree with everything.
You've been a calm performer on field, and that's the temperament that I can notice here on stage also, and perhaps the way you accept the challenges of being the chief selector as well. That's something perhaps that shows with your personality. But I know, Ajit, you've said that you don't go on social media and you don't see what's being written over there. But how do you look at the response that comes from some of the players on some of the decisions that you've made? And I'm going to quote here, you must have at least heard about Mohammad Shami very openly saying that if I was not fit enough to be a part of a 50-over squad, then how come I'm playing a Ranji game?
I mean, if he says that to me, I'll probably answer that. I
haven't here.
No, I mean, if he was here, I'll probably do that. Look, I'm not quite sure what he said on social media. Maybe if I read that, I might give him a call. But my phone's always on for most players, and I've had multiple chats with him over the last few months. I don't want to try and give you a headline here, but...
And why not?
No, I mean, again, look, he's been an incredible performer for India. If he said something, maybe that's a conversation for me to have with him or him to have with me. But even before England, we said if he was fit, he would have been on that plane. Unfortunately, he wasn't. And our domestic season has just started, so we'll see if he's fit enough. And we'll see where it goes, because this is the first round of Ranji games that's going on. We'll find out in a couple more games if he's fit. Look, with his quality, if he's bowling well, why would you not want to have someone like a Shami? But what we found in the last 6-8 months to a year, even leading up to the Australia tour, which we were desperate to have him on, unfortunately his fitness wasn't there. And if he does keep fit over the next few months, who knows, the story might be different. But at this point, as far as I know, he wasn't fit enough for that England tour.
You've given me my headline. Thank you so much. No, a final question to you, and you can pick just one word to answer that. When history looks back at your tenure, your time as the chief selector, what would your legacy stand for? Consistency, courage, or transformation? You can pick.
I think it's probably for other people to talk about it. I don't think you come... As a player, you're a bit more... I don't want to say driven. Even selector is a very responsible job. I sometimes find it difficult to switch off. No, not legacy. Like I said before, I think the one thing I'm very mindful of, how responsible this job is in terms of where Indian cricket goes. The one thing I would certainly want to do as a selector is when I do finish my term, leave the team in a nice pace for the next guy to come in and not have to worry too much about trying to fit in multiple pieces. That is always the hope. That is always the intention. It's not always easy, but that's the intention. If I can do that, I think I'd be happy when I finish.
Great, and I think you've given that transformative note to your legacy already. Thank you so much, Ajit. It was a pleasure hosting you here. And ladies and gentlemen, can we have a big round of applause for someone who's holding a post which is so critically observed, not just in India, even outside, by all the cricket lovers. Ajit, before we let you go, we would like to give you a token of thanks. Can we please request the ushers to bring in the memento? And like I said, pleasure having you here. Thank you.
Well, if you thought the morning was exciting, Trust me, the best is still to come. 2 sitting prime ministers, 1 former prime minister, and a lineup of cultural icons that's nothing short of legendary.
Speaking of cultural icons, our next guest practically defines the complete Indian man. I think I've given it away, but visionary, stylish, and a true business powerhouse.
From weddings to boardrooms, from birthdays to business deals, men have dressed in raiment for generations, a brand that's woven into the very fabric of India.
And I still remember the theme of the ad. It hasn't changed for many years. I think all of us can resonate with it. So let's call upon stage the man himself, chairman of the Raymond Group, Mr. Gautam Singhania.
And joining him on stage, NDTV Profit's own complete man, the one and only Neeraj Shah.
Yes, indeed. 2 complete men on stage and a lot of complete women and men out there in the audience. Thank you so much, Mr. Singhania, for joining in.
Thank you very much for having me.
And, audience and viewers, today we sit down with one of India's most fascinating business leaders. And the reason I say this and say that he's a complete man, because he's transformed a century-old textile legacy into a modern corporate empire. Gautam Singhania has just pulled off a transformative corporate restructuring, splitting a large conglomerate into 3 independent powerhouse businesses, and with more to come, I presume, if I'm not wrong. But he's far from your typical boardroom executive, because he's a man who races supercars at international circuits, founded India's Supercar Club, represents the country on the FIA World Motorsports Council, and owns one of Asia's most enviable automobile collections, from McLarens to Ferraris to Lamborghinis and more. Should we start with cars, Mr. Singhania?
Whatever you like. Thank you. That was a very kind introduction.
No, not at all. But I want to try and get your perspective on how do you combine what the opportunity that Raymond has as a group with the opportunity that India currently presents, and for you, presumably the world presents as well.
So as you know, Raymond is probably the only company in the world that sells for 3,000 times in price point. We go from 300 rupees a meter to 10 lakh rupees a meter under the same brand. And there's no brand in the world that can do this. Nokia had to do Vertu, Toyota did Lexus, Ritz did Four Seasons. And as a company, and we were talking earlier, you said we are in the luxury space. No, we're not. We're in the belly of the market. 99% of our business is in the belly of the market. So if you take lifestyle, this is the India. I mean, everybody grows up and gets married in a Raymond suit. And you're right, we turned 100 years old a month and 5 weeks ago. So we're probably one of the only consumer brands in India that have survived 100 years. So we're very proud of that, and we're proud of that because the Indian consumer has a lot of trust and belief in Raymond. If you take real estate, you were talking about real estate being luxury. For us, we operate in the affordable luxury segment. And I always say, whether you take lifestyle, fashion, clothing, whilst you say you're in the fashion business, Armani and us are in 2 different businesses, whilst we both make clothes. Loda and us are in 2 different businesses in the real estate space. They're in a completely different market with them and Oberoi, and we are in a completely different business. Whilst we're both into real estate, we're both in 2 totally different businesses. And when you start looking at it like that, you get different answers.
So, okay, tell us about this opportunity, therefore, that comes in, because there's a clear pivot, or if not a pivot, a push towards consumption in addition to the capex push that India has had. I'm loosely bucketing into 2, right? Where does Raymond see opportunity both on the India scale and the global scale, particularly as India stamps its dominance on the world stage?
So firstly, let me flag it. Let me say more than 90% of our business is now going to be in India. And as the middle class grows, as the aspiration of the middle class grows, whether it's in the fabric space or whether it's in the, everybody wants a home. I mean, a 2 to 3 crore rupee home in Bombay is affordable luxury. Everybody wants that. If you take the global space, today there's a gravitas to wanting to manufacture in India. With the Make in India, which Modi ji has done, he's taking momentum. You see the Google announcement in Vizag. Today there was another big announcement. You're slowly going to see that happening. Now, the engineering company that we bought, there's a huge interest in aerospace and defense wanting to invest in India. I mean, I think we've got more than our hands full of the opportunities. Now it's really a question of how you can convert that opportunity into reality. Will it happen? The answer is yes. How long will it take? It's anybody's guess. So I'm very, very bullish on the international opportunity towards India. You've got the disruptive things like Trump, which is very controversial. I don't want to comment on that because that's a whole day's discussion, but as consciously as a company, we have taken the decision that we don't want to operate in the US. And if, I'm sorry I'm making a very controversial statement, but if companies like us start feeling that this is causing too much uncertainty and disruption, and we don't want to deal with that uncertainty, I'm sure there are hundreds of companies in the world that are thinking, and then we've got to understand what's the long-term fallout of that.
Interesting. But from what you said, if you've taken this conscious decision of 90% business in India, you believe that for all the facets of your business, which is textiles and lifestyle to real estate, to the engineering, aerospace, defense business, all of them give you enough opportunity to grow at the pace that you want the group to grow?
Well, real estate grew at 46% last year. Where in the world will you see a 46% growth? Okay, I'll bet we grew it from a lower base, but we still grew 46%. Lifestyle is growing today. You've got the legacy business of the fabrics. You've got, now, do I want to go up and set up 10 shops in the UK? I don't want to do it because it's going to divert management attention. It may look, sexy to be in the UK and US, but it's not going to pay you. We've got so many new verticals, whether it's ethnic wear, sleepwear, innerwear, and each one can become large. So India is the land of opportunities. I mean, if you had $100 today and you say, I wanted to invest, where would you invest? If I had a choice to live anywhere in the world, I want to live in this country because this is the land of opportunities. I mean, if you go to UK today, it's horrible. Nobody wants to be there. And, you know, manifestation of that, you saw the UK Prime Minister who came, but you saw the size of delegation that came with him because they are all looking at the opportunity in India.
Most certainly. So tell us a bit about this opportunity as well. Do you sense, I mean, what is different about the opportunity that India presents right now in this decade versus what you may have seen over the last 20, 25 years?
I think it's the emergence of the middle class. You know, there's an aspiration. Every middle class individual has an aspiration to want more. And when goods and services are available, so let's take real estate. You know, when there were no good quality, affordable housing in the market, there was no demand. But suddenly when you put the product in there, we've sold over 5,000 apartments today in 5 years. And this is only exponentially growing. We started with our legacy land. Today we've got 7 JDAs. A lot of you are from Delhi, but I don't think you understand. In Bombay, in my opinion, and I could be wrong by a couple of $100 million or billion, but it's a $2 trillion opportunity. Just Bombay for real estate development. Look at the amount of money they're putting into infrastructure, with the coastal road, airport, metros, Atal Setu, and now a lot more. So there is huge opportunity. It's just you got to grab it.
And you are, of course, grabbing it by being present in the textile business that you've been for all your life. And by the way, I don't know how many in the audience remember the Raymond ads, but they used to be my favorite ads. Silent ads, a small piano playing in the background, but they were just refreshing to see because they were not noise, they were just class. And I believe that embodies the products that you gave. But just coming in on that, Mr. Singhania, what opportunities do you see in non-real estate? Because the lesser known part of your business is this whole engineering, defense part of your business. And here you are telling me that while that is a global business, you want to do 90% of that in India.
No, so I'll only say in the engineering business, we're in 3 parts. One is engineering files, which is our legacy business, auto components, and aerospace and defense. Auto components, we're significantly focused outbound, but again, reduction in America. We want to reduce in America, look more at Europe. You'll still get the same customers. Aerospace, defense, whilst there's an outward opportunity, there's also an opportunity within the Indian government. And if you can bring new technologies, forward-thinking products, and we're working on a host of products that, you know, I couldn't even spell 1 year ago, but I mean, I was sitting with a company yesterday talking about unmanned overwater drones, underwater drones. There's so much stuff going on. You know, the other way of looking at it is the Russia-Ukraine war has thrown up opportunities of new technology, which is coming. So, of course, the domestic market is going to be a big opportunity as well.
And when you talk to a lot of these global companies, whether in your traditional businesses or the new businesses, is there a desire to do business in India in a big way? I know there is this bit of a tariff unresolved issue between India and the US, but are companies really wanting to...
I think it's more than you and me can even dream of.
Sorry, come again?
It's more than you and me can ever dream of. The amount I'm seeing global companies wanting to come and participate in India on the manufacturing side, and I don't know if you saw, we signed an agreement with the Andhra government, with Naiduji to do large-scale manufacturing there. I think literally on a weekly basis, we're getting a call for manufacturing in India. And that's something it's unheard of.
Very interesting. Okay, from business to the other things, right? And I couldn't let you go without talking about cars. I'm sure a lot of car enthusiasts out here. And, you know, everybody's trying to figure out what is it that we look for in the next car, the features, etc. Now, you have the finest cars that anybody can think of having. When you are looking out to go and buying your next car, what is it that you look out for in the car?
It really depends on what I'm looking for. I mean, am I looking for a vintage? Am I looking for a classic? Am I looking for something that I don't have? In the vintage world, there's so many cars that are there. I genuinely believe, I've also got a restoration shop. We're the best restoration shop in the world today. We can restore a car fastest in the world. We're bringing history back to life. I mean, so let's talk vintages, we'll come to supercar. And that is a finite supply. Now, let's not look 1 or 2 years from today, but let's look, say, 50 years from today. I've got many brands that are lost in history. And they're only going to, there's a preservation of history that goes on there. If you take today, I've got a 1903 miniature Velox, only one surviving in the world. You can start it on the first shot, it works. There's a passion with it. I've got a 21501 Corsa Fiat, original from 1921, with the original seats. Now you think the passion that's associated, it's got the stickers of all the milli-millias that it's done. So that's a different world. When you look at supercars, it really depends what's out there. There are very few brands that make great supercars today. But I don't think they're launching models that fast. I genuinely believe that the supply chain for supercars is broken. Today, they commit you a car that's coming out and it takes years before it's coming. It's not months, it's years. Say the top marks have launched a car, you get the delivery 2 or 3 years after they have launched it. So the market is very, very different and changing.
What time do you drive these cars, by the way, in Mumbai? It's chock-a-block right outside your house. So what
well,
time
actually,
do you go out and drive?
fortunately, within 400 meters, I can hit the coastal road and be on that. So driving in Bombay has actually become a fantastic pleasure. But ideally, I drive at about 7 in the morning or on the weekend or late at night. That's when you can enjoy the cars.
Do you like an electric vehicle? A lot of people...
I don't think about them.
You don't think about that. You like internal combustion engine. The vroom of the car should come.
I think EV has been politically hyped. Today, EV production must be about 3% of IC. I think that 3 million EVs being made in the world against 100 million ICs, something like that. So, yeah, I mean, it's okay. It's a toy. I had a battery-operated car when I was 4 years old. So why are we talking about EV today? My little go-kart was EV.
Okay, that's an interesting comparison. Tell us a bit about the Supercar Club, because, I mean, also, I might be mixing an apple and an orange here, but, you know, I remember back in my college days, F1 was really big. I don't know if it's still as big, and cars are not as big a deal as in racing cars, motorsport, maybe I'm wrong, but at least in my circle, it is not as big a deal as it used to be in the past. Am I correct? No.
So you're talking about the Supercar Club. The Supercar Club was formed in 2008. I used to find when I used to take my car out, everybody used to like to look. And I genuinely believe that, you know, exposure creates demand, exposure creates motivation to buy. And that's how the Supercar Club was formed. It was a group of people who enjoyed cars, who talked cars. It's like any special interest group. And I think over the last 17, 18 years, it's grown into a very large club. We had our last event this year, and I was shocked. I mean, we had 250,000 people that came to the show. We had 69,000 reposts on Instagram. And I think we got something like 500-600 million views on the event. But every kid was there with, because it was open to the public, every kid was there with his camera. And I can guarantee you every kid there was saying that when I grow up, I want to buy a Ferrari. I want to buy a Lamborghini. I want to buy an Aston. And that exposure creates motivation. You know, I saw my first Lamborghini when I was 9 years old, and I still remember where I saw it. And I said, one day when I grow up and make my money, I'm going to buy a Lamborghini. And these things become very, very motivational. I mean, it was really funny, I shouldn't say that, but we had the chief minister, and I bought a rickshaw there for him, and chief minister was driving the rickshaw. And it was really nice to see the chief minister drive the rickshaw. Not Mr. Fadnavis, deputy chief minister, I'm talking about Mr. Shinde. So cars bring people back, not practice here. Today, we probably got 5 license holders from India. UK's got 70,000 license holders. So the whole grassroots system, if you take Naren Karthikeyan, Jehan Darwala, Kushmani, all have had to go to live in the UK ecosystem to develop. My daughter is an equestrian rider. She lives in Belgium because the ecosystem for riding is there. The ecosystem is not here. So you have to be part of that ecosystem to survive. It's not that I can go racing every weekend in this country. I can go racing every weekend in the UK, whether it's the UK, whether it's the continent, wherever it is.
Well noted, Mr. Singhania. But on that note, we hope that the new Samvat ushers in a lot more for a lot of businesses you are doing, for the country, and maybe for motorsport as well. But thank you so much for joining in on this August gathering and sharing your views. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
A round of applause for Mr. Gautam Singhania of the Raymond Group.
Thank you, Mr. Singhania, for that wonderfully candid and insightful conversation. The NDTV World Summit isn't just about what's happening in this hall, Ayush.
Absolutely, Vedika. I think that was a fascinating session. I'm glad we got the audience all charged up because this has been a complete experience. We have many lounges here, breakout areas all around us, and experience zones for you to rest, relax, and recharge. And of course, there's snacks and beverages to enjoy. And then this is Networking Pro Max, Vedika. I mean, I'm waiting to go and chat with half of the people in the front row.
Pro Max, yeah, you would say that. All right, so we're going to take a tea break now. We'll be back in a while. So absorb those fascinating conversations, of course, the ones we've had on stage and off stage. We request everyone to be back in this hall in a couple of minutes, about 55 minutes from now, as the doors, this is important, please note, the doors will close sharp at 5 p.m. ahead of Prime Minister's session for security reasons. So please be back in 55 minutes. Thank you.
See you on the other side.
UP on the rise, सुन ले आसमां डबल इंजन का ये मिशन महान 2047 तक हम न रुकेंगे 6 ट्रिलियन का ड्रीम पूरा करेंगे मथुरा की गलियों में गूंजे है राधा अयोध्या में दूर हुई मंदिर की बाधा काशी प्रयागराज की गोल्डन चमक यूपी सरकार की गूंजे धमक सड़कों पर फर्राटा फिक्रलेस बिल्कुल बिंदास एक्सप्रेस वे पर साएं पूरा विश्वास विकसित यूपी की बढ़ गई प्यास 2047 का ये विजन बहुत खास माफिया का दी एंड फियर गॉन योगी राज में लॉ एंड ऑर्डर हुआ स्ट्रॉन्ग बेखौफ घूमे जनता गुंडों पर मार नया यूपी तोड़ रहा पुरानी दीवार यूपी we on the rise. सुले आसमां, double engine का ये mission महान. 2047 तक हम न रुकेंगे. 6 trillion का dream पूरा करेंगे.
The Nari Shakti of Uttar Pradesh is today not only safe, but also becoming empowered. Mission Shakti centers have been established in various police stations across the state. Along with this, awareness camps are being organized in schools.
She's an actor, she's a star. I must confess, I'm a fan, but I'm a fan from an old film of hers, 2010-11, Peri Mersal in Tamil cinema. She has a smile that could set the box office ablaze, but we're not here to talk movies, are we? She's refused to talk movies today. She says she wants to talk about her life after because she's much more than an actor. She's an entrepreneur, she's a philanthropist. She runs an NGO which funds infant children in Andhra Pradesh who need medical support. And she's done some fascinating work. She's spoken about her life, her illness, her struggles in life, all quite openly. And today she wants to talk about being authentic. And I asked her a short while ago behind stage that, Madam, actors and television anchors can never be authentic. Authenticity is a skin deep for them because the moment the camera comes up and the lights are on, we're only out to play to the gallery. Would you agree?
Hi, Veera. I think the conversation that we had earlier was extremely enriching, and I hope we can recreate that on stage. Actually, the reasons you mentioned is the very need for authenticity, don't you think? It's that it might just be the need of the hour to be a little more open, a little more vulnerable, a little more yourself. Because let's be honest, we've tried the route of perfection and it does not work. It actually distances people from you. And I know that this industry, it curates a version of you that is, everyone talks the same way, wears the same clothes, says the same things, does not say certain things. So I think, yes, the industry has curated us to perfection and we lived that perfection for way too long.
You say that, but does that mean that Instagram likes don't matter to you? When you post an Instagram video and another star gets much more likes than you, does it not matter to you?
Oh, we're still there, is it? We're comparing Instagram likes. Okay, let's be completely honest. It is a struggle. I don't think that authenticity is the final destination. It's a work in progress. All I can say is that I'm showing up here and wanting to do better, saying that I don't have everything sorted, I don't have my life sorted, but I'm able to speak about it and say that, listen, I'm not perfect, I don't have it all together, I might stumble, I might make mistakes, I'm trying to do better.
And
is
how
a start, maybe?
How is the reaction? I mean, you know, do you get acceptance? When you get negative, let's say, trolled on social media? And I think everybody lives in an image, right? It's very easy to turn around and say philosophically that I want to be out of the image. How authentic can you really be as a movie star? Like, for instance, you may have had experiences with some movie stars which you would want to speak about openly, but you don't want to. You're worried about what can happen, the kind of pushback that you can get, right?
But I'm talking about authenticity with my own journey. I'm not talking, and I can't begin to explain or proclaim that I know someone else. It's their life story, and I can't really comment on their journey. But I can speak for myself and speak it as and keep it as real as possible.
Give me an example, real-life example, of something that you put out on social media or something that you told the world, saying, look, this is because this is who I am. I'm not the star that you all think on screen. I'm somebody else, and I want to tell you all that this is the person I am, and the response you got, what happened?
I think my life has been, anyone who has followed any little part of my journey, I think, is very well aware of all of the personal struggles and the separation, my illness, everything has been very, very public. And it does come with a lot of repercussion. It comes with a lot of trolling, a lot of judgment, and you're constantly judged for being open and vulnerable. But at the same time, I think that there is a large group who needs that, especially today, because I don't think there existed a time like ours where everyone has access to how the top 1% of the world lives, where they vacation, their homes, their yachts, someone in a village now has access to that information, and I think that can be really demotivating. You have no chance at that kind of life, right? So at a time on social media when you have that kind of access, I think and I believe that it's most important now that we also be responsible. And if there are people and if there are young kids who are looking up to us, we have to make sure that we are being as responsible as possible. Because I am ambitious. I'm very, very ambitious. But I do believe that ambition should be linked to purpose. It should be linked to a group of people having better quality of life, a problem being solved. Ambition should just run wild. It should come attached with certain responsibility and purpose. And that is why I feel that it's very important for the youth today to select their mentors very, very carefully, because that can define their entire life. That can define how stable their mental health is, what they can afford to dream, what they can learn from other people's failures. Today, I might not have, you said I'm an entrepreneur, but where did I get all of this knowledge to do business? I selected my mentors very well on social media. I listened to hours and hours and hours of podcasts and educated myself, and I found really, really good mentors who changed my life, who changed the trajectory of my life. So I think that is the reason that more people in higher positions should be more authentic.
But let me give you the flip side. You're also doing now an Amazon series. Now, if you were to talk here about Ooh Antava or that Amazon series song, there would be 1 million views for that conversation. When we are talking substance, there'll be 500 views.
Right.
So how does one decide? I mean, this is about, you are a star.
Right.
You're fueling that as well at one level.
Yes.
At the other level, you're turning around and saying that I want to do something of purpose.
Right.
How do you reconcile the two?
It is an effort, and yeah, one does not exist without the other. It is because of that, like early on in my career, I came from nothing. I came from the most humble background. I had nothing, and my family struggled to even put food on the table. And from that, my first film...
This was all in Chennai.
Yes, this was in Chennai. And from my very first film, it exploded. I became a star overnight. And there was name, there was fame, there was wealth, there was applause. And to be honest, I didn't know what to do with it. Because I think authenticity is the sum of your upbringing. And if you are not in balance with that upbringing, there can be turmoil. So I didn't feel that I was worth all of this adulation and applause that I was receiving. And instead of making me happier and more, it should have made me very happy. It should have made me feel on top of the world, but it didn't.
It's like, Salim Khan saying in one of those sayings that success has destroyed more people than failure does, right? So fame has its own flip side to it. This is a journey that everybody goes through at some level or the other in terms of reinventing themselves. Was there a moment?
Yes, so to come back to your question is, I found that by using that visibility to create value, and that was when I realized that I have found my purpose. That both exist hand in hand, but what you do with that visibility and what you do with this platform is what matters in the end, right? Don't you think so? You disagree?
No, I don't disagree, but I'm just wondering, what do you do with the platform if you're going to continue fueling one side that is there, this is there? You know, you're sitting here and we're having this conversation because you're a star. You're now turning around and saying that I'm going to search for purpose.
Search for purpose in every single aspect of my life. Like today, if I'm sitting down at the peak of my career, I gave up films for 2 years because I want to do films that add a layer to me as an actor, as a person, and those films are very scarce. They don't come very often. So this is when you say I'm fueling both, but I'm making sure that they are aligned.
That's right. And I'm going to get to movies a little bit because it's inevitable that's there. So was the choice to do a family man when you were this star outside,
Right.
to do a role like Raji?
Right.
Was it something that's conscious? Was it a product of this?
Absolutely.
Or was it the reverse? Did the role come and then you realized that was it?
No, I think I went searching for this role. No one would have given me this role if you compare the films that I've done in the South. I've always played the girl next door, the very sweet, likable girl. Raji was completely different from anything that I've ever played before.
And now you're becoming like the Angelina Jolie of India with your next series, Citadel, as well. You're like, you know, in fact, when we were all stuck outside and somebody told me that Samantha is stuck outside, I said she'll jump over the SPG and try and come with her martial arts tricks inside.
Right.
Yeah, but is that part of the journey now? This is the kind of roles you're going to do? You're not going to do another Ooh Antava? Can we take that as a...
Yes, I think the reason I did Ooh Antava was to just, because I wanted to see if I could.
Okay.
I mean, it was a challenge I gave myself because honestly, I never considered myself to be sexy. And no one was ever giving me any kind of bold roles. And I just thought of it as a challenge. It was a one-time thing.
It was a one-time thing. I have a bit of a surprise for you. We have Dr. Merritt Moore, who is a quantum physicist who also opened this conclave with a ballet dance. I'm going to ask her to come up on stage in a bit. But before that, your martial arts has become quite a signature move these days. And I asked her how you're going to do some martial arts because she had promised that she'd perform something on stage. I asked her how you're going to do that with the heels. What's your answer to that?
Little people were born on stilts.
So why don't you show us how martial art move can be done with heels?
Yeah, but you know, you never told, but this salwar is a problem. It's not the heels that's the problem. It's the.
So you can't do martial arts in a salwar?
It just doesn't.
So maybe then we can play the NDTV breaking music, and then maybe you and Dr. Merritt Moore can dance together.
I would love to see this.
Dr. Merritt Moore, can you please come on stage? Please, a big round of applause for Dr. Merritt Moore. Can we have the NDTV house music as well as they come on stage? You guys figure out what you're going to do. It's all impromptu. No, maybe Dr. Moore, Samantha Ruth Prabhu. So we were wondering if we play the music impromptu, if the two of you, I will do it. You teach me what to do and I'll do it. Okay, you can teach both of us a move, a dance move. I don't know how good I'm going to be on it, but we'll try. Okay? Let's play the NDTV house music, please. Ask you, Dr. Moore, you also spoke about reinventing yourself and substance. You heard her story as well. Is there anything you'd like to exchange notes with her? Something that you'd like to share, and maybe you can share back with her?
Well, I love what you were saying about authenticity and finding yourself and finding your voice. So I do find with dance or any activity, there's ways that you can just move your arms or move your legs, but if you find that inner voice or that breath that motivates it, that's the communication that we're looking for. So I was just it was so inspiring to hear about that, really focusing on the authentic voice and letting everything else lead.
That's amazing. I believe that breath has a lot to do with it, with energy. And just before I came on the stage, I did a bit of breathing, and it immediately settles you. So I do understand the power of breath.
It was hard to, when I was explaining the movement or trying to, I was like, I wanted to express that, like coming from the...
Maybe we should get everyone in the audience to do the step that she's trying to teach us to do. It helps. Possibly whoever is interested in the audience to try it out could possibly try.
Thank you. Okay, so I think it just starts with the breathing. So
could we play the music again, please?
And I'll speak over.
I don't think she needs the music. I think she...
Yeah, but it's just coming from understanding what one's feeling and the emotions and the sensations, and just having a breath and then letting the movement come from that, no matter what that movement, whatever the movement comes out. It's like, it's not about what it looks like. It's really about the sensation and the feeling of it.
And can you do that in front of an audience? Can you just forget that there's an audience and just focus on your breath and do the move?
Yeah. Wow. Should we do? Oh, we're not.
So
No, we
that's,
just.
that's a lesson for it.
Yeah.
Any final advice, Samantha? I know there is much to talk about, but we've run short of time here. Anything you'd like to share, most importantly, as part of your journey that you've traveled? Perhaps the one lesson that we could take away from you this evening.
I think the power of breath, actually. I realized that meditation has become a non-negotiable for me, and it grounds me. So I think that if someone is on the fence about trying meditation, I think you must.
Okay, sounds like
meditation is the greatest tool.
This sounds like an early morning philosophy class, a health class. But finally, you say that with the salwar kameez, it's not possible to show a martial art move for us? I mean, does the attire then restrict us?
Yeah, I can do that.
Yes.
Okay, yeah, you can use me as the guinea pig. Okay. That's all right. That's just punching. All right, punching. But thanks very much, Samantha Ruth Prabhu. Thanks very much, Dr. Merritt, for joining us here. We will. Samantha, please wait. Just wait a second, please. Could I please invite Mr. Manav Gangwani to gift Samantha Ruth Prabhu, noted designer. Yeah, this was planned. Thank you very much, Samantha.
Dim the lights.
Go.
We are entering the final overs of the evening and the match is at fever pitch. Our next guest may be a former Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, but we call him in India, India's son-in-law.
And to introduce him, we'd like to call on stage CEO and Editor-in-Chief of NDTV Network, Rahul Kanwar.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is a special privilege to welcome a leader to the NDTV World Summit 2025, whose journey embodies both the promise of modern democracy and the turbulence of our times. As I welcome Rishi Sunak, the former Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, I am reminded that he was the youngest person in over 210 years to hold that high office. Not just that, he was also the first person of color and by extension of Indian origin to walk through and work behind the famous Black Door of 10 Downing Street. His life and career are a testament to how societies evolve, how identities merge, and how leadership in our age is often forged at the intersection of heritage, aspiration, and resilience. Mr. Sunak assumed the highest office at a moment when Britain, and indeed the world, stood at a crossroads. The pandemic had left deep scars on health systems, economies, and public trust. Inflation and energy crises were testing households. The war in Ukraine was reshaping Europe's security architecture. Brexit had redrawn Britain's place in the world, raising fundamental questions about trade, migration, and identity. The very idea of globalization itself was under challenge, tested by new barriers and new insecurities. It was in this environment that Rishi Sunak sought to stabilize markets, restore a sense of order, and keep Britain engaged with the pressing challenges of our time. From climate commitments to migration policy, from technology and innovation to realpolitik of global power competition. But beyond policy, Rishi Sunak's rise carried symbolism. For millions across the Indian diaspora, and indeed across the Commonwealth, his leadership represented the coming together of histories once divided, a reminder of how global mobility and cultural crosscurrents are reshaping leadership in the 21st century. And yet, for all his gravitas, Rishi Sunak has not lost his sense of humor. He once confessed to a group of school children that as a boy, he wanted to grow up to be a Jedi Knight. This evening, I suspect that we will hear how that childhood ambition of becoming a Jedi translated into navigating Britain through one of the most turbulent periods of recent history, and how it connects with the theme of our conclave, Edge of the Unknown, Risk, Resolve, Renewal. Rishi Sunak is not just the former Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, he is also the Damad of India. We are indeed delighted that we have his Sasurji and Sasuma, Narayan Murthy ji and Sudha Murthy ji, legends in their own right, with us here tonight. Thank you very much, Mr. and Mrs. Murthy, for blessing us with your presence. Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming to the NDTV World Summit 2025, the former Prime Minister of United Kingdom, Mr. Rishi Sunak.
Where would you like?
Welcome. Mr. Sunak has prepped harder for this interview than any Indian politician I've ever seen. He knew his questions more than we knew them, and he prepped down to the T. Thank you very much. That's why they say he's a technocrat par excellence. Hopefully we'll get to see some of that side, and also some of what makes Mr. Sunak so special, and the fact that he's here means a lot to us. So thank you very much, Mr. Sunak, for joining us. Vishnu.
Thanks very much for spending some time with us. You know, you have very deep links to this country, obviously, you know, not just through Akshata, but your in-laws as well. Could you tell us a little bit about those linkages which have been so important for you in your life, and how you've balanced those with, you know, being a British Prime Minister?
Well, first of all, good evening, and good evening to everyone. It's a great pleasure to be with you all. Look,
Mr. Sunak, I'm half convinced if you fight an election somewhere in India, there's a good chance you may win.
there's no danger of that, don't worry, Rahul. I'm perfectly happy in the UK Parliament. Look, India means an enormous amount to me, but it also means a lot to the UK. I think our two countries are inextricably linked by ties of history, of culture, of family, and increasingly economically as well. But for me, my story, I'm of Indian heritage. My family came to the UK from India via East Africa, and I was raised by Hindu faith being a very important part of my upbringing. And that's why when I first became a member of Parliament, I took my oath of office on the Bhagavad Gita, and I always had in Downing Street, both as Chancellor and as Prime Minister, a little Ganesh on my desk in Downing Street. And even now, when I'm back visiting my parents at home, I'll visit the mandir where I grew up. But you touched on it in your introduction. Then I also met my wife, Akshata, who is, of course, Indian. And even though, you know, she's South Indian and I'm Hindu Punjabi, so there was some learning to do on both sides. Although, thankfully, not as dramatic as that movie, Two States, which I thought was, on reflection, a good thing. But, you know, I didn't know Bangalore. I mean, I came to India, but I didn't know Bangalore, which is a city that I now have a most close connection with through her. And, of course, my in-laws. And I think, at least, I think...
They're over here.
Yeah, they're
right
somewhere here, I hope. There they are. There's Narayan Murthy, my in-law. I don't know where my mother-in-law is, if she's here.
Right behind Mr. Murthy.
Oh, she is. Both of them are there. There they are. And these two, obviously, then coming here as family rather than, you know, almost different when you're a tourist, is very different. And they are both wonderful, not just grandparents to our two young girls. But you asked about the links politically. They were also very helpful in all my election campaigns. Because, well, they would come. They would put on the, you know, my hoodies that we have with, you know, my name on it, and they would just go on, knock on doors, deliver the leaflets, collect the voting instructions, and they've done that on all the elections, which has been very helpful. But actually, the most important thing that they have done for me is ensure that I fall in love with RCB. Yes. And that, I think earlier this year, I was very fortunate to go to Ahmedabad with Akshata to see the IPL final. Isalakap Namdu, I'll just put that on the record. So RCB fans here. But actually, I'll finish on this because that maybe this will be better. Yeah, I think actually being at that final really struck me because I went down to see the team afterwards and to celebrate. And actually, there were so many Brits there. So Phil Salt, Liam Livingston, playing in the team. Jacob Bethel had been there earlier in the year, and Mo Bobbat is the director of cricket. And it demonstrated those close links between our two countries. But then also, if you think of British cars, you think Jaguar, you think Land Rover, of course, made in the UK, but now owned by a great Indian company in Tata. So it's a sign of the increasing bond between our two nations.
Can I just jump in for half a second? You were talking about your Indian roots. Is it true that you proposed to Akshita on a cliff in California in Kannada?
That is exactly true.
Okay.
Yeah.
Vishnu,
You're very well informed.
This is what you expect from a good Indian son-in-law, even though he's not fully Indian son-in-law, but he kind of, Indians feel that way. The moment you come to a public gathering, the first thing you say is tell your in-laws how wonderful they are. Rishi Sunak, full marks, 10 on 10 for striking just the right notes as we get started. Ladies and gentlemen, she'll be here on stage a little while from now, but can I request you to welcome the serving Prime Minister of Sri Lanka, Harini Amarasurya, who's just joined us. Ma'am, we are delighted to have you here, and we look forward to hearing from you later in the evening. Thank you. Padmaja, the perfect Indian son-in-law.
Absolutely. You know what they say, a family that raises its in-laws stays together and campaigns together. But I also have to ask, when you're watching an India versus England match, who are you cheering for them? Because that's a tough choice.
I'm obviously cheering for England, but have a very soft spot for India, as you can imagine. And that's why I get my fix through RCB. So that's my other great passion, as well as my home football teams. But I'm also actually, my constituency in England is in Yorkshire, which is probably the most cricket-mad part of the UK. And I'm very fortunate in that because there is cricket everywhere in my life at home. And one of my favorite players, growing up was Rahul Dravid and trying to copy his brilliant technique. But Joe Root is obviously currently the best English batsman, scored more runs than anyone else, and he's a Yorkshire cricketer. So
but can I just ask you, sir, Bumrah or Anderson? Who would you pick?
So I was very fortunate to recommend to His Majesty the King that Jimmy Anderson should be awarded a knighthood. And we spent a lot of time, as I've just done.
But objectively, sir.
Sorry?
Objectively.
Objectively, his career over the 20 years that he has been in the England setup is genuinely inspiring. And having spent a bit of time with him, not only is his commitment and his work ethic inspiring, I think his humility is quite extraordinary for a top-tier sportsman, and that really struck me. He has a very special personal story, his background coming to the sport, and I'm delighted because we obviously, unsurprisingly, we celebrate batsmen a lot, but Bumrah is superb, but Jimmy Anderson, Sir Jimmy Anderson now, I think would have to be my pick.
I can go on with the cricket questions, but then...
I know, otherwise we can turn this into a cricket interview. You might want to talk about some geopolitics, I think, at some point.
Yeah, we're talking about the FTA, and it's been signed by India and the UK. We had the Prime Minister here last week, and that pretty much sealed the bonhomie. Where do you see the relationship between the two countries going next? Where does it go from here?
It was great to see the trade deal being signed, something that I started work on, and I'm really pleased that the new government concluded it, and the great couple of trips we've just had. Modi ji coming to the UK, the Prime Minister coming back here with a big business delegation, which was a great success. Now, look, I think trade, beyond the trade deal, there are two important things that trade deals signify in my mind, beyond the tariffs that are reduced here and the barriers reduced there. The first is, in a world that is becoming more protectionist, which I know we'll talk about in a little bit, actually countries like the UK and India signing a big, deep trade deal just sends a very positive signal to the world. And I think the second thing is, what it does is, it tells businesses, civil society, cultural organizations, academic institutions that the relationship matters. They are getting a signal from the leaders of their countries that this relationship matters to our governments. And then they will go off and find ways to strengthen it beyond the text of a trade deal. And I think that's what's so powerful about it. But look, I think there are areas we can build on. And one of the things that I first started speaking to Ajit Agarkar a few years ago was the Technology and Security Initiative. which is a great opportunity for the UK and India to do more together. You know, whether it's the joint PhDs that the University of Manchester and IIS and Bangalore offer, whether it's in semiconductors, where you can combine UK R&D with Indian manufacturing prowess. That's quite powerful. Similarly in biotechnology, you know, the UK has strength in vivo gene editing. India is an agricultural powerhouse. So, you know, if you excuse the pun, there are opportunities for cross-pollination there too. And lastly, maybe in defense. And obviously India has historically had a defense partnership with Russia. And I think that has diversified over time. And I think India rightly should want to have access to the best technology when it comes to defense equipment in the world. And I hope the UK can play a part as India looks to best-in-class suppliers. And I'm hopeful that that could be an area of growth going forward too.
The last several decades were about globalization, about the world being one common trading bloc. Now we're seeing more and more trade barriers being created, especially given what President Trump is doing in the United States and the ripple effect this has on the global trade order. Given that, and now that you're not in power, you can actually look at it from a technocratic lens. What's your sense of how countries like India should be navigating the turbulence being caused by the kind of tariffs that the United States is throwing?
Yeah. No, look, it's an excellent point. I think I'd start by saying the old global order, you know, the globalization that I grew up with, that came into place after the fall of the Berlin Wall, I think that is gone, right? And I don't think it's coming back. Now, we're not quite clear what's going to replace it, but a couple of themes are clear. One is that there's going to be more multipolarity in the world, and India is an example of that. And I think the second is countries everywhere are focused much more on domestic capabilities. And the reason for that is twofold, and I think this is instructive not just for India, but for countries around the world. The first is COVID. COVID, although it was, of course, first and foremost a health crisis, was also an enormous geopolitical event because every country suddenly realized the fragility of their supply chains. I'll give you an example. You know, we in the UK at the beginning were very short of PPE, you know, gowns, gloves, masks, and it got to the point where the entire country was watching to see if a flight, I think it was taking off from Turkey to come to the UK, was going to land in time, you know, with the amount of PPE we needed so our NHS could keep going that week. That was the you know, where it got to. So because of that, every country in Europe now has a cabinet-level committee that's focused on the resilience of supply chains and domestic capabilities. I think that's the first reason, Rahul. Things have changed, and every country needs to think like that. And I think the second is China, right? And China, it's clear, doesn't play by the same rules that many of the rest of us were playing by, right? They don't view trade purely as an economic function, and it has meant that countries have to think about security, IP theft, alongside trading relationships. And that's why we went through a process in the UK, as did many other countries, of taking out Huawei equipment or banning it for future use and passing new national security acts, which mean that in sensitive sectors of our economy, we're a little bit more careful about who's investing, what are they doing, what technology is leaving our country. And as I said, you know, those national security acts are new. Those cabinet committees focused on domestic resilience are new. They're not going away, and that's why I think the old global order, trading-wise, is not going to come back in the same form.
You know, the United Kingdom is now in a post-Brexit reality. Obviously, there's a big part of re-establishing the United Kingdom economically and in other respects vis-a-vis Europe. But do tell us about your thoughts on that. But if I can also ask, hasn't your entire post-Brexit calculation also changed because America looks at Europe fundamentally differently? It's not the same. The relationship has also changed. Therefore, has that impacted Britain's dynamics with Europe?
Yeah. Look, it's a really interesting question about Britain's role, especially post-Brexit. And I'm actually reminded of Prime Minister Modi's description of our role when he came to London some years ago, and he said, you know, James Bond provides the entertainment and Brook Bond invigorates us all. And if I think You know, as Prime Minister, I probably didn't look as good as James Bond in a dinner jacket. But I certainly tried to reinvigorate our diplomatic relationships by drinking a lot of tea everywhere I went around the world. But I think you can see...
Many in the hall, though, who may think he came close, right?
Yeah.
By political standards, from what you expect from netas, that's quite sharpened up, very sharpened
I'll
up.
take that, Rob. But actually, you're setting an example tonight, actually, which I'm not sure I can live up to. But thank you for saying that. Now, that nimbleness that you talk about is something that I think we have taken advantage of. And when I was Prime Minister, we took the UK into the Trans-Pacific Trade Partnership, which you'll be familiar with. That's the first big European nation to join that trade partnership. Similarly, I strengthened our ties from a defense and economic perspective with Japan and South Korea. You've seen the new Prime Minister, I'm pleased to say, actually continue to take advantage of that nimbleness, Vishnu, and that is the trade deal with India, probably the deepest trade deal that India has signed, the UK first kind of big country to do that in Europe, but also the trade deal that the UK has negotiated with the US, outside of the EU, having that flexibility to talk to the Americans and find actually a positive outcome relative to expectation and many others. And so I think that's important. Diplomatically, you talked about that, economic power is shifting east. And I think that's why it's important the Prime Minister was here. The bonhomie that you talked about is strong. We have good relationships with the Gulf states, which again are part of this multipolar world. And the other aspect of Britain's new role is technology, which I know we'll get to in a minute. But look, the UK has 4 of the world's 10 leading universities. It is the technology superpower in Europe. More venture capital in the UK than France and Germany combined. And Stanford do an index of countries on AI. The UK comes third behind the US and China. And we hosted the first AI summit under my leadership. And I'm pleased India is hosting the latest iteration of that series in February. You know, but that was a summit that we created in the UK. It's been held in South Korea, France, and now India. I think so that speaks to the influence that UK can have in this post-Brexit world, whether it's on technology or on trade.
Do you think now we are, in essence, in a post-globalization era where we will see, and you've said this, that we will see far more changes and far more radical changes in less than a decade than we've seen in the last 25, 30 years?
Yeah. Now, we touched on the globalization part of that and why that's going to be different. But I think look, the big thing that is changing everything is AI. Now, technology has always changed everything, but there's something about AI which feels special and more radical. I mean, it's a general purpose technology, you know, much like steam power, electricity, the internet. Every so often, these technologies come along which can transform how our entire society and economy operates, and AI is one of those. I think there are 2 things that we should bear in mind when we think about this transformation. One is the thing that actually all the AI leaders impressed upon me in Downing Street when they first came to see me 3 years ago, is they were struck by how fast the technology was advancing. And surprising even then. There's an organization in the US called META, which evaluates the progress of models. And it does it by looking at how much work the model can do, measured in time. You know, how long a task can it do before it needs some intervention and help. And roughly that's about an hour at the moment. But I think the more striking thing is that time length horizon, or task length horizon it's called, that time has doubled every 7 months for about 5 years. So if that trajectory continues, before you know it, you know, these models will be capable of replicating a month's worth of human work just like that. And that is, I think, one way I think about it. The other thing is the speed of adoption. In the past, it took a long time for technologies to spread through an economy, spread through a society. You know, the telephone took maybe 70 years to get to 100 million people. Electricity took 50 years. PCs took 15 years. The internet took 7 years. ChatGPT, to get to 100 million users, took 2 months. And I think that is what is striking about the pace of change here, how quickly this new technology is being adopted around the world, and just how transformative it is likely to be in the very short future.
While Mr. Sunak was in power, he was organizing conferences on different developments and trends in AI. He's now advising companies like Anthropic on how to keep up with regulation, how tech is changing, and I'm very curious, given the speed at which AI technologies are advancing, Mr. Sunak, your thoughts on how countries like India and the world in general should be looking at regulating artificial intelligence, because by the time people in government even understand what is happening, the technologies leapfrog much further.
Yeah, and I think it's an excellent question, which I thought about in government. Every government is thinking about it, and actually it goes to your earlier point about how does the UK position itself. Outside of the EU, one of the freedoms the UK has is on regulatory flexibility. And I made the decision, which I'm pleased the new government has continued with, not to introduce new regulation on AI. So that's what the EU has done and other places have done. I thought that was the wrong thing to do, Rahul, for precisely the reason you said. This technology is moving so quickly at the moment. My bias is towards innovation, because I want to make sure that we can get all the benefits from it that we know are there to help our societies in health and education and productivity. And if we start regulating it before we even know how it's going to operate, I think we're going to crimp growth. And that is what lots of companies would tell you is happening in the EU. Now, that said, I do think it's important for governments to ensure the security of their citizens. And I think we do know that AI in the wrong hands can be used for bad ends. And that's what I did in the UK, is to create a new AI security institute, which has the technical expertise, working with our intelligence services and related bodies, to evaluate these models, to make sure that we understand what security risks they pose, so that we can then, if we need, take corrective action. And I think that is the right place for government intervention at this moment to be. It's to be pro-innovation, encourage the adoption of these technologies, have a mind towards the security risks, and develop the expertise to deal with them in the same way we would with everything else. And things like cyber risk or bioterrorism are things that we need to be aware of and protect our citizens against, and make sure we are ahead of the game when it comes to AI. But outside of that, my bias would be in favor of innovation, which is, I'm pleased, what the UK is doing.
India is the fastest growing large economy in the world. Do you believe that India's success globally, India's importance globally, is directly linked to our economic status?
Yeah, look, India clearly is an economic superpower. If you think about it, in the last few decades, it's tripled its share of global GDP, which itself is an extraordinary thing to say. But I'll give you maybe a different example of illustrating the power, which talks to the economics, but also broadly. For the first time in 100 years, in 2028, cricket is going to be an Olympic sport again. Right? Now, that is purely and simply because of India's new power and status in the world. Now, of course, there's an economic aspect to that, because the broadcast rights are economically important to the IOC, and the value in India will be higher if cricket is included. But it also, I think, speaks to the fact that if you've got 1.4 billion people becoming more economically, culturally, geopolitically significant, their desires, their needs, their wants are going to get recognition in the world. And I think cricket is a great example of that. But more broadly, look, of course, the economy is growing very fast. We talked about some of the things that are special about it. But I think when I look at economic growth going forward, a couple of things stand out to me: energy and technology. We talked about AI, and India is very well placed in AI, but AI is an energy-hungry innovation. You need energy to power these data centers, which is why the energy plan that is in place in India, I think, is so important. And then if you look at that Stanford index that I mentioned that ranks all those countries, I was very proud to say the UK is third, but very close just behind us, catching up very quickly, India is fourth. And as Prime Minister Modi ji always used to remind me, India also just about overtook the UK with the number of unicorns that were created. And that is a sign of, I think, the technical capability of the population here. Actually, Dario Modi, who's the founder of Anthropic, the company that I provide some advice for, was recently in India just a few days ago, and he was completely struck by the talent of the young entrepreneurs working on applications for AI to make sure that they have an impact here in India. So I think, look, there's a very exciting future economically, but I think it goes broader than that, and I think cricket is a good example.
Speaking of cricket, we have the former Australian Prime Minister, Mr. Tony Abbott, with us here. We've got the Sri Lankan Prime Minister, Harini Amarasurya. We'll have the Indian Prime Minister. Maybe we can just do a toss-up and hopefully figure out at least till the semi-finals where we get to in 2028. And after that, then we can decide. You'd all guess. Otherwise, essentially, we're rooting for India. Australia, Mr. Abbott, is a little tougher. So is England. but the Sri Lankan Prime Minister is our guest. Anyway, as long as India is in the final, we'll take on any of these countries. Padmaja.
Well, Tony and I have the Ashes to worry about in a couple of months' time, so...
Yeah, and all that aggression on the cricket field that we see from India, from all the countries, in fact, we're looking also at a very aggressive phase of trade. You spoke of how trade is the new currency now, and in a very transactional, aggressive form of trade that we are seeing internationally. How do you evaluate the stand that India has taken vis-a-vis trade, tariff? How do you look at India's stand?
Look, I think...
And especially keeping in mind the way our economy is growing, the way we have pushed our economy and put it on the fast track.
Well, look, I think every country is going to work in its own national interests, right? And that is entirely right and what one would expect. And I think actually in the world that is, as you say, becoming more protectionist, India signing a big trade deal with the UK is an incredible positive sign of India's willingness to sit down with countries, find common ground, and then create contracts that are going to be mutually beneficial and give all the signaling benefits that I talked about before. And I'm sure India will look for other opportunities to do that and is talking to the EU at the moment. The UK is also talking to countries. So I think that will happen because other countries are keen to make sure that they keep trading with each other. But you said something very interesting about transaction-based politics, and I think that is a shame because if you approach these relationships, my personal experience is you will get less out of these relationships if they are both purely on transactional ways, and everyone is just going into the relationship thinking, what do I get in the here and now for me?
But that's the new reality with Donald Trump in the White House.
Yeah, and look, and everyone will react to it in a different way. My experience is, in life, as in politics, I think when you can build relationships based on trust, I actually think they can over time be more powerful. And I found that in my job. I was struck, forming a relationship with the EU President, Ursula von der Leyen, who I didn't know until I got the job as Prime Minister, and she didn't know me, but we formed what I think is a close bond of trust between us. And because we had trust, we were able, in a very private way, with a small team, without any leaks or distraction, really work through some very difficult issues about the UK's post-Brexit relationship with the EU, especially as it concerned Northern Ireland, which is a special part of our country. And that trust is what enabled the two of us to find something that was mutually agreeable, that everyone thought was impossible to solve. And so my reflection on it is that where you can build relationships with trust, in the long run, I think they will actually be far more powerful.
Since you referred to cricket, in cricketing parlance, you were sent in when your team was facing a follow-on type situation. That's when you were sent in to bat as Prime Minister in the United Kingdom. In your own imagination, how actively do you harbor the idea of coming back to 10 Downing Street?
No, you're right. Look, the circumstances when I became Prime Minister were not straightforward. I mean, there'd been a run on the pound. I think my party was about 28 points behind in the polls at that point. Inflation was at a 40-year high, and I was the third Prime Minister in a matter of months. So I think you could say it wasn't the easiest. It wasn't the easiest of innings to walk out to, in your terms, Rahul. But look, my priority. We talked back to my faith earlier. We all have our dharma to do, right? And I drew my strength from the Gita at that time. I was like, look, I have a duty to do. I want to serve my country. I think I'm well placed to make a difference at this moment, and especially on the economy. That was the thing I was there to resolve, and that's what I put my energy and focus to. And it wasn't easy, and you have to make lots of decisions that aren't politically necessarily popular, but they will bring inflation down, and that's what we did. And when I left office, inflation was back at 2%, having been in double digits. The economy was growing well. Our borrowing and debt were all under control. So on the key task of stabilizing our economy, I'm proud of what we achieved. And as I said, circumstances were difficult, but in those, you have to just do your best. And as my mother-in-law would tell me, you do your level best, and the rest is left to God, and it will be what it will be.
Who gives you more advice between the father-in-law and the mother-in-law? Where do you get the more relevant and useful advice from?
Well, certainly the same, you don't pick between your children. You certainly don't pick between your in-laws. No,
Narayan is nodding and saying, yeah, good answer.
No, I mean, I get different advice from the two of them, which is probably worth spending a second on. And I'm very fortunate to get both their advice. Actually, from my father-in-law, he was very instrumental in me actually entering politics. And I was motivated by public service, but I also thought, well, look, you can have a successful career in the private sector, and that is also a way to impact people positively. And actually, he said to me that I should go and enter politics and hopefully serve in government. Yeah, and I thought, because his view was that was the best way to make a positive difference to my country. And I thought that was very striking, because here's someone who not only has founded an incredibly successful company that employs thousands and thousands of people, it's created a whole new industry. It changed how India was perceived on the global stage, and he did it in a particular way. And even he was saying that he thought I could go into government and make a bigger difference. So that was very inspiring to me. The other thing he said, which was a very good lodestar for me, was, in politics you often wonder, what do I aim for? Is it popularity? Is it to be loved? Is it to be feared? And you try and think, what am I aiming for? And in the same way that he organized his life, the thing that I took from him was to aim to be respected. And whether you're a corporate leader or a political leader, I think that's a great anchor to have, is aim for people's respect. It doesn't mean they're going to always agree with you, and you accept that. But if you're trying to be respected, it will lead to all the behaviors that I think will make you successful, and you'll look back with pride. So that's what I got from him. But my mother-in-law, what I learned from her was just an extraordinary compassion and empathy. And my wife has it as my mother-in-law has it, and that she has showed me how just being in touch with that compassion and that empathy with everyone can become a very fulfilling part of your life. Akshata and me have just set up a charity to focus on education in the UK, and inspired by the work that she has done here in India. And that will always stay with me, and that has, I think, rounded me out as a human being. But also when I see her communicate, and you talk about winning elections and things, I often think, the way that she can connect with people from every walk of life, whatever their background, in her way and with her authenticity, I think is extraordinary. And that is something that you can only watch and marvel at. I don't think it's something that I can necessarily learn from, although I wish I could.
Wow. So you've been labeled as an anti-immigrant. Now, it's one thing to have a problem with illegal immigration, but there are so many around the world, not least of all in India, who aspire to be legal immigrants in the United Kingdom, enter the United Kingdom as students, and then perhaps get an opportunity of being there either on a skilled worker visa or initially on a graduate worker visa. If the United Kingdom doesn't give the same opportunities that have once existed, then I would suggest that your universities would be poorer, because the UK wouldn't be perhaps number one as a choice for Indian students.
So look, on the issue of migration, you're right. Look, I come from a family of immigrants, and I'm very proud that the UK is a multi-ethnic, multi-faith democracy, and I'm living proof of that. But I think, look, we have to separate on migration. There are two very clear policy areas that require focus, particularly in the UK. The first is the issue of illegal migration. And we've had an issue of people coming to our country illegally, and that's not acceptable. I mean, obviously from a very practical issue of security, it should be for the government who decides who comes to your own country. But also, as I said, it's just fundamental to our sovereignty, to any nation's sovereignty, that the people of that country decide who is coming. And that's why this issue of illegal migration is so important. And I set out a bunch of measures to tackle it, which at the time felt radical, but I'm pleased now many countries in Europe have said the same things that I said back then about changing some of our outdated international frameworks to help us deal with this problem and send people away if they come illegally. So that's the first part. And look, on the topic of legal migration, what happened after COVID is the numbers in the UK really soared much higher than anyone expected or was appropriate. And that's why I took strong action to start bringing them down, which they are now doing. And I think it's important that that is seen through and seen through to completion. Alongside that, of course, the UK and every country wants to be a beacon for the world's most talented people to come and help contribute economically, to help grow the economy. And, I'm struck, you see the success of the Indian diaspora all around the world, particularly though in technology and entrepreneurial companies. The UK, I think, like the US, I think there are some studies which show almost half of the fastest growing, particularly tech businesses, are founded by immigrants. And I think that's an important thing for us to keep in the back of our heads as we think about driving future growth and making sure that we are always a beacon for the world's most talented, skilled people who are willing to come and contribute economically, but I think crucially also integrate into society. Because what we can't have is people living separate lives. It's important that there's integration and some common bonds.
Because, you took a very strong stand on immigration. On that topic, did you find the spotlight then turned on you? Personally, how did you then strike the balance? Because you've been also very open and vocal about your immigrant roots. We had you lighting a diya. We also had you doing Gau Puja in UK. And then you're taking a very strong stand on immigration. How did you strike that balance?
Yeah. Look, I think you put it very well, actually, about the things that were going on in my mind. I should repeat what I said before. The UK, I'm proud, is a multi-faith, multi-ethnic democracy. And in fact, when I became Prime Minister, first non-white Prime Minister, first Hindu Prime Minister, in a sense that was a remarkable thing. But actually, what was more remarkable was that no one made a particularly big deal of it. And I think that spoke to that multi-faith, multi-ethnic tolerance that I've touched on. And, I took the action I did on migration because I think it's important. I think it's because I come from a family of migrants that this issue of illegal migration really offends me because, Britain is built as a country where fairness is important to us, rules is important to us. We stand in queues when no one else does, and that's, who we are as a people. So when people jump the queue and come to our country illegally, it undermines that tolerance that I think is at the heart of our society's fabric. But look, I made a commitment to myself when I entered into politics. I wasn't going to change who I was. And I was comfortable with that, and Akshay and I talked about it. So that's why, I was happy lighting the Diwali diyas in Downing Street and painting Rangoli. And actually later that night, with the bit that no one saw, which was nice, and the cameras didn't film it, we did sparklers with our 2 daughters on the street. And I was never going to change who I was. Because of politics. I made that commitment to myself. And so, for me, in a sense, it wasn't a balance. That was just something that was non-negotiable to me.
I asked Mr. Sunak as he was walking in, how has this trip to India been? Amongst the various things he said he's been Diwali shopping, like many of you, I'm sure. So what does Diwali shopping in Delhi look like, Sunak sir?
Well, I was at Khan Market this morning, which was good. But actually, probably for me, the more important thing is the mithai. So we were talking about this earlier, but I was very lucky because I had dinner with my in-laws last night, and then I said to my mother-in-law, we'll get something sweet, which we didn't have at home. So she straight away said we were going to the Bengali sweet market. And so off we went to her friend who runs that, and then I've stuffed my face with kulfi all night long. I have got more.
No Mysore Pak for you?
Sorry?
Mysore Pak?
Actually, there was no Mysore Pak there last night, actually, was there? But then I have my jalebis and burfi with me now to take home, which I better check on the whole customs procedures about that. But otherwise, I have to eat them before I get on the plane. So for me, the Diwali shopping is mithai first, and then, all the other bits second.
I don't know what Mr. Murthy is going to make of this. I know he said that keep me away from the limelight, but Mr. and Mrs. Murthy, you've been just such an integral part of this conversation, and we'll be very amiss if we didn't bring the mic to you just for a moment, because we've heard so much about what Mr. Sunak thinks about his in-laws, and given that you, Mr. Murthy, nudged Mr. Sunak towards politics, I'm very curious to ask you why you wanted Rishi, your son-in-law, to work towards public office and be in politics. How did that happen? And what do you make of his very distinguished career, being the first person of Indian origin to be Prime Minister of the United Kingdom? What do you make of it, Mr. Murthy? Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a very warm of applause for Mr. Narayan Murthy?
He is intelligent. He was highly accomplished in his work. He is a man of integrity. man of principles. We have seen so many transactions that brought these things out. So therefore, he was, or he is, a wonderful example of somebody that should be in politics at this point of time in the world.
Mrs. Murthy seems very inspired by you as well, very clear instructions like in all your textbooks to your son-in-law. Who listens more to you, Sudhaji? Your daughter listens to you more or your son-in-law?
Well, both, I think. So I call Rishi as my new son. I've dedicated a book to you, Rishi, my new son.
That's absolutely fantastic.
But Rishi listens to me more, I think. Between the two.
Rishi listens. I wonder what Akshita would say when she listens to this. I'm sure she's...
Thankfully, she's not here, so that's good.
But we have to ask you this, since your father-in-law had nudged you into politics, what next? Is it going to be PM Sunak or Professor Sunak?
Well, my parents were unhappy I was not Dr. Sunak, so I think they would be much happier with Professor Sunak next if there was an option. But no, look, I want to keep being useful and productive, and what I hope is I can draw on my experience in government, my experience of business and technology to keep making a contribution to some of the things that we've been talking about. Actually, your questions covered the whole range of issues that leaders are grappling with here in Europe, everywhere else, and I hope I can draw on my experience to make a constructive contribution to how do we tackle some of those challenges to move our countries and societies forward. And I've gone back to do public policy work at Oxford University and Stanford University, both of where I studied. And I have to say, it's much better being at university when you don't have exams. So I'm enjoying that incredibly. But actually, I'm getting to spend a lot more time at home in North Yorkshire watching cricket. But actually, the thing I haven't really mentioned, the thing I'm loving more than anything, is spending time with our two young daughters, who I've missed seeing much over the last 5 years. But actually now, getting time with them, it's a real joy. So, long may that continue until they get bored of me and want to go off and become teenagers. So.
Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a very warm round of applause for Mr. Rishi Sunak? I said earlier that he said, I didn't make much of the fact that I was of Hindu origin and that was my faith, and despite that I became a Prime Minister. But I think a lot was made here in India. And just the fact that someone like you went on to become Prime Minister of the United Kingdom just says a lot to the kind of country the UK is at the moment. A melting pot truly in every global sense. We thank you very much. We've been absolutely delighted to have you, but I do hope when the Olympics happen in Los Angeles, it's India that wins, and maybe you will be cheering for India as well, especially if it's against Australia, Mr. Abbott.
Well, England-India final, and we'll beat the Aussies in the semis. How about that?
Woo! Look forward to that. Thank you very much. I'm sure Mr. Abbott's cheering for another seat, but that's fine. As long as India is winning, we're all fine. Thank you very much, Mr. Sunak, for coming. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
What a pleasure.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Brilliant. Thank you. So lovely. Thank you very much. Great. Let me leave this
What a fascinating session. I think we're all building towards a crescendo because the next session, I take immense joy in introducing, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to invite on stage T.M. Veeraraghav, NDTV's South Editor, to say Ayubovan to Dr. Harini Amarasurya, Honorable Prime Minister of Sri Lanka.
Activist find the job of being a prime minister, navigating political compulsions and learning the art of statecraft? How does she steer change in uncertain times? I don't know the answer, but our next speaker should know the answer. It's an honor, madam, to have amongst us the anthropologist amongst political leaders, the Prime Minister of Sri Lanka, Dr. Harini Amarasurya. Namaskar, Ayabovan, Vanakkam. Madam Prime Minister, I'm going to try a bit of Sinhala with the help of Google. India Vata Sadarayana Piliganimu, which is welcome to India, welcome to the NDTV World Summit. Those pictures on your screens that will play now, ladies and gentlemen, is the Prime Minister in the making. She was once at the lawns of the Hindu College, where she had many, many discussions, as she expressed yesterday, during her time between 1991 and 1994. A young Harini Amarasurya. You won many young hearts yesterday, madam, at the Hindu College, judging by the applause that you got, and I'm sure you're going to do the same to this audience. Nominated to Parliament in 2020, she was sworn in as the Prime Minister, 16th Prime Minister by President Anura Kumara Dissanayake in 2024. She's also the Minister for Education in Sri Lanka, deeply, deeply committed to bringing about equality, whether it's in education or gender rights and reconciliation of ethnic and social divides. That's the cornerstone of her politics at the moment. This visit, extraordinarily important, madam. And your speech here will be keenly followed by every Sri Lanka observer, whether an academic, journalist, diplomat, whether in New Delhi or in Chennai. May I please welcome on stage the Prime Minister of Sri Lanka, Dr. Harini Amarasurya. Madam, before you start your keynote, I'd like to be the insufferable television journalist and ask you a couple of questions about your time in India. It's been nostalgia the last 24 hours for you.
Absolutely.
What's the most powerful memory of your time here? Is there a Hindi film? Is there food that you ate here that you miss dearly?
Yes, Chola Bhatura. I
Chola
love
Bhatura.
Chola Bhatura.
And a Hindi film?
And Hindi film. The first Hindi film that I ever saw was Abhiman. And that was in Sri Lanka, and I loved it, and I still love it.
Abhiman.
Abhiman.
All right. Thank you. You speak a little Hindi, ma'am?
Toda, toda.
Toda, toda Hindi. Well, you can finish your speech, and I'll quiz you a little bit in Hindi after the speech is over.
Please don't. Thank you very much. Excellencies, distinguished guests and delegates, friends, ladies and gentlemen. Ayubovan, Vanakkam, Namaste. It is a pleasure to join you at the NDTV World Summit 2025 here in New Delhi, a city that holds some of my most formative memories. I thank NDTV for the invitation to be part of this global gathering and for creating a forum for meaningful dialogue. Since its establishment, NDTV has been a prominent news organization and a platform for vigorous public discourse. Over the years, it has evolved as a convener of ideas, bringing together leaders, thinkers, innovators, cultural icons, and other voices to engage in dialogue at the NDTV World Summit. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, standing here in Delhi feels like coming full circle. 3 decades ago, in the early 1990s, I was a student at Hindu College, a young student from Sri Lanka, navigating a world in flux. Delhi was a city of ideas then, as it is now, reflecting the enduring spirit of India through the centuries. It was a period of change and economic reform. For many of us students, it was our first encounter with the concept of risk in life, in economics, in politics, and in identity. Returning now, several decades later, I see an India transformed, a confident, vibrant nation of 1.4 billion people charting its own path. India today stands among the fastest growing major economies in the world. Its digital revolution, green transition, and infrastructure infrastructure initiatives are laying the foundations for Viksit Bharat, a vision of a developed and prosperous nation. India's journey offers valuable lessons for all developing countries, including my own. This spirit of progress and partnership was also evident during President Andhra Kumara Dissanayaka's state visit to India as his first overseas visit in 2024, and during Prime Minister Modi's visit to Sri Lanka in April this year. Reaffirming Sri Lanka's place in India's neighborhood first policy and Mahasagar vision, the discussions highlighted practical, multidimensional cooperation, reflecting a shared focus on resilience, growth, and shared prosperity. The conferring of Sri Lanka's highest honor, the Mitra Vibhushana, on Prime Minister Modi symbolized the strength of the enduring friendship and partnership between our two nations, and importantly, our peoples. On behalf of the people of Sri Lanka, I wish to express our deepest gratitude to Prime Minister Modi and most importantly to the Indian people for the assistance and sustained support extended to us during Sri Lanka's most severe economic crisis in 2022. This support is a lasting reminder that India's help at our hour of need is remembered and deeply valued by our people. The theme of this summit, Risk, Resolve, Renewal, captures the reality of our age. We live in a time when change no longer moves in predictable cycles. Instead, it arrives in shocks. A pandemic, a climate crisis, geopolitical shifts, and rapid technological disruption have together redefined what leadership demands. Uncertainty today is not episodic, it's structural, touching not only economics and security, but also trust, values, and the very meaning of progress. Yet uncertainty also brings opportunity. It compels us to rethink, to innovate, to reimagine, to adopt, and to imagine new possibilities. Leadership in such times is about equipping societies to respond with resilience, fairness, foresight, empathy, and effective communication. Risk is often portrayed as peril, sometimes mistaken for recklessness. However, risk is also the first step towards renewal and progress. Without taking risk, growth and change remain impossible. At the same time, as leaders, we must remember that risk may be experienced differently by different groups of people. So ensuring that the vulnerable and the marginalized are protected at all times is also critical. We must refrain from romanticizing risk as if that is the only impetus for change as well. Sri Lanka's path has been challenging. The past few years have been a lesson in both fragility and fortitude. As you know, Sri Lanka faced a period of severe economic and political crisis in the aftermath of the COVID-19 pandemic. Economic instability, shortages, and institutional challenges were compounded by political uncertainty, testing the nation's governance and social cohesion. Yet, the resilience and determination of the Sri Lankan people shone through. Sri Lanka's political history is marked by persistent popular mobilization, yet electoral processes have continued. The 2022 Aragalaya stands out in this long history of dissent for its scale, character, and impact. Unlike earlier movements, the Aragalaya forced the resignation of the former president, prime minister, and cabinet through largely peaceful protests without any visible political party leadership or a central figure guiding the movement. While loosely organized coordination structures existed, no single individual or group controlled the movement, reflecting a deliberate departure from traditional party-driven politics. Though it did not immediately change the government, the Aragalaya shaped public discourse and public consciousness and laid the groundwork for subsequent political shifts. The significance of the Aragalaya lies not just in the act of protest, but in the citizen mobilization it exemplified, a self-conscious, non-partisan demand for systemic change, transparency, and accountability. Even as state-sanctioned violence attempted to suppress the demands under the banner of law, order, and political stability, citizens' engagement persisted. Surveys conducted post-Agarwal indicated a sharp decline in trust in politicians and political parties, yet a simultaneous rise in public political engagement. In essence, the movement revealed a critical distinction. Sri Lankans mistrusted the political establishment, but not democracy itself. The insistence on leaderless organization and the emphasis on people power signified a demand for deeper participatory democracy, challenging entrenched elite dominance. The 2024 presidential election illustrates the enduring impact of the Agarwal. Voters elected Anurakkumara Dissanayake, better known as AKD, and his National People's Power, the NPP party, a political outsider and a complete departure from the traditional elite, reflecting widespread anti-establishment sentiment. In the presidential election, Anurakkumara Dissanayake secured 42% of the vote, symbolizing a total shift in the class basis of political power, from a Colombo-centric, westernized elite to a broader coalition of non-elite social forces. Just 2 months later, citizens reinforced this mandate with a 2/3 majority win for the NPP in the parliamentary general election. These outcomes underscore the power of people's mobilization and the resilience of Sri Lankan citizens in exercising their democratic rights and maintaining faith in elections as a mechanism for accountability. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the broader engagement of women in mainstream politics has increased significantly. Until 2024, the highest percentage of women in parliament, in the Sri Lankan parliament, was just 5.8%, whereas it now stands at nearly 10%. For the first time in Sri Lanka's history, the 225-member parliament includes 22 women, of whom 20 are from our party, the National People's Power. This includes 2 cabinet ministers, including myself, and a deputy minister. All of these women have no prior political lineage. Notably, for the first time, women from the Malayalam community have been elected to power. While we know this is not enough, it is a meaningful beginning. Additionally, one of our parliamentarians is a person with visual impairment representing the disabled community, reflecting our government's commitment to diversity in parliament. Also, for the first time, a single party is represented from members from every district in Sri Lanka. So all 25 districts elected members of the NPP to parliament this time. This milestone reflects not only a significant shift in political representation, but also the broader impact of the Agarwal in creating space for new voices, promoting inclusivity, and enabling meaningful participation of previously underrepresented groups in governance. The presidential and parliamentary elections of 2024 gave the National People's Power government a clear mandate for transformational change, to build a clean, inclusive, accountable, and forward-looking Sri Lanka. Under President Anurakkumara Dissanayaka's leadership, we have chosen to take responsible risks. We have reaffirmed our commitment to sound macroeconomic management and fiscal discipline. We are restructuring debt, modernizing governance, digitizing public services, seeking to implement structural reforms under the IMF Extended Fund Facility, increasing revenue through fairer taxation, protecting social safety nets for the most vulnerable, and encouraging investment. The IMF now recognizes this resolve. Inflation has reduced. It peaked to 70% in September 2022 during the crisis. Reserves are rebuilding, and confidence, while fragile, is returning. Just this month, the IMF and Sri Lanka reached a staff-level agreement on the 5th review of the program, which, once approved by the executive board, will unlock about US $347 million in further support. This follows the successful 4th review completed in July this year, when the IMF commended Sri Lanka's fiscal recovery and progress on debt restructuring. Economic reform for us is not an exercise in austerity. It is an investment in trust. Our goal is not only growth, but growth that uplifts and includes, while ensuring stability and long-term sustainable development and prosperity for our people. We seek to open new avenues for trade, sustainable investment, and technology entrepreneurship, creating the conditions for a resilient economy that rewards productivity and integrity. While risk ignites change, it is resolve that sustains it. While, as I said before, the IMF's latest assessment acknowledges Sri Lanka's recovery, and the World Bank's Public Finance Review of September this year acknowledges Sri Lanka's fiscal consolidation as one of the largest in the country's history, equal to about 8% of GDP over 3 years, both the IMF and the World Bank remind us that progress is fragile and that we must stay the path. Resolve, therefore, for us is not just about endurance, but about moving from crisis management to strategic governance. Renewal is not about returning to where we were, but transforming into something better, stable, sustainable, and resilient. President Dissanayake has articulated a vision of a unified, just, reconciled, and dignified Sri Lanka, one that heals old divisions while embracing future opportunity and upholds social justice. His call for integrity and transparency aligns with our citizens' demands that renewal must not only lift GDP, but raise fairness and faith in public institutions and corruption-free governance. At every level, his call for inclusive governance, for a digital Sri Lanka, and for transparency at every level is based on the recognition that recovery is hollow unless citizens feel ownership of it. The World Bank's latest development update supports this approach, highlighting how technology, clean energy, and sustainable tourism can drive equitable growth. And it is accepted that Sri Lanka's continued reform momentum, coupled with social protection, is what will make Sri Lanka's recovery last. Renewal also means partnership. The agreements signed during Prime Minister Modi's visit to Sri Lanka in April this year are not transactional. They're foundational to the India-Sri Lanka partnership built on sustainability and shared security and prosperity. The title of my address, Steering Change in Uncertain Times, to my mind, reflects the task of every government and generation, more so now in the face of climate change, AI, geopolitical shifts and changes, and weakening multilateralism. Countries such as mine cannot control the tides of global change, but what we can control is how we respond with clarity of mind and purpose, a sense of cooperation, partnership, and values. Today, as Sri Lanka rebuilds, our partnership with India has evolved into a forward-looking, multifaceted collaboration in every conceivable area, from development cooperation, training and capacity building, connectivity including grid connectivity, energy security, digitalization, education and technology, trade and investment, defense, tourism, and cultural, and importantly, people-to-people connectivity. Steering change in uncertain times requires precisely this: the courage to collaborate, the humility to learn, and turning solidarity into shared strength. We envision building a digital Sri Lanka where every citizen has access, every transaction leaves a trace, and every public service, to the extent possible, is transparent. We launched GovPay, a unified digital payment gateway for government services, and are integrating e-identity systems, open data portals, and online procurement to eliminate the opaque middle ground where corruption thrives. Our objective is to make technology work to enhance accountability. We are determined to strengthen existing legislation and enact new legislation where necessary, strengthen institutions, and arrest corruption. But we are deeply aware that laws alone cannot cleanse or build a nation, and that values are necessary. We are therefore investing in ethics education, civic participation, and public service reform to try to make honesty a habit, not an exception. To steer change in uncertain times, clarity of purpose, to know why we act, collaboration, to build bridges, not silos, and courage to make choices that may be difficult but necessary are essential. We are deeply aware that true leadership is not the pursuit of popularity, but of progress, and it is our nation's progress and our people's interests that drives us. Although Sri Lanka cannot determine the course of global change, our own transformation reflects the vision for the world we wish to see, one that is just, sustainable, and inclusive, a world where growth regenerates, not depletes, where governance is open, not opaque, where digitalization serves humanity, and where women and youth lead innovation. At this moment, with all humility, we believe Sri Lanka offers hope, hope of recovery, democracy, and inclusion. I want to say to the young people of India, Sri Lanka and beyond, you live in an era where the boundaries of geography matter less than the boundaries of imagination. The most powerful innovation in this AI age perhaps is not so much technological anymore, but moral. The ability to imagine systems that are fair, inclusive, and humane. I therefore urge young people to be conscious of the world they wish to create. When I was a student here in the early 90s, I could never have imagined that I would one day return to this city as Prime Minister of Sri Lanka. But perhaps that is the beauty of democracy, that it allows journeys of ordinary people to merge with the destiny of nations. Sri Lanka's journey today is one of renewal through responsible governance, creating pathways for economic progress, sustainable development, reconciliation, and peace. In terms of the UNDP's Human Development Index, Sri Lanka ranks in the high HDI category and is the highest ranked in South Asia. As an island nation, Sri Lanka has remained independent while maintaining close historical ties with India, preserving its distinct identity and individuality. In this journey, we engage with multiple countries and international organizations, and India remains a partner of long-standing trust and collaboration. Today, India is Sri Lanka's largest trading partner, largest source of tourism, and a leading investor. A little known fact, perhaps, is that Sri Lankan companies have invested in India as well. Sri Lanka's flagship investment, Brandix India Apparel City in Visakhapatnam, provides employment to about 20,000 Indians, of whom roughly 18,000 are rural women from villages in Andhra Pradesh. Sri Lanka seeks to develop a maritime hub for the Indian Ocean region, offering a cost-efficient gateway for global trade through our deep water and well-equipped ports along the east-west shipping lanes. These ports can be further developed as international trade hubs, supporting regional connectivity and economic growth. As a strategically located island nation, Sri Lanka is well positioned to complement neighboring countries' trade and development ambitions. Enhanced trade routes and port infrastructure can drive economic benefits not only for Sri Lanka, but for the broader region as well. Of course, the India-Sri Lanka Free Trade Agreement, which was a first for both our countries long back in 1998, needs to be upgraded. It would be mutually beneficial to explore how Sri Lanka can integrate more fully into India's manufacturing and service sector value chains. As India positions itself as a global manufacturing hub under the vision of Viksit Bharat, Sri Lanka could serve a complementary production base, particularly in sectors such as textiles, electronics, and food processing, supporting regional economic growth and collaboration. Indian ocean security is a shared concern for both our countries, underscoring the importance of continued collaboration in maritime security, regional cooperation, and energy security, with a particular focus on renewable energy development for our mutual benefit. The deep historical and cultural ties between our two countries also create opportunities for enhanced tourism cooperation and people-to-people exchanges, supporting economic development on both sides. The tourism sector offers opportunities from hospitality to infrastructure, to creating new and exciting experiences for visitors from around the world. It is very important that India-Sri Lanka relations, especially in trade and investment, must not be seen as a zero-sum game. It is to the advantage of both countries that the business community on both sides of the Pork Strait begins to focus on the long-term view, treating Sri Lanka as a common space when it comes to trade and investment. I would like to take this opportunity to warmly invite the people of India, as well as the Indian business community, to visit and rediscover Sri Lanka, fostering stronger ties across the Pork Strait. We are building a nation that learns from its past, that places a premium on transparency and competence. With the highest literacy rate in South Asia, our workforce is ready to demonstrate what can be achieved when given the opportunity. Our commitment to good governance is steadfast, recognizing that sound investment focused on public benefit follows trust, and that trust must be earned. In a fragmented and uncertain world, nations like ours can only thrive by building bridges, bridges of trade, knowledge, trust, and partnership. India's rise, coupled with its inclusive approach, provides an anchor of stability. For Sri Lanka, this partnership embodies a shared belief that we achieve more and rise stronger when we rise together. Thank you, NDTV, for convening this dialogue of ideas. And thank you, India, for your warm and gracious welcome. You welcomed me almost 30 years ago, and you have welcomed me again with that same warmth today. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Madam Prime Minister. It's an honor that you had the opportunity and you gave us the privilege of addressing from the stage in your first visit to India. As I promised, I'm going to ask you a couple of questions, but don't worry, my Hindi is as rudimentary, so I won't trouble you with Hindi. Did you manage to have chole bhature this time?
Yes, I did.
And is it the same as what it was then?
Even better.
You know, an anthropologist, as I started becoming a prime minister, who understands society better? Does an anthropologist understand society better, or politicians are smarter at understanding society?
See, the purpose of understanding something is also to transform it. So I think being an anthropologist and a politician, that gives me an added advantage. Not only do I get to understand the world better, but I can also play a part in transforming it. So, yeah.
All the knowledge of studies gets into actual transformation. My last question for you, we have a small gift for you as a token of our appreciation.
Thank you.
You know, a young Harini Amarasurya, that's very, very young, but what would Prime Minister Harini Amarasurya like to tell a young Harini Amarasurya? Or what do you think she would have thought of you if she saw you on the stage?
I think she would not have believed this, but this is what I would want to say to the young Harini there, to seize any opportunity that comes your way. Life is not a linear path. Unexpected things happen, and you have to take it. I think that's what risk is all about. That's what leadership is all about. So you take the risk, and you go with it, and amazing things can happen.
May more amazing things happen to you. I promised you that we'll keep this completely apolitical, so no political questions on this platform. But thanks so much for being with us here on stage. We have a small gift for you, which we'll hand over to you till... this is a token of appreciation from NDTV. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prime Minister, or shall I say Bahom Stuti, for that inspiring speech. As we wait for Honorable Prime Minister of India, Narendra Modi, to arrive, may I request all of you to take a seat for a special musical performance, Vedika.
That's right. They're not just musicians, they're storytellers blending rhythm, melody, and soul into their performance that you will not forget.
Leading the charge is Sahil Vasudeva, a talented musician and composer, along with his incredible band. Together, they've been creating music that resonates with audiences across India and beyond.
Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Sahil Vasudeva.
Check. Good luck, guys. I'm starting with the speech. Whom are you? Good evening, everyone. First, I'd like to thank NDTV and Mr. Kanwal for inviting us and allowing us to give this platform to share our music with you this evening. Now, we are not your typical fusion band, and I don't really like that term in any case because it makes us sound like an Asian restaurant. But what is different for us is that we have taken historical schools of music, Western classical, Hindustani classical, flamenco, Spanish classical, and we've merged these worlds into a framework. We have spent years transcribing notes and Western scores from CDE to Saregama-Pa, and what makes it unique is that Sohail Bhai and Shanawaz Bhai are actually playing those very Western scores whilst adding their own traditional Dilli Gharana flavors. So it's a true conversation amongst cultures. And while we all may have different identities, styles, cultures, traditions, language, and even religion within the band, there is one element which cuts across all of this, and that's the power of music, the language of love. We're two Indias, and I hope you enjoy the evening. Now, when we're typically walking on the ocean, and we have the beach and the ocean in front of us, when we look at the vast expanse that is the horizon, we tend to go inward, and we understand that how small a microcosm human problems are in the expanse of this universe. And at that time, when we have nature, we have the ocean, we have the hills, we have the mountains, we have the forest, we have the animals, and that we must preserve all of that, and that we're all interconnected. This track is a celebration of that beauty, which is the planet. This one is Kinara, or the seashore, and since this is a short performance, this will be our last track. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, in moments from now, we will have the Prime Minister of India, Narendra Modi ji, joining us. Please do remain seated. In just a few minutes from now, he will be walking in. Please switch off all your mobile phones. For security reasons, please do switch them off.
And thank you, Sahil Vasudeva and band, for that incredible performance, building up to the ultimate moment.
Just in moments from now, you'll have the Prime Minister joining us. Please do remain seated. For those who couldn't find a seat at this moment, if you could just move to the back, again, due to security concerns. If you could do that, we'd appreciate it. And do remain seated, everybody. Thank you for your patience and understanding. Again, a quick reminder, all phones to be switched off, please, especially when the Prime Minister is with us for the duration he's at the summit. We would really appreciate it if you could switch your phones off. Thank you. Remain seated. Let's minimize movement now, please. Thank you. Sahil, I believe a few more moments now before the Prime Minister gets here. And that's going to be the penultimate part of our session. In moments from now, the Indian Prime Minister should be walking in. We're just going to stand by and wait. Thank you.
go.
Prime Minister should be with us in about a minute from now. Please, everyone, remain in your seats. Thank you. can we have everyone seated, please? Thank you.
हाँ एक है
एक ही चाहिए ना बड़ा ना
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise as we welcome to the NDTV World Summit, Honorable Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi ji.
भारत के प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी तालियों से स्वागत करें the Prime Minister of India, a statesman and a global voice for innovation, development and democracy, Shri Narendra Modi ji.
May we call on stage NDTV CEO and Editor-in-Chief, Mr. Rahul Kanwal, to deliver the welcome address.
Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor and privilege to welcome you to the NDTV World Summit 2025. Tonight, we are delighted to host a stellar gathering of global leaders, thinkers, and innovators whose presence underscores the relevance of dialogue, collaboration, and shared vision in a world defined by uncertainty, yet the promise of great possibilities. We extend a warm welcome to our distinguished global guests. The Honorable Prime Minister of Sri Lanka, Ms. Harini Amarasurya. She delivered a fantastic address just a short while ago. The former Prime Minister of the United Kingdom and the son-in-law of India, Mr. Rishi Sunak. And the former Prime Minister of Australia, Mr. Tony Abbott. I remember walking with Mr. Abbott and Prime Minister Modi at the MCG. And the thought that was going through my mind is when India plays, India must win against Australia. But Tony Abbott's rooting strongly for Australia, always. We also welcome global pioneers like Dr. Neil Thompson, who heads the Computer Science and Artificial Intelligence Lab at MIT, where a lot of the foundational work on AI has happened. Professor Tarun Khanna, my professor from the Harvard Business School. Each time we meet him, he always has something to say about something which is not right and wants to pull you up to make it better. Thank you always for guiding and leading us. And quantum physicist and ballerina, just such an incredible combination this. A ballerina who's also a quantum physicist. She wowed us with her energy on the stage, Dr. Merritt Moore. The individual and collective imagination and brilliance of our guests add new dimension to the conversations we are hosting here. Discussions about progress, innovation, and the shared future of humanity. Your collective presence speaks of the importance of global dialogue and collaborative engagement in an era defined by disruption and transformation. Mr. Prime Minister, sir, it is with gratitude and respect that we welcome you back to the NDTV World Summit. Your presence last year was an honor for us, and it is an absolute pleasure to have you grace this occasion again. It means a lot to us. Welcome and thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we are hosting the World Summit at the iconic Bharat Mandapam, a venue that reflects the ambition and scale of New India. Modi ji, this convention center reflects your mantra of Sankalp se Siddhi, an idea once imagined, now realized. One of the largest and most sophisticated conference venues in the world, the Mandapam stands as a powerful symbol of India's ability to think big, build at monumental scale, and to welcome the world as one family, as we say in Sanskrit, Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam. At NDTV, we are inspired by this spirit as we bring the world to India and take India to the world. Sir, as you're aware, we are building a new NDTV for a new India, a marquee global media powerhouse that reflects the dynamism, innovation, and global ambition of the nation itself. Just as India is evolving, emerging, and expanding on the global stage, NDTV is transforming to set the agenda, drive debate, and amplify the voice of New India. We are creating conversations that mirror the journey of the nation itself, thoughtful, bold, transformative, where the pursuit of renewal shapes everything that we do. The NDTV World Summit this year is anchored around a theme that resonates with India's journey, the edge of the unknown, risk, resolve, and renewal. These are not just three words that reflect the central theme of this conclave. They are the lens through which we understand leadership, progress, and transformation in our times. As we convene here at the World Summit, our conversations over the next 2 days will explore what it means to operate at the edge of the unknown. How do nations, businesses, and individuals confront risk? How do they harness resolve? How do they embrace renewal? It is fitting, Honorable Prime Minister, that as we explore this theme, we do so by reflecting on your leadership, because you yourself are the very embodiment of risk, renewal, and resolve. Over the past decade, India has faced challenges that were unforeseen, unprecedented, and oftentimes daunting. And yet, in every situation, your leadership has been marked by poise, resolve, and decisive action. Recently, India faced tough new challenges with trade tariffs which were imposed by the United States. While many leaders globally yielded under pressure, you, Modi ji, chose to stand firm and push back. India's trade negotiators showed flexibility in talks, but the message from the leadership was clear. This Naya Bharat will not bend. The interests of 1.4 billion people remain non-negotiable. Decisive leadership is never easy. It demands courage, and it comes with its fair share of costs. You have proved time and again that no matter what the risk, Modi ko darana mushkil hi nahi, namumkin bhi hai. You presented the nation with a transformative gift last month, GST 2.0, a reform that has opened new horizons of economic freedom and opportunity for every citizen and enterprise. With record sales, Pradhan Mantri ji, you have already ensured that India is enjoying a sparkling Deepavali. The GST Bachat Utsav has empowered small entrepreneurs to expand their reach, allowed businesses to transact seamlessly across the nation, and enabled ordinary citizens to reap the benefit of reduced costs. Mr. Prime Minister, sir, Operation Sindoor stands as another defining moment of your unwavering determination. The ferocity and firepower of India's decisive response was not just a show of strength. It was a message of intent that India will no longer remain silent in the face of aggression. Regardless of the bluster about nuclear escalation by our enemy, you ensured, sir, that India extracted retribution for the killing of harmless citizens. Many a fake nuclear red line of our adversary was demolished in the face of your courage and conviction. Pradhan Mantri ji, we would like to congratulate you for bringing the Commonwealth Games to Ahmedabad in 2030. The last time we hosted the Games in 2010, it was a very different India. But in 2030, the world will, hopefully, witness a Naya Bharat, a nation driven by efficiency, excellence, and capability. And you're never resting on your laurels. After bagging the rights to host the Commonwealth Games, Modi ji's team is already working on bringing the Olympics torch to India in 2036, once again to Ahmedabad. And I wonder, at the rate at which he's going, if it is under his leadership itself that India will host the Commonwealth Games in 2036, 9 years from now, 11 years from now. Mr. Prime Minister, sir, this is my 4th month as CEO and Editor-in-Chief of NDTV. To lead this storied institution is a privilege and a profound opportunity. I seek your blessings, sir, and the wishes of the distinguished guests who've gathered here today, and the millions of viewers who are watching live on television and across NDTV's digital platforms as we carry this legacy, marquee, storied media brand forward with integrity, courage, and conviction. At NDTV, enterprise, imagination, and courage fuel our journalism, guided by the conviction that as we aspire to be India's global voice, what we report must rest firmly on truth and credibility. It is not about creating a sensation. It is never about making the loudest noise. For us at NDTV, journalism has never been a pursuit of ratings. It is a calling to ensure that every side of the story is heard and told, and that journalistic integrity must always come above the demand to draw in revenues and eyeballs. Mr. Prime Minister, sir, your example teaches us that the edge of the unknown is not a place to fear, it is a place to define. The risk that often cripples many of us is not an obstacle, it is a call to action. Resolve is not a reaction, it is a decisive strategy, and that renewal is not recovery, it is the opportunity to create the extraordinary from the uncertain. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I now invite the Honorable Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi, to address this special gathering of minds. I invite him to guide us to the edge of possibility itself, where India's ambition meets the unknown, where courage shapes decision, and the promise of renewal has the potential to meet reality. देवियों और सज्जनों, तालियों की गड़गड़ाहट से एनडीटीवी वर्ल्ड समिट के इस मंच पे स्वागत कीजिए भारत के प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी का।
Her Excellency, Prime Minister of Sri Lanka, Harini Amarasurya ji, His Excellency, former Prime Minister of Australia, my friend Tony Abbott ji, His Excellency, former Prime Minister of UK, Rishi Sunak ji, distinguished guests, देवी और सज्जनों, नमस्कार। ये त्योहारों का समय है। मैं आप सभी को दीपावली की बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। उत्साह के इस माहौल में एनडीटीवी वर्ल्ड समिट हो रही है और अपने इस सेशन की थीम भी बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट रखी है, अनस्टॉपेबल भारत। वाकई भारत आज रुकने के मूड में भी नहीं है। हम न रुकेंगे न हम थमेंगे। हम 140 करोड़ देशवासी मिलकर तेजी से आगे बढ़ेंगे। साथियों, आज जब दुनिया में भली भांति के रोड ब्लॉक्स हैं, स्पीड ब्रेकर हैं, तब अनस्टॉपेबल भारत की चर्चा बहुत स्वाभाविक है। और मैं इसको 11 साल पहले की स्थितियां और वर्तमान के कॉन्टेक्स्ट में रखने का प्रयास करता हूं। आप याद कीजिए, 2014 से पहले इस प्रकार की समिट में किन मुद्दों को लेकर चर्चा होती थी, हेडलाइन क्या हुआ करती थी, गली मोहल्ले में कॉन्फ्रेंसेस में किन किन विषयों की चर्चा होती थी। आप सब जरूर याद करोगे तो आपको ध्यान आएगा। चर्चा होती थी ग्लोबल हेडविंड्स को भारत कैसे झेलेगा, फ्रेजाइल 5 से भारत कैसे बाहर आएगा, पॉलिसी पैरालिसिस में कब तक रहेगा भारत, भारत में बड़े बड़े घोटाले कब बंद होंगे। साथियों, तब महिला सुरक्षा को लेकर बहुत सारे सवाल थे। आतंकी स्लीपर सेल किस तरह बेकाबू है, इसको लेकर खुलासे होते थे। महंगाई डायन खाए जात है, ये गीत छाए हुए थे। अब आपको बराबर पिन फिट हो गई कि 14 के पहले क्या था। तब देश के लोगों को लगता था और दुनिया को भी लगता था कि इतने सारे संकटों के जंजाल में फंसा हुआ भारत इन संकटों से बाहर निकल ही नहीं पाएगा। लेकिन बीते 11 वर्षों में भारत ने हर आशंका को ध्वस्त किया है, हर चुनौती को पस्त किया है। आज भारत अब फ्रेजाइल 5 से बाहर निकलकर टॉप 5 इकोनॉमीज में से एक बन गया है। आज इन्फ्लेशन 2% से नीचे है और ग्रोथ रेट 7% से ज्यादा है। आज चीप से लेकर शीप तक चारों तरफ आत्मनिर्भर भारत, आत्मविश्वास से भरा हुआ भारत है। अब भारत आतंकी हमलों के बाद चुप नहीं बैठता है। सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक करके, एयर स्ट्राइक करके, ऑपरेशन सिंदूर करके भारत मुंह तोड़ जवाब देता है। साथियों, आप कोविड का समय याद कीजिए, जब दुनिया जिंदगी और मौत के साए में जी रही थी, जब दुनिया ये सोच रही थी कि इतनी बड़ी आबादी वाला देश इतने बड़े संकट से कैसे बचेगा, और लोगों को तो लगता था कि हिंदुस्तान के कारण दुनिया डूब जाएगी। तरह तरह के कयास लगाए जा रहे थे, लेकिन भारत ने हर कयास को गलत साबित करके दिखाया। हमने मुकाबला किया, हमने तेजी से अपनी वैक्सीन बनाई, हमने रिकॉर्ड समय में वैक्सीन लगाई, और इतने बड़े संकट से बाहर निकलकर हम फास्टेस्ट ग्रोइंग मेजर इकोनॉमी बन गए। साथियों, कोरोना का प्रभाव अभी खत्म भी नहीं हुआ था कि दुनिया के अलग अलग हिस्सों में कॉन्फ्लिक्ट्स उभरने लगे। हेडलाइंस में युद्ध की खबरें छाने लगी। अब एक बार फिर सवाल उठा कि भारत की ग्रोथ का क्या होगा, और भारत ने ऐसे संकट के काल में भी एक बार फिर सारे कयासों को गलत साबित कर दिया। भारत फास्टेस्ट ग्रोइंग मेजर इकोनॉमी बनकर आगे बढ़ता रहा। बीते 3 सालों में भारत की एवरेज ग्रोथ 7.8% रही है। ये अभूतपूर्व है, अप्रत्याशित है। अभी 2 दिन पहले ही मर्चेंडाइज एक्सपोर्ट के आंकड़े आए हैं। पिछले साल के मुकाबले भारत का मर्चेंडाइज एक्सपोर्ट करीब 7% और बढ़ गया है। पिछले वर्ष भारत ने करीब 4.5 लाख करोड़ रुपए का एग्रीकल्चर एक्सपोर्ट कर दिया है। कितने ही देशों की अस्थिर रेटिंग्स के बीच S&P ने 17 साल के बाद, आफ्टर 17 इयर्स, भारत की क्रेडिट रेटिंग को अपग्रेड किया है। IMF ने भी भारत की ग्रोथ को अपवर्ड रिवाइज किया है। कुछ दिन पहले ही गूगल ने भारत के AI स्पेस में $15 बिलियन के बड़े इन्वेस्टमेंट की घोषणा की है। आज ग्रीन एनर्जी, सेमीकंडक्टर के क्षेत्र में भी बड़े बड़े इन्वेस्टमेंट हो रहे हैं। साथियों, आज भारत की ग्रोथ ग्लोबल अपॉर्चुनिटीज को शेप कर रही है, और ये वाक्य मैं बड़ी जिम्मेवारी के साथ कह रहा हूं। हाल में हुआ EFTA ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट इसका बहुत बड़ा उदाहरण है। यूरोप के देशों ने भारत में $100 बिलियन के इन्वेस्टमेंट का कमिटमेंट किया है। इससे भारत में बड़ी संख्या में जॉब्स क्रिएट होगी। कुछ ही दिन पहले यूके के PM मेरे मित्र स्टारमर अपने सबसे बड़े बिजनेस डेलीगेशन के साथ भारत आए थे। ये दिखाता है कि दुनिया आज भारत में अपने लिए कितने बड़े अवसर हैं, वो बड़ी आशा के साथ देख रही है। आज G7 देशों के साथ हमारा ट्रेड 60% से ज्यादा बढ़ चुका है। पूरी दुनिया आज भारत को रिलायबल, रिस्पॉन्सिबल और रेजिलिएंट पार्टनर के रूप में देख रही है। इलेक्ट्रॉनिक से लेकर फार्मा तक, ऑटोमोबाइल से लेकर मोबाइल मैन्युफैक्चरिंग तक निवेश की लहर भारत में आ रही है। यही इन्वेस्टमेंट भारत को ग्लोबल सप्लाई चेन का एक नर्व सेंटर बनाने में मदद कर रहा है। साथियों, इस समिट में आप एज ऑफ द अननोन इस विषय पर चर्चा कर रहे हैं। दुनिया के लिए एज ऑफ द अननोन एक अनसर्टेन चीज हो सकती है, लेकिन भारत के लिए ये अपॉर्चुनिटीज का गेटवे है। युगों से भारत ने अनजान रास्तों पर चलने का साहस दिखाया है। हमारे संतों ने, हमारे वैज्ञानिकों ने, हमारे नाविकों ने हमेशा ये दिखाया है कि पहला कदम ही परिवर्तन का प्रारंभ होता है। चाहे टेक्नोलॉजी हो, कोरोना वैक्सीन की जरूरत हो, स्किल मैन पावर, फिनटेक या ग्रीन एनर्जी सेक्टर हो, हमने हर रिस्क को रिफॉर्म में, हर रिफॉर्म को रिजिलियंस में और हर रिजिलियंस को रिवॉल्यूशन में बदला है। अभी हाल ही में IMF चीफ ने कहा है कि वो भारत में रिफॉर्म्स की बोल्डनेस से बहुत उत्साहित है। उन्होंने एक एग्जाम्पल भी दिया, और आपको मालूम होगा कि भारत में एक समय रिफॉर्म हुआ था। एक इकोसिस्टम उसके गीत बहुत गाता रहता है। हमारे मित्र हंस रहे हैं वहां। लेकिन वो कंपल्सन के कारण था, और वो भी कंपल्सन आईएमएफ का था। आज रिफॉर्म हो रहा है कन्विक्शन के कारण, और वही आईएमएफ कह रहा है कि रिफॉर्म का भारत का जो बोल्डनेस है उसको नोटिस कर रहे हैं। और आईएमएफ चीफ ने एक एग्जाम्पल भी दिया है कि हर कोई कह रहा था कि मास लेवल पर डिजिटल आइडेंटिटी देना संभव नहीं है, लेकिन भारत ने सबको गलत सिद्ध करके दिखाया। आज दुनिया का 50% रियल टाइम डिजिटल ट्रांजैक्शन फिनटेक की दुनिया में भारत में ही होता है। 50%। भारत का यूपीआई दुनिया के डिजिटल पेमेंट सिस्टम को डोमिनेट कर रहा है। यानी हर प्रिडिक्शन, हर आकलन से बेहतर करना, ये आज भारत का मिजाज बन चुका है। मैंने स्वभाव शब्द प्रयोग नहीं किया, मैंने मिजाज कहा है, और मोदी है तो मिजाज की बात करता है। और इसलिए ही भारत अनस्टॉपेबल है। साथियों, देश की उपलब्धियों को असली ताकत देश के लोगों से मिलती है, और देश के लोग अपने सामर्थ्य का सही इस्तेमाल तभी कर पाते हैं जब सरकार का उनके जीवन में न दबाव हो और न दखल हो। जहां ज्यादा सरकारीकरण होगा वहां उतने ही ब्रेक लगेंगे, और जहां ज्यादा लोकतंत्रीकरण होगा वहां उतनी ही ज्यादा स्पीड आएगी। दुर्भाग्य से देश में 60 साल तक सरकार चलाने वाली कांग्रेस ने हमेशा पॉलिसी के प्रोसेस के सरकारीकरण पर जोर दिया, जबकि बीते 11 वर्षों में हमने पॉलिसी और प्रोसेस के लोकतांत्रिकरण का काम किया है। अनस्टॉपेबल भारत के पीछे ये भी एक बड़ी वजह है। अब बैंकिंग का ही उदाहरण लीजिए। 60 के दशक में इंदिरा गांधी जी द्वारा बैंकों का क्या कह करके सरकारीकरण किया गया? कहा गया कि गरीबों, किसानों, श्रमिकों यानी देश के आम लोगों तक बैंकिंग सुविधाएं पहुंचानी है, इसलिए सरकारीकरण किया है। ये तर्क दिया गया था। जबकि वास्तविकता में कांग्रेस ने क्या किया, सरकारों ने क्या किया? बैंकों को देश की जनता से और दूर कर दिया गया, दूरी बढ़ा दी गई। गरीब तो बैंकों के दरवाजे तक भी जाने से डरता था। 2014 में जब हमारी सरकार बनी, तब देश की आधी से अधिक आबादी के पास अपना एक बैंक खाता तक नहीं था। और ये सिर्फ बैंक खाता न होने की समस्या नहीं थी, इसका मतलब देश की बहुत बड़ी आबादी बैंकिंग के लाभ से वंचित थी। वो जरूरत पड़ने पर बाजार से महंगा ब्याज देने, अपना घर जमीन गिरवी रखने के लिए मजबूर थी। साथियों, देश को इस सरकारीकरण से निकालना बहुत जरूरी था, और ये हमने करके दिखाया है। हमने बैंकिंग सेक्टर का लोकतंत्रीकरण किया, उसमें रिफॉर्म किया। हमने मिशन मोड पर 50 करोड़ से ज्यादा जनधन खाते खोले। यानी पूरी दुनिया में जितने खाते खुलते होंगे उसका टोटल एक तरफ और अकेले भारत का टोटल एक तरफ, इतना काम किया। आज देश के गांव-गांव में कोई न कोई बैंकिंग टच पॉइंट है। डिजिटल ट्रांजैक्शन ने भारत को वित्तीय रूप से दुनिया के सबसे बड़े इंक्लूसिव देशों में से एक बना दिया है। कांग्रेस के सरकारीकरण ने बैंकों में एमपीएस का पहाड़ खड़ा कर दिया था। भाजपा के लोकतांत्रिकरण ने बैंकों को रिकॉर्ड प्रॉफिट में ला दिया है। बीते 11 वर्षों में विमेन सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप्स को, छोटे किसानों, पशुपालकों, मछुआरों को, रेहड़ी पटरी ठेले वालों को, विश्वकर्मा साथियों को बिना बैंक गारंटी के लाखों करोड़ रुपए के लोन दिए गए। साथियों, मैं आपको पेट्रोल और गैस सेक्टर का भी उदाहरण दूंगा। 2014 से पहले जब सरकारीकरण की सोच हावी थी, तब क्या स्थिति थी? पेट्रोल डीजल पर सब्सिडी न बढ़ानी पड़े, आप सुनकर के चौंक जाएंगे। सरकारी खजाने से सब्सिडी न देनी पड़े, इसके लिए कांग्रेस सरकार रात 8 बजे से सुबह 8 बजे के बीच पेट्रोल पंप बंद करने की तैयारी कर रही थी। बताइए, अरे वो 7 बजे भर लेगा भाई। अब आज क्या स्थिति है? आज 24 घंटे बेरोक टोक पेट्रोल पंप खुले रहते हैं और हम अल्टरनेटिव फ्यूल्स पर, इलेक्ट्रिक मोबिलिटी पर अभूतपूर्व निवेश कर रहे हैं। साथियों, कांग्रेस के समय में गैस का एक कनेक्शन पाने के लिए भी सांसदों से चिट्ठियां लिखवानी होती थी। पार्लियामेंट के मेंबर को साल में 25 कूपन मिलता था और वो 25 कूपन वो अपने इलाके में लोगों को गैस कनेक्शन के लिए देता, तो उनके घर में क्यों लोग लाइन लगा के खड़े रहते, मुझे एक गैस का कूपन दो, ये हाल थे। और आपको हैरान होगा, 2013 के अखबार निकाल दीजिए, 2014 में मोदी से मुकाबला करने के लिए कांग्रेस रणनीति बना रही थी। वो मुझे ज्यादा जानते नहीं थे उस समय, अब भी शायद नहीं जानते हैं। तो उनकी चर्चा थी कि जनता को क्या वादा करे। तो चर्चा ये थी कि क्या साल के 6 सिलेंडर दे कि 9 सिलेंडर दे, इसकी चर्चा हो रही थी। यानी व्यवस्था पर इस हद तक का सरकारीकरण हावी था। अब हमने आगे क्या किया? हमने 10 करोड़ से अधिक ऐसे गरीब परिवारों को मुफ्त गैस कनेक्शन दे दिया जिन्होंने कभी सपने में भी इस सुविधा के बारे में नहीं सोचा था। गांव में जब गैस सिलेंडर आता था तो सामान्य मानवी मानता था कि रईसों के लिए, बड़े लोगों के लिए है, उनके घर में गैस हो सकता है, गरीब घर में नहीं हो सकता है। हमने ये परिस्थिति पलटी, 10 करोड़ घरों में गैस का चूल्हा पहुंचा। ये होता है व्यवस्था का लोकतांत्रिकरण, और यही सच्चा संविधान का स्पिरिट होता है। साथियों, सरकारीकरण की सोच के उस दौर में हमारी सरकारी कंपनियों पर, हमारे पीएसयूज पर कांग्रेस ताले लटकाकर चैन की नींद सो जाती थी। डूब रहा है ताला लगाओ, डूब रहा है ताला लगाओ। कांग्रेस सोचती थी कि क्यों इतनी मेहनत करे, डूबेगा तो डूबेगा, अपने मौत मरेगा, हमारी जेब से क्या जाएगा, ये सोच थी। हमने इस सोच को भी बदल दिया और आज देखिए LIC हो, SBI हो, हमारे बड़े बड़े PSUs सबके सब प्रॉफिट के नए रिकॉर्ड बना रहे हैं। साथियों, जब सरकारी नीतियों के मूल में सरकारीकरण के बजाय लोकतांत्रिकरण होता है, तब देशवासियों का मनोबल ऊंचा होता है। सरकारीकरण की इसी सोच में कांग्रेस कहती रह गई, गरीबी हटाओ, गरीबी हटाओ। हर चुनाव में आपने देखा होगा, लाल किले से इस परिवार के सारे भाषण सुन लीजिए। लाल किले पर जो गए हैं झंडा फहराने इस परिवार के, कोई भी नेता पहले से लेकर के आखिरी तक नहीं था जिसने गरीबी का भाषण न दिया हो। आप YouTube पर जाकर के पहले से अब तक के सारे भाषण सुन सकते हैं, लेकिन गरीबी कम नहीं हुई। जबकि लोकतांत्रिकरण की हमारी सोच ने पिछले 11 साल में 25 करोड़ गरीबों को गरीबी से बाहर निकाला है। और इसलिए आज देश का भरोसा हम पर है और इसलिए आज भारत अनस्टॉपेबल है। साथियों, आज भारत में गरीबों के लिए, वंचितों की सेवा के लिए समर्पित सरकार है। हम पिछड़ों को प्राथमिकता देते हैं, उनका जीवन बेहतर बनाने के लिए पूरी संवेदनशीलता से काम कर रहे हैं। अक्सर बड़ी बड़ी चर्चाओं में इस ओर आपका ध्यान नहीं हो जा पाता। मैं आपको एक और उदाहरण देता हूं। बीते दिनों इस बात की चर्चा रही कि BSNL ने अपना मेड इन इंडिया 4G स्टैक लॉन्च किया है। और साथियों, मैं बताना चाहता हूं, वाकई ये देश की बहुत बड़ी सफलता है। आज हम गर्व से कह सकते हैं कि भारत दुनिया के उन टॉप 5 देशों में शामिल है जिनके पास अपने देश में तैयार 4G स्टैक है। हिंदुस्तान ने 2G सुना है, क्योंकि सारे हेडलाइन भरे पड़े रहते हैं, 2G में ये हुआ, 2G में ये हुआ। मैं 4G की बात कर रहा हूं तो जरा देर लगती है, वो सफाई करते करते मेरा दम उखड़ रहा है। जिस सरकारी कंपनी को कांग्रेस ने BSNL को बर्बाद करने में कोई कसर नहीं छोड़ी थी, आज BSNL नए अचीवमेंट हासिल कर रही है। लेकिन साथियों, देश की सफलता का ये सिर्फ एक पक्ष है। इसका दूसरा पक्ष ये है कि जिस दिन ये 4G स्टैक लॉन्च हुआ, उसी दिन BSNL ने करीब 1 लाख 4G मोबाइल टावर शुरू किए। और इसका नतीजा क्या हुआ? इससे उन लाखों लोगों को हाई स्पीड इंटरनेट की सेवा मिलने लगी है जो दूर दराज के जंगलों में रहते हैं, जो पहाड़ी इलाकों में रहते हैं, जिनके यहां अब तक तेज स्पीड वाला इंटरनेट नहीं पहुंच पाया था। साथियों, अब मैं आपको हैरान करने वाली एक और बात बताता हूं। हम तो ये 2G, 4G, 6G वो सब सुनते रहते हैं, तो हमको अपनी आसपास की दुनिया दिखती है। हम कुछ और सोचते हैं और सोच करके कुछ नया करने का प्रयास करते हैं। और मैं आज देश की सफलता एक तीसरा पक्ष भी आपके सामने रखना चाहता हूं। और अभी तक मीडिया का ध्यान उस बात पे नहीं गया है। खैर बहुत सी बातें हैं मेरे खाते में, वो बहुत पीछे रह जाते हैं। जब दूर सुदूर के इलाकों में ऐसी सुविधाएं पहुंचती है तो वहां के लोगों का जीवन कैसे बदलता है। आपने शायद ई संजीवनी के विषय में सुना होगा। मैं इस ई संजीवनी का उदाहरण देता हूं। मान लीजिए एक परिवार है और दूर सुदूर जंगलों में बहुत कहीं दूर रहता है, जिसका एक सदस्य बीमार है और दूर कहीं पहाड़ी पर कहीं जंगलों में बीमारी से वो परेशान है। अब खराब मौसम की वजह से वो अपने परिवार के बीमार मरीज को डॉक्टर के पास नहीं ले जा पा रहा है। तब वो क्या करेगा? ऐसी स्थिति में उसकी मदद कर रही है ई संजीवनी सेवा, हाई स्पीड कनेक्टिविटी पर आधारित सेवा ई संजीवनी। साथियों, वो मरीज को अपने फोन में ई संजीवनी ऐप के माध्यम से डॉक्टर से जोड़ देता है और उसे स्पेशलिस्ट डॉक्टर के कंसल्टेशन की सुविधा मिल जाती है। एनडीटीवी के दर्शकों को ये जानकर अच्छा लगेगा कि अब तक ई संजीवनी के माध्यम से 42 करोड़ लोग ओपीडी कंसल्टेशन ले चुके हैं। यानी 4G 2G ये सुविधा नहीं, ये जीवन में एक नई ताकत बनकर के उभर रहा है। और आज जब मैं आपसे बात कर रहा हूं तो सुबह से शाम तक देश के 1 लाख से ज्यादा लोग ई संजीवनी पर मदद पा चुके हैं। ये मैं 12 घंटे की बात बताता हूं। ई संजीवनी सिर्फ एक सुविधा नहीं है, ये एक भरोसा है कि संकट आने पर उन्हें तुरंत मदद मिलेगी। एक उदाहरण है कि व्यवस्था में लोकतंत्रीकरण का कमाल क्या होता है। साथियों, एक संवेदनशील सरकार, लोकतंत्र के लिए समर्पित सरकार, संविधान के प्रति समर्पित सरकार ऐसे ही निर्णय लेती हैं और ऐसे ही नीतियां बनाती है। हमारा जोर लोगों का जीवन आसान बनाने पर है, लोगों की बचत बढ़ाने पर है। जैसे पहले 1 GB डेटा, ये भी मैं 2014 के पहले की बात कर रहा हूं, 1 GB डेटा 300 रुपये में आता था। अब वही डेटा 10 रुपये में आता है। यानी हर भारतीय की जेब में सालाना हजारों रुपये बच रहे हैं। आयुष्मान भारत योजना से गरीब मरीजों को 1.25 लाख करोड़ रुपए की बचत हुई है। पीएम जन औषधि केंद्रों में 80% डिस्काउंट पर दवाएं मिलती हैं। इनसे लोगों को करीब 40,000 करोड़ रुपए की बचत हुई है। हार्ट के स्टेंट की कीमतें कम होने से गरीब और मिडिल क्लास सालाना 12,000 करोड़ रुपए बच रहे हैं। साथियों, हमने ईमानदार टैक्स पेयर को भी सीधा फायदा दिया है। इनकम टैक्स हो या जीएसटी, बहुत अधिक कमी की गई है। इसी वर्ष 12 लाख रुपए की इनकम पर टैक्स जीरो किया गया और इस समय जीएसटी बचत उत्सव भी जीरो पर चल रहा है। जाने जोरों चारों तरफ मैं देख रहा हूं इन दिनों बाजारों की चित्र चल रहे हैं, गूगल देखेंगे तो चारों तरफ। क्यों? ये जीएसटी का बचत उत्सव है जिसने स्थिति पैदा की है। आजकल हम देख रहे हैं कि बिक्री के पिछले सारे रिकॉर्ड टूट रहे हैं। इनकम टैक्स और जीएसटी इन दोनों कदमों से ही एक साल में देशवासियों को करीब 2.5 लाख करोड़ रुपए की बचत होनी तय है। साथियों, हाल के दिनों में देश ने, दुनिया ने ऑपरेशन सिंदूर की बहुत चर्चा की है। अभी हमारे मित्र राहुल जी ने भी बड़े विस्तार से ऑपरेशन सिंदूर की बात की। वो आर्मी फैमिली के हैं तो उनका इसमें जज्बा स्वाभाविक भी है, उनकी रगों में वो चीजें दौड़ती हैं। गर्व के साथ उन्होंने इसकी प्रशंसा भी की है और देश और दुनिया भी कर रही है। लेकिन आज मैं आपको एक और ऐसे विषय पर लेकर जाना चाहता हूं जो देश की सुरक्षा के हिसाब से तो बड़ा है ही, ये मेरे देश के नौजवानों के भविष्य से भी जुड़ा हुआ है। ये विषय नक्सलवाद का है। अब मैं समझता हूं ये नक्सलवाद शब्द ऐसे ही लोगों ने लटका दिया है। हकीकत में यह माओवादी आतंक का है। ये माओवादी आतंक की कथा मैं आज सुनाना चाहता हूं आपको। कांग्रेस के शासन में जो अर्बन नक्सलों का जो इकोसिस्टम है, ये जो अर्बन नक्सल है, वो कुछ तरह ऐसे हावी थे, आज भी है। माओवादी आतंक का कोई भी घटना देश के लोगों तक न पहुंचे, इसके लिए वो बहुत बड़ी सेंसरशिप चलाते रहते हैं। वो हमारे देश में आतंकवाद की इतनी चर्चा होती थी, आर्टिकल 370 पर डिबेट होती थी, लेकिन हमारे शहरों में जो कांग्रेस के राज में पनपे हुए अर्बन नक्सली बैठे थे, जो ऐसी संस्थाओं पर कब्जा जमा करके बैठे थे, वो माओवादी आतंक पर पर्दा डालने का काम करते थे, देश को अंधेरे में रखते थे। अभी कुछ दिन पहले भी माओवादी आतंक के कई पीड़ित दिल्ली आए थे। ये बड़ी दर्दनाक चीज है। बहुत बड़ी मात्रा में आए थे। किसी की टांग नहीं थी, किसी का हाथ नहीं था, किसी की आंख नहीं थी, शरीर के अंग कुछ चले गए थे। ये माओवादी आतंक के शिकार लोग थे। गांव के गरीब आदिवासी भाई बहन, किसान के बेटे थे, माताएं बहनें थी, 2-2 पैर कट चुके थे। वो दिल्ली में आए थे, 7 दिन रहे, हाथ पैर जोड़ करके कह रहे थे कि हमारी बात हिंदुस्तान के लोगों तक पहुंचाइए। प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस किया उन्होंने। आप में से किसी ने देखा नहीं होगा, सुना नहीं होगा। ये माओवादी आतंक के ठेकेदार जो बैठे हैं ना, उन्होंने उस जुल्म के शिकार हुए उनके दर्द की कथा भी हिंदुस्तान के लोगों तक नहीं पहुंचने दी। कांग्रेस की इकोसिस्टम ने इसकी चर्चा नहीं होने दी। साथियों, हालत ऐसे थे कि देश का करीब करीब हर बड़ा राज्य नक्सली हिंसा, माओवादी आतंक की चपेट में था। बाकी देश में संविधान लागू था, लेकिन रेड कॉरिडोर में संविधान का कोई नाम लेने वाला नहीं था। और मैं बहुत जिम्मेवारी से कहता हूं कि जो माथे पर संविधान की किताब लेकर के नाचते हैं ना, वे आज भी ये माओवादी आतंकियों जो संविधान को नहीं मानते हैं, इनकी रक्षा के लिए दिन रात लगा देते हैं। साथियों, सरकार तो चुनी जाती थी, लेकिन रेड कॉरिडोर में उसकी कोई मान्यता नहीं होती थी। शाम ढलती थी तो घर से बाहर निकल पाना मुश्किल हो जाता था। जो जनता को सिक्योरिटी देने वाले लोग थे, उनको भी सिक्योरिटी लेकर चलना पड़ता था। साथियों, बीते 50-55 सालों में इस माओवादी आतंक की वजह से हजारों लोग मारे गए, कितने ही सुरक्षाकर्मी माओवादी आतंक का शिकार बने, कितने ही नौजवानों को हमने खोया। ये नक्सली, ये माओवादी आतंकी स्कूल नहीं बनने देते थे इलाके में, अस्पताल नहीं बनाने देते थे, अस्पताल है तो डॉक्टर को घुसने नहीं देते थे, जो बने हुए थे उनको भी बम से उड़ा दिया जाता था। दशकों दशक तक विकास की रोशनी से देश का एक बहुत बड़ा हिस्सा, बहुत बड़ी आबादी वंचित रही। इसका बहुत बड़ा नुकसान हमारे आदिवासी भाई बहनों को, दलित भाई बहनों को, गरीब लोगों को उठाना पड़ा। साथियों, माओवादी आतंक देश के नौजवानों के साथ बहुत बड़ा अन्याय है, बहुत बड़ा पाप है। मैं देश के नौजवानों को इस हाल में नहीं छोड़ सकता था। मैं बेचैनी महसूस करता था, जुबान पे ताला लगा के बैठा था। आज पहली बार मेरे दर्द को आज आपके सामने मैं प्रस्तुत कर रहा हूं। मैं उन माताओं को जानता हूं जिन्होंने अपने लाल खोए, उन माताओं की अपने लाल से कोई अपेक्षा थी, आशा थी। या तो वो ये माओवादी आतंकियों के झूठे बातों में फंस गए, या तो माओवादी आतंक के शिकार हो गए। और इसलिए 2014 के बाद हमारी सरकार ने पूरी संवेदनशीलता के साथ भटके हुए नौजवानों को मुख्य धारा में लाने का प्रयास किया। और मैं देशवासियों को आज पहली बार कह रहा हूं, देशवासियों को संतोष होगा, देशवासियों में आशीर्वाद देंगे। जिन माताओं ने अपने लाल खोए, वो माताएं हमें आशीर्वाद देगी, देश की शक्ति को आशीर्वाद देगी। और आज देश उसके नतीजे देख रहा है। 11 वर्ष पहले तक देश के 125 जिले, 125 से ज्यादा माओवादी आतंक से प्रभावित थे। और साथियों, आज ये संख्या सिर्फ 11 जिलों तक सिमट गई है। आप जानते होंगे कितना कुछ करना पड़ा होगा। और उसमें भी 11 में भी अब सिर्फ 3 जिले ही ऐसे बचे हैं जो सबसे अधिक माओवादी आतंक की चपेट में हैं। साथियों, बीते दशक में हजारों नक्सलियों ने हथियार डाले हैं। मैं आपको पिछले 75 घंटों का आंकड़ा देता हूं, ओनली 75 आवर्स। मैं जानता हूं ये मीडिया का मेन न्यूज नहीं है, लेकिन मेरे जीवन का एक बहुत बड़ा संतोष का विषय है। इन 75 घंटों में 303 नक्सलियों ने सरेंडर किया है। एक जमाने में जिनका 303 चलता था ना, आज वो 303 सरेंडर हुए हैं। और ये कोई सामान्य नक्सली नहीं है। किसी पर 1 करोड़ का इनाम था, किसी पर 15 लाख का इनाम था, किसी पर 5 लाख का इनाम था। और ये सारे के सारे इनके नाम पर इनाम घोषित हुए थे। इन नक्सलियों से बहुत बड़ी मात्रा में हथियार भी पकड़े गए। ये सारे लोग बंदूकें छोड़ करके, बम छोड़ करके भारत के संविधान को गला लगाने के लिए तैयार हुए हैं। और जब संविधान के लिए पूर्ण समर्पित सरकार होती है ना, तब गलत रास्ते पर गया हुआ व्यक्ति भी लौट करके अपनी आंखों को उस संविधान पर टिका देता है। अब वो विकास की मुख्य धारा में आ रहे हैं और ये लोग स्वीकार कर रहे हैं कि वो गलत रास्ते पर थे। 5-5 दशक बिता दिए, जवानी खपा दी, लेकिन उन्होंने जो सोचा था वो परिवर्तन नहीं आया। अब ये भारत के संविधान पर विश्वास करते हुए आगे बढ़ेंगे। साथियों, कभी ही मीडिया की हेडलाइंस हुआ करती थी, छत्तीसगढ़ के बस्तर में ये हुआ, वो हुआ, एक पूरी बस को उड़ा दिया, इतने सुरक्षा बल के जवान मारे गए। बस्तर ये माओवादी आतंकियों का, नक्सलियों का गढ़ हुआ करता था। और अब आज मैं उसी बस्तर का उदाहरण देता हूं। आदिवासी नौजवान बस्तर ओलंपिक का आयोजन करते हैं और लाखों नौजवान बस्तर ओलंपिक में आकर के खेल के मैदान में अपनी ताकत दिखा रहे हैं। ये बदलाव है। साथियों, इस बार माओवादी आतंक से मुक्त क्षेत्रों में दिवाली की रौनक कुछ और होने जा रही है। 50-55 साल हुए, दिवाली नहीं देखी थी उन्होंने, अब दिवाली देखेंगे। और मुझे पक्का विश्वास है दोस्तों, ये हमारी मेहनत रंग लाएगी और वहां भी खुशियों के दिए चलेंगे। और मैं आज देशवासियों को, एनडीटीवी के दर्शकों को विश्वास दिलाता हूं, वो दिन दूर नहीं जब देश नक्सलवाद से, माओवादी आतंक से पूरी तरह मुक्त होगा। और ये भी मोदी की गारंटी है। साथियों, विकसित भारत की हमारी यात्रा सिर्फ ग्रोथ की यात्रा नहीं है, जहां डेवलपमेंट और डिग्निटी साथ साथ चले, जहां गति भी हो, नागरिकों की गरिमा भी हो, जहां इनोवेशन का उद्देश्य केवल एफिशिएंसी नहीं बल्कि एम्पैथी भी हो, करुणा भी हो। हम इस सोच के साथ आगे बढ़ रहे हैं और इस सोच को आगे बढ़ाने में एनडीटीवी वर्ल्ड समिट जैसे आयोजक बहुत बड़ी भूमिका निभाते हैं। आपने मुझे देश की बात रखने के लिए आमंत्रित किया, इसके लिए मैं एनडीटीवी का आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। आप सभी को इस आयोजन की बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं देता हूं और दिवाली के उत्सव के लिए भी मेरी तरफ से आपको बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं हैं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Thank you, Prime Minister Modi, for your inspiring words. Unstoppable Bharat, Viksit Bharat, under your leadership.
We would like to request all our guests to remain seated. Everyone, please remain seated in your places. If everyone could remain seated, please. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we have an exciting lineup for NDTV World Summit Day 2. From the frontiers of AI to the future predictions that will shape our world, from science and sovereignty to reimagining India's decade.
Day 2 promises to bring together some of the most incredible minds and is filled with sessions that inspire. We'll see you all tomorrow at 10:30 a.m. sharp. We'd like to invite all delegates to join us for dinner in room number 19 on level 1. But before we end, Vedika, we'd like to thank our partners.
The NDTV World Summit is presented by Charge Zone, co-presented by Raymond, state partner Government of Punjab, co-powered by GE Aerospace, co-powered by Pernod Ricard India, payment partner MasterCard, gold investment partner World Gold Council, healthcare partner Intas Pharmaceuticals, insurance partner Axis Max Life Insurance, e-mobility partner Billionaire.
Outbound partner, BLS International. Banking partner, State Bank of India. Associate partner, M3M Foundation. Associate partner, Adani Group. State partner, Government of Uttarakhand. State partner, Government of Uttar Pradesh. Transformation partner, REC Limited. International education partner, Deakin University. Gifting partner, Manav Gangwani. And coffee partner, Billy Hu. Our outdoor partner is Graphisads. Thank you so much for being a lovely audience. We'll see you on day 2.
Have a good evening, everybody. Thank you.
On the rise, सुन ले आसमां, डबल इंजन का ये मिशन महान 2047 तक हम न रुकेंगे 6 ट्रिलियन का ड्रीम पूरा करेंगे मथुरा की गलियों में गूंजे है राधा अयोध्या में दूर हुई मंदिर की बाधा काशी प्रयागराज